Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Metropolis. Not as rotten as Gotham, not as flashy as New York, yet it stood as one of America's greatest cities. The place where history would one day hail the first superhero. But that day had not yet arrived. The sun was only just rising. Clark Kent awakens. In a cramped apartment near Metropolis University, an alarm chimed at 6:30 sharp. Clark Kent stirred, rubbing his eyes before sitting on the edge of his bed. Lately, something had been happening to him. As a boy, he'd seen things he shouldn't. Bones beneath flesh, organs inside people. Sometimes walls would turn transparent under his gaze. Now, at 19, his hearing had sharpened to a frightening level. A whisper blocks away could pierce his thoughts if he wasn't careful. He'd even gone to the hospital once, desperate for answers. The tests had come back normal, but the nurse's needle had bent uselessly against his skin. Only when Clark forced it himself did it pierce, and even then it was barely a scratch. He still didn't know if what was happening was a blessing or a curse. And yet, whenever the sun hit his skin, everything felt right. Bathed in the light pouring through his window, he could almost forget the unease. Chen Tian arrives. Across the hall, the landlady was in one of her usual arguments. Clark heard her voice clearly without even trying. "No, I won't rent the last room, no matter how much you pay." Curious, Clark blinked, and his vision slipped past the wall. A boy stood in the corridor, slim build, sharp eyes, polite smile. Yellow-skinned, foreign, yet calm under the landlady's tirade. "I don't mind paying extra rent," the boy said softly. The landlady was unmoved, until a strange ripple shimmered in the air. Clark didn't notice it, but suddenly the woman's tone flipped. "You're right. I am kind. Forget it. I'll rent it to you." Clark frowned. That was unusual. The boy smiled, thanked her, and handed over the money. His name was Chen Tian. When the landlady introduced him to Clark later, Chen Tian seemed genuinely friendly. Clark thought it odd. She had refused to rent that room to him before, yet she'd given it so easily now. Still, he let it go. They discovered they were both new students at Metropolis University, both starting today. Chen Tian suggested walking together. Clark agreed, secretly glad for a friend. First trouble. The streets of Metropolis were quieter than Gotham's, but not safe. Halfway to campus, a group of punks stepped out of an alley, blocking the way. "Hey, college boys," their leader sneered, twirling a butterfly knife. "Why don't you buy us a drink with your tuition money?" The rest spread out, surrounding them. Clark stiffened. His wallet held barely a few dollars, which the thug snatched and scoffed at. "That's it? What kind of kid carries pocket change?" He shoved it back into Clark's chest with disgust. Chen Tian sighed. So much for Superman stepping up. When the thug reached for him instead, Chen Tian's hand shot out, clamping his wrist like an iron vise. The punk's smirk faded as he realized he couldn't break free. "You've got it too easy," Chen Tian said coldly. "Time someone reminded you what pain feels like." The knife flashed toward his stomach. Chen Tian's fist moved faster. Boom! The punk flew backward several meters, crumpling against the pavement with a strangled groan. "Boss!" his crew shouted. Rage replaced fear, and they rushed him with chains and bats. Chen Tian's movements blurred. To the thugs, it was a nightmare. Every punch precise, every kick crushing. One by one, they hit the ground groaning, none able to rise. Clark's shock. Clark stared wide-eyed. "Chun, I didn't know you were that strong." Chen Tian brushed the dust from his knuckles, his face calm. Inside, he was more amused than anything. "Stronger than you, Superman?" "For now, maybe." Clark exhaled in relief, then chuckled awkwardly. "People say you Easterners know mysterious kung fu." Guess they weren't lying. Chen Tian didn't answer. He was too busy studying Clark. The boy hadn't fought back, hadn't even tried. Clearly his powers were still dormant. or he hadn't dared to use them. Interesting, Chen Tian thought. This Superman is still just a seedling. The question is, should I force him to grow? After the encounter on the street, Clark Kent walked a little faster than usual, silent and lost in thought. Chen Tian matched his pace without pressing him, and soon the gates of Metropolis University came into view. The campus was buzzing. Freshmen lined up at reception booths, guided by upperclassmen handing out flyers and answering questions. The procedures were simple: fill out forms, submit materials, and get settled. Their guide, a cheerful upperclassman named Bob, kept up an easy chatter as he led them around. He introduced the history of the school, its main buildings, even the best places to eat on campus. When all the paperwork was done, Bob suddenly grinned. There's a welcome party tonight in the West Campus cafeteria. Music, drinks, and senior girls dressed their hottest. You too coming? Chen Tian smiled lightly. Sounds fun. I don't have any plans anyway. He glanced at Clark. Clark hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'll go. It'll be good to meet people. Great, Bob beamed. Trust me, you'll regret it if you don't go. A lot of people's first real college stories start at parties like this. By the time they reached the administration office, Bob added one last suggestion. Most schools here don't require it, but I recommend you join the military training. It'll help you integrate. Clark nodded earnestly. I'll do it. New city, new star, I want to fit in. Chen Tian gave a small smile. As expected, Clark doesn't want to stand out anymore. He wants to blend in. Then I'll sign up too, he said smoothly. After saying their goodbyes to Bob, the two strolled across the campus. Clark wanted to familiarize himself with the grounds, and Chen Tian had no objection. Lana. When they reached the sports field, Clark's steps faltered. His eyes lit up. Lana. A girl turned, surprised. Then she broke into a smile. Clark. She ran over and hugged him warmly. Clark blushed at the sudden contact, awkwardly patting her back. Long time no see. It's been 4 years since you moved, Clark added softly. Right? Too long. Lana smiled, and Clark's heart seemed to catch in his throat. Chen Tian stepped forward with a polite nod. I'm Chen Tian, Clark's friend. Just call me Chen. Lana. Nice to meet you. She shook his hand, then looked back at Clark with a teasing smile. I'm glad you're already making friends on your first day. Clark couldn't stop smiling. But before he could speak further, hey baby, a voice cut through, and a hand landed heavily on Clark's shoulder before brushing past him. A young man strode up, took Lana's hand, and pulled her close. Old friends, huh? That's fine. But she's mine. He leaned down, kissing her lips. Clark's smile froze. His jaw clenched. Whitney. High school memories rushed back. Whitney, the arrogant classmate who'd mocked him for years. And now he was with Lana. Clark, still the same loser. Whitney smirked, his arm tight around Lana. Try not to get in the way. Clark. Lana looked back, apologetic, but Whitney tugged her along before she could say more. Clark stood rooted, eyes bitter. Chen Tian studied him quietly, then said, You're no worse than him. Clark shook his head. You don't understand. I've always been different. A freak. Some things are never mine to choose. Chen Tian frowned inwardly. Different? Freak? If you only knew what you are capable of, Superman. The football field. A sharp whoosh cut the air. Reflexively, Chen Tian raised a hand and caught a football sailing straight toward them. Chen, that was fast, Clark said, genuinely surprised. A coach jogged over apologetic. Sorry, practice got a little wild. He stopped short, staring at Chen Tian's reflexes. That was impressive. Ever thought about football? He introduced himself as Coach John, head of the varsity team. His eyes quickly shifted to Clark. You too, son. You've got the build of a natural player. Come to tryouts tomorrow morning. 8 sharp. Clark looked uncomfortable. He knew he couldn't risk playing with normal students. His strength alone would break bones. But before he could answer, Chen Tian said casually, We'll be there. Clark blinked at him, then sighed. All right. Together. Coach John left satisfied, already imagining the recruits. Chen Tian smirked to himself. Step by step, Clark. You'll learn you can't keep hiding forever. The accident. The two continued their walk until almost noon, grabbing lunch at the cafeteria before heading back toward their apartment block. At a quiet intersection, Clark's thoughts drifted back to Lana. His face tightened, but when Chen Tian noticed and asked, he forced a smile. "It's nothing." Moments later, the roar of a truck shattered the calm. Boom! A tire burst. The massive vehicle, loaded with steel beams, lurched violently, swerving across the road. The driver shouted in panic, struggling with a useless wheel. The truck barreled toward the sidewalk, toward Clark and Chen Tian. Pedestrians screamed and scattered, but the boys were only meters away. No ordinary human could escape in time. Chen Tian tensed, ready to move. But then he noticed Clark step forward, planting himself between Chen Tian and the oncoming truck. "So that's your instinct, huh?" Thorn one by one. A huge truck carrying heavy cargo. A front will suddenly burst out of control and threw it towards the side of the road. The driver, the black driver, slammed on the brakes in horror, but everything happened too fast. Even though all the wheels were already locked by the brakes, under the huge amounts of inertia, the entire body still threw sideways toward the two teenagers on the side of the road. "Damn! Clark!" Kent noticed this scene and cursed secretly. With his ability, he can easily avoid this impact. But in his opinion, Chen Tian beside him is just an ordinary person. If he dodged and let the truck crash, then he would not survive. There is no time to think too much, and there is no room to worry about the problems you have exposed. Clark, almost instinctively, Kent chose to take a step forward and block Chen Tian. Clark, Chen Tian, who was about to dodge away, was also deliberately controlled, and the whole person stopped in place. There was no panic in his eyes when he looked at this scene, only surprise. Chen Tian didn't know the verdict of combat copy ability, but the previous Catwoman ability, theft ability, can be copied. That means, perhaps, I can harvest the ability that belongs to Da Chao next. Chen Tian's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his heart. Boom! The thought is not lost. The truck was already carrying a terrifying impact and slammed into Clark on its side. Kent's body, but the latter is rock solid. The huge impact that was enough to easily crush all the flesh and blood was like hitting a huge steel wall, and the cargo compartment of the car was destroyed in an instant. Carrying a terrifying impact, the wagon compartment made of metal touches Clark. Kent's body was like a shallow piece of paper hitting a stone, instantly shape-shifting and twisting. And in addition to the dense cracks spreading out of the ground under his feet, Clark, Kent himself, has never wavered. It was as if it was not a runaway van that hit him, but an insignificant breeze. Battle detected. Drop reward, Superman. Meanwhile, Chen Tian's mind also sounded the cold prompt he was expecting. Ability replication successful. He felt that the density of all the skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs of his body was rapidly increasing, and his heart was happy. It's a pity that there are only bodies of steel. Then Chen Tian thought about those heaven-defying abilities that Da Chao had, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. Aware of his thoughts, Chen Tian shook his head. How do you feel? A little insatiable. Forget it. Anyway, if you come to Japan, you will always copy all the abilities of Da Chao in the future. 5. Thoughts fall. Chen Tian came to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him, and raised his eyebrows. I saw Clark. Kent was still like an unshakable statue, standing in front of him. Even the slightest movement was no different from before the car crashed. However, the ground under his feet was also covered with dense cracks because of the huge impact just now. As for Clark, the carriage in front of Kent can be described as tragic. The entire body after the impact just now has completely twisted and lost its shape. Like a cho that had been punched from the middle, it was distorted. Chen Tian glanced at the cab. I saw that the black driver was wrapped in an airbag, and his life was not much in danger, but he also passed out because of the huge impact of the car accident. Roar, roar. Chen, are you all right? Clark. Kent blocked such a terrifying impact and seemed to take 2 steps back with some difficulty getting out of the cargo package. Stand in place and gasp. The impact just now seemed a little difficult for him in the early stage. I'm okay, Clark. Are you all right? Chen Tian replied hesitantly. I'm lucky to have you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have become a pile of slag by now. 35. At the same time, he also felt that Clark of this period. Ken is nowhere near as strong as it was a few years later. The body of steel that has just been copied gives him a body density that is not as perverted as imagined. Forget it. At least it's better than nothing. This disappointed Chen Tian, who copied to a strong ability entirely on who he was copying. Since now Clark, when Kent was not at his peak, Chen Tian's own steel body was far less than the peak. But one more ability is better than no ability at all. Chen, I hope I didn't scare you. Wait until everything is quiet. Clark. Kent also calmed roar and walked up to Chen Tian with a worried face. He had always been worried that the friends he had just made would reject him because of his ability like everyone else. It's just that I didn't expect that when I was struggling with whether to tell each other. Everything happened so quickly. Definitely. Clark. Kent's concerns, if for others, exist. But Chen Tian, standing in front of him, was different. The latter is probably the person who knows him best in the world. But Chen Tian is even more because he knows Clark. Kent's ability just came closer to each other. Clark, do you have abilities beyond anyone else and look sad? Chen Tian heard Clark. Kent's words laughed. Don't worry, I never think that the strong are freaks. Clark. When Kent heard Chen Tian's words, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he felt a little disbelieving. But for so many years, many people except my parents rejected me as a freak. 35. As he spoke, his expression fell slightly. When he was a child, he played ball with other people and couldn't control his power very well. Kent, who would accidentally burst the ball, has since become more and more alienated from him. Still young Clark. Kent even poked his hand with the pen in anger, but the pen was twisted and his skin was intact, not at all like ordinary people. Such a discovery made him feel even more like an anomaly on the planet at that time. He does not belong to this world. Only his parents would not dislike him and raise him to such an age. When the thoughts came to this, Kent raised his head and looked deeply at Chen Tian. After much entanglement, he decided to talk to his new friend who had already witnessed his special place and told him about the troubles he had been buried deep in his heart. Talking and talking. Kent recalled his father's teachings. In a trance, he seemed to return to the farm of his hometown, remembering the creaking old windmills, the smell of freshly cut hay, and the warm spring breeze running through his hair. At that time, he spent most of his young life with his father in the wheat field. My father would often say, take your time, scatter a small amount of seed at a time. Don't scatter them together. Let them be buried evenly in the soil. 99. Give them enough space. That's the rule. Kent fell into the memories and said emotionally, Father knows that not all seeds can germinate, but he wants every seed to have a chance to grow. He once said that the same goes for people. Some people thrive quickly and need extra care. Kent seemed unusually entangled before he planned to tell Chen Tian everything about himself. But after making a decision and opening his mouth, he poured out many words that he had never spoken. These are the emotions he has been suppressing in his heart when he is alone and hiding outside the crowd. I was able to persevere because of the care of my family. Finish the last sentence. Only then did Kent come to his senses and found that he seemed to have said a little too much, and the worry under his eyes came up again, and he took a deep look at Chen Tian. He didn't know how the other party would react after listening to his story and what he was thinking. Will you be as scared as everyone else, or will you make mocking remarks? Not Clark. Ken is unwilling to give trust to others and speculate on them with malice. In fact, after everyone deeply understands the real him, their reactions are nothing more than these two. In addition to that, Ken is also looking forward to perhaps, my new friend can be different from others. The other side. Chen Tian listened to Clark. After Ken's telling, there was some emotion. As an old farmer, Clark's adoptive father had more vision than many people had. No wonder the great super heart is so kind. Perhaps innate is a part, but the education of the day after tomorrow is obviously also important. If a despicable fellow can also have such a father and have a good upbringing, he may also become a righteous Superman. The mind settled. Chen Tian put a kind gaze on the other party and stared at Clark seriously. Kent's eyes. Clark, I think your idea went astray. He said word by word sincerely. You are not a freak, but different beyond ordinary people. You are smarter and stronger than anyone. Thank you, Clark. When Kent heard such words from other people for the first time, he felt the sincerity in Chen Tian's eyes, and his heart couldn't help but warm. The corners of his mouth moved, and he felt that everything around him was starting to change at this moment. There's a lot to say, but 1,000 words turn into only one thank you. However, there are too many simple words. No thanks, I'm just telling the facts of my heart. Chen Tian smiled lightly. If you want to change a person, you must first gain the trust of the other person. He has clearly gained the initial trust of Da Chao. Definitely. What Chen Tian just said is indeed what he thinks. Those who reject Da Chao are not out of disgust, but simply because fear is powerful. But Da Chao's kindness gives others the opportunity to hurt him. That's right. The driver is still in the car. Then, Clark. Kent reacted, and in addition to him and Chen Tian, there was also a driver in the cab. He hurried over and easily pulled open the car door, which appeared a little twisted by the impact, and rescued it. Fortunately, the front of the car is not the center of the impact, but it is only a little inevitably affected. The driver just passed out. The other side, Chen Tian also called the police and the ambulance's emergency number. The police soon arrived. Oh my God, is it what happened? When they saw the terrifying scene at the scene, all the policemen were surprised and felt extremely incredible. Everyone can't imagine what kind of car accident can make a truck like this. The impermanence of the world is always unpredictable, and we just happened to pass by here and found something so shocking. Chen Tian said with an innocent face. In fact, he had already modified the driver's memory when he decided to call the police, and the other party would not remember the detailed process of the car accident. Clark on the side. Ken also heard Chen Tian's words. It was immediately understood that this friend was covering for him and not exposing his ability. Immediately, the trust in Chen Tian in his heart went to a higher level. Then, the police did not embarrass the two more, but simply made a brief record for them. Okay, there's nothing else. You can go back first. Chen Tian, the policeman in front of them, closed the transcript that had just been signed by the two and immediately left. Okay, then it's going to trouble the officer after that. Chen Tian smiled in return. In the end, it didn't take much time from the time the police arrived at the scene to the time they finished taking notes. He and Clark. When Kent left, the ambulance arrived at the scene. The two walked all the way to the apartment where they were staying. Clark. Kent didn't show any more ability. Then, he seemed to remember something, and his face was worried. However, Chun, I think that if that driver wakes up in the future, I am afraid that there will still be trouble to find the door. 35. No, don't worry. I can guarantee that the driver recalled the scene at that time. Not to mention other people, it is estimated that even when he thinks about it, he will wonder if he is crazy. When Chen Tian heard his doubts, he did not reveal his ability, but just laughed. Okay. Get such an answer, Clark. Kent raised an eyebrow and sighed with a strange expression. I think you have a point. 359. Don't be too nervous. Chen Tian laughed. And then, he noticed Clark. The eyes behind Kent's glasses suddenly narrowed, and his body was a little stiff. What's wrong? Chen Tian noticed the change in the other party, paused, and followed his gaze. I saw that downstairs in the apartment, several cars were parked outside, and the people in the cars looked a little familiar. Wait for the two to get closer. Dad ate up. Several cars opened their doors at the same time, and several strong people got out one after another. Whitney, 35. Clark. Kent looked at the other group of people standing at the front, and his expression began to gradually condense. I saw that person. It was Whitney, just seen during the day, with Clark. Kent had a holiday and robbed his childhood sweetheart. Clark. Kent's gaze paused on the iron chain hand held by the other party, and his brows wrinkled deeper and deeper. Li Dezhao. Apparently, the Comer is not good. In addition to him, the rest of the people who came with him also carrying baseball bats, surrounded Chen Tian and the two directly. Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this scene. School bullying? The University of America still does this? But when he thought about it, it seemed to be true. Spider-Man encountered in college. The Chow also encountered in the comics. Definitely. For the current situation, whether it is Chen Tian or Clark, Kent doesn't feel any panic. After all, these guys in front of him look fierce and evil, but they're just young people. Chen Tian and Clark. Kent can solve them with a random shot and effortlessly. Come to think of it, Chen Tian couldn't help but look at Clark, whose face was already visibly gloomy to the extreme. Kent, in fact, Whitney, as his high school classmate, must have known the latter's specialness. But since the other party is in such a situation, he still dares to bully. That means that the previous Clark, Kent didn't make a move at all for fear of hurting others. Will you make a move this time? Chen Tian's eyes suddenly looked forward to it. And while he was thinking about it, the opposite Whitney also walked not far in front of the two. Clark, I didn't expect to see you again in the Met. 35. Every time you annoying freak touches you, I feel sick from the bottom of my heart. Whitney gently shook the chain in her hand and looked up at Clark. Kent, with a gloomy expression on his face, even if the ghost doesn't disperse, I didn't expect you to be Lana's old acquaintance. Your dirty hands touched her feather today. I'm on fire. I always feel like I have to teach you a lesson and let you know that you, a freak, should stay away from her. Whitney was talking and kept asking Clark. Kent closer. However, he didn't notice. Clark. Kent's hand tightens and constantly. You guy. Clark. When Kent saw Whitney appear, he was already aware that the other party was not good. After all, when he was still in high school, the latter would find various reasons to trouble him. Definitely Clark. Kent usually doesn't choose to pay attention. I just thought that when I graduated, I wouldn't see him again. I didn't expect to meet each other after changing cities and schools. And it happened on the first day of school. On the lens in front of him, Whitney's gloomy and domineering face is reflected. Clark. Kent remembered the intimate appearance of him and Lana in the morning, and a haze flashed under his eyes. Why don't you speak? Whitney looked at Clark. Kent didn't say a word, suddenly became more and more proud, raised his hand and put the iron chain in his hand on his shoulder. Humph, forget it. For the sake of my high school classmates, I don't want to make things too ugly. 99. As long as you promise me to stay away from Lana in the future, I will let you go. Clark. Kent was still silent, but the 5 fingers hanging at his side moved slightly. I hope you can understand something and quickly apologize for your previous behavior. Seeing this, Whitney became more and more impatient, and once again warned again, while sweeping his gaze towards Chen Tian. Otherwise, not only you, but also your friends will suffer. 39. Chen Tian didn't care about his words when he dared to hit himself. After all, neither Whitney himself, nor everyone who came with him, was Chen Tian's enemy. It's like a normally developed adult who doesn't take the hostility and threats of a 3-year-old child to heart. And even if he hears it, he will only feel ridiculous. No matter how these Joker-like characters jump in front of him, they don't deserve to be put in his eyes. Not to mention the mood swings that affect Chen Tian. At the moment, Chen Tian just wants to see Clark in this period. Kent, how to deal with today's situation. It's a pity for Clark, who has been silent for a long time. Kent's eyes narrowed, and his fingers, which had been slightly bent, suddenly relaxed. I'm not in the mood to bother with that. Having said that, he skimmed directly past Whitney towards the apartment building. Chet, what do you mean? Stop me, you freak. 99. Seeing that he was being ignored, Whitney twisted his brows, a little annoyed and angry, directly through the chain and pumped it fiercely at Clark. Kent's broad back. Syllable. The chains are broken and menacing. Which thinks Clark? Kent reacted extremely quickly, and, without turning his head back, he just raised his hand and directly received the other end of the chain into his hand. Damn. Whitney's face froze when he saw this, but it was how hard he pulled back with 517, and after the chain was straightened, it was difficult to shake half a minute. He felt that the other end of the chain was not Clark. Kent, but connected to a mountain made of steel, is not at all pulled by its own human power. Even Whitney has exerted all his strength, but just Clark. Kent's hand holding the chain did not waver in the slightest. "You freak, let me go." Seeing this, Whitney inexplicably felt a wave of fear in his heart, and he remembered that the guy opposite him was called a freak because of his shocking strength. Just in the face of taunting Clark, Kent will only choose to escape, which will make people like to bully him more and more. This feeling that the strong will not fight back if they are bullied by you makes people have the illusion that they are the strong. Whitney is also one of the members paralyzed by this feeling. So see Clark today. Kent, but also crossed paths with his girlfriend. Without hesitation, he brought someone over, intending to repeat what he had done before, both to warn and to experience that thrill again. But where did I think that the situation would become like this now? For a while, Whitney had a feeling that it was difficult to ride a tiger. "I won't take the initiative to provoke anyone, and I hope no one will provoke me." 99. Lana and I have known each other since earlier days, and it's not your turn to point fingers. 99. Clark. Kent turned back indifferently and spoke coldly. Actually started fighting back. Chen Tian, who was standing next to him, watched this scene, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes revealed surprise. It seems that Clark, Kent seems to have a bonus when facing a love enemy. It's just that he also found out. The prompt sound that copied ability just now did not sound. That is to say, Clark. All this that Kent shot is just a basic operation, and it does not reach the scope of ability at all. However, Chen Tian also feels normal when he thinks about it. A person full of muscles, even if he is not super able, his strength will not be bad. Then, Whitney, I remember you said before you came, this guy's a soft egg who can't raise his head. Why can't you even handle a nerd now? The friend of Whitney next to him looked at this scene playfully, squeezing his eyebrows. These words fell into Whitney's ears, and all the fears in his heart were immediately ignited into a fire of shame and anger. "Fark, just watch how I get him." He cursed, let go of the chain, and backhanded a baseball bat from his friend. Roar. The baseball bat breaks through the air. Whitney gritted his teeth and grimaced, exerting all his strength. Didn't expect. Bang. Looks like Sven Crisp wearing glasses. Kent, casually throwing away the chain, raised the other hand and caught this one again. Next second, his 5 fingers exerted strength and suddenly retracted. Bang! The baseball bat he took in his hand directly cracked and burst, turning into wood chips and scattering and splashing. Gollum! Whitney and his friends swallowed a mouthful of spit in unison when they saw this scene, their eyes stiff and straight, and their eyes full of shock. If they didn't all know, it was a baseball bat made of solid hardwood. Would definitely have thought Clark. What Kent cracked was nothing more than a dead branch that had been rotten for many years and broke when touched. On the side, Chen Tian's mind finally sounded a cold prompt that made him smile slightly. Battle detected. Drop reward. Super strength Superman. Meanwhile, get out of the way. Don't let me see you again. Clark. Kent stood in the doorway of the apartment building, warning Whitney with a gloomy expression. Whitney, I don't think we still need to fight with this freak. The gain is not worth the loss. 99. I still have important things to attend to. So let's go first. Seeing this, several companions with Whitney directly chose to step back and walked away in ashes. After all, no matter what, these people are just 19 or 20-year-old young people, and no matter how arrogant they are on weekdays, they will be instigated when they really run into hard stubble. Damn, Clark, I tell you, today's business will not end like this. Actually, Whitney and Clark. When Kent pinched the baseball bat, he had already quietly retreated unconsciously. Noticing that his companions had run away, he immediately retreated. However, after running to the car, he still gave a hard warning. Then he drove away with his companions without stopping. Clark, Ken had been ignoring the taillights of several cars and disappeared at the end of the street, and the expression on his face slowly relaxed. Good job just now. Next to Chen Tian because he saw Clark. Kent finally began to change, plus gained ability, was in a clearly good mood, and praised with a smile. Like you said, people always have to change. Besides, I can't let Whitney bully myself. Clark, Kent looked at each other and smiled too. He knew in his heart that he had just been able to make a completely different act of resistance from his previous style, except that things involve his favorite childhood sweetheart. More importantly, Chen Tian's friend has recognized his existence. This makes Clark. Kent learned that apart from his parents, there are people in the world who, after revealing their abilities, do not feel like freaks and do not reject themselves. Although Chen Tian is currently alone, everyone else will stay away from him. To Clark, for Kent, it is no different from a redemption, the most important lifesaver for those who fall overboard. This bolstered his confidence to resist. Chen Tian felt the other party's gaze, did not say more, and smiled softly. Then, Clark. Kent glanced at the time and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect it to be here. I still have a part-time job in the restaurant in the afternoon. 5. Speaking, he looked at Chen Tian. Chun, I have to go over first, and then go to the party that the seniors said in the evening. Okay, you go get busy first. Chen Tian nodded when he heard this. Then he stood in place and looked at Clark. Kent turned away. No, Ada, choosing to follow. I have already shaved wool on the other party twice today. Count the gangsters you meet when you go out in the morning. The day is not over, and there have been 3 incidents. Presumably, on his way to work, there should be no accidents, so that he has the opportunity to copy ability. If Clark really has that decay that it won't stop all day long, then I have nothing to say. Kind of think of it. Chen Tian smiled wordlessly, walked into the apartment building, and returned to his room. The mind moves. The panel opens. People panel, Chen Tian. Ability, variant ability, small water control, born. Variant ability, super self-healing factor, Wolverine. Variant ability, super strength, Wolverine. Krypton Superman. Krypton, super strength Superman. Now I've gained 2 super strengths. From Wolverine and Da Chao, respectively. 35. Chen Tian scanned the panel, looking at super strength from 2 different characters, and slowly clenched his fist thoughtfully. Feel your strength grown. His eyes moved, and he immediately rummaged through the room. A steel pipe the thickness of a thumb was quickly found from the room. Try the strength. Chen Tian held the steel pipe in both hands. His eyes flickered, and his heart moved slightly, and he suddenly increased the strength in his hand. Squeak. The result is a bending of a steel pipe that is even more difficult than bending a spaghetti. Moreover, I feel that my strength seems to be much greater than that of Wolverine and the Supermaster at this stage. Chen Tian felt his strength grow by leaps and bounds. His face beamed, and at the same time he couldn't help thinking. He looked down at his arm. Now that he has gained 2 super strengths, his muscles have grown again. The figure is already faintly detached from slenderness and can be called well-proportioned. In addition, because of the ability of the steel body, the density of Chen Tian's body is also beyond ordinary people. Thinking, he went straight into the kitchen and found a stainless steel fruit knife, the tip of which pressed on his arm and stabbed lightly. Chen Tian saw that the tip of the knife could not pierce his skin at all, and not even a white mark was born. He narrowed his eyes and began to increase the force on his hand. Dash. 2 points of force. As a result, the experiment had just begun, and the strength was only increased to 2 points, and the knife body in his hand could no longer hold on, and it was directly twisted into scrap iron at the tips of Chen Tian's fingers. And on his skin, there is still no half a change. Not to mention the white seal. Even the depression has not been born. It seems that although it is only from the steel body of the early super, the strength of the body's defense should not be underestimated. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows. According to this point of view, unless it is a special armor-piercing bullet, different rifle bullets can't even hurt a single hair of my sweat. Excited to find out all the knives in the kitchen, he began to test the strength of various body parts. Until all the knives were scrap metal, Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that no matter which part, it has hardened a lot. He smiled and lifted his pants, making this conclusion. Thoughtful, Chen Tian walked out of the kitchen, returned to the bedroom, and stared at the white wall in front of him. He raised his fist and used 5% of his strength. Boom! The muffled clash of fists against the concrete walls made the entire apartment building tremble. and compared to the cracks that directly cracked. The iron body plus super strength is a completely combined improvement, which not only enhances the defense, but also increases the attack. Chen Tian looked at the unharmed fist and then at the wall in front of him, smiling. A new iron body's ability has been added, which completely increases the upper limit of his attack power. After all, no matter how strong the strength is, even if there is no upper limit, if the strength of your body cannot keep up, everything is delusional. Just like Chen Tian before, even if he can punch through the steel, he himself will be injured. And now, he doesn't have to worry about these things at all. Just when Chen Tian was in a good mood. Bang, bang. Damn. Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you going to bring down the whole building? A fierce slamming sound came from outside the door, accompanied by the landlady's sharp scolding. Landlady, did I just move the furniture a little and disturb your rest? I'm really embarrassed. 99. Chen Tian opened the door a little embarrassed, and his fingers touched his heart slightly. You, the landlady frowned, and was about to open her mouth to scold angrily. Are you fooling the devil? Can there be such a big movement in moving furniture? As a result, in the next second, a sense of calm rose in her heart for no reason, calming down her excitement. At the same time, the landlady still felt that the beautiful Oriental teenager in front of her looked good, and she was suddenly reluctant to be angry. Instead, he said calmly, "So it is okay. Pay attention in the future. Don't make such weird movements again." After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Seeing this, Chen Tian breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his room. Looking at the cracked walls on the wall, I immediately felt emotional. Being able to do this to this extent also represents Clark as the source of ability. The horror of Kent. Although the great superpower of this period is still in its infancy, its power is already extremely powerful. Just the body of steel plus super strength can compare to most of the existence in this universe. This is why the masters of each universe can become the strongest in the level universe. The Chow is the most powerful existence that can be found on Earth at present. Even as long as I copy all of his abilities as a basis, plus other people's abilities at that time, no matter in that universe, I will have the confidence to truly control my own destiny. The thought proceeds here. Chen Tian slowly narrowed his eyes flickering. It seems to be thinking about future plans. The time soon came to evening. Unlike the evening in Gotham City, the metropolis sky is always pure blue, so the sky is shrouded in a layer of red at sunset. The entire city skyline is reflected in huge amounts of silhouettes, and pedestrians on the streets will not rush home. For the vast majority of people in the metropolis, their nightlife is very rich, and they will not be as oppressive, uncomfortable as Gotham. In other words, although there are many weirdos in the metropolis, there are very few madmen. It doesn't often happen that crazy people with high IQ commit things like sin. And at the moment, a party is also being held on the Metropolitan University's Western campus, fading into the horizon as the sun sets. The cafeteria on the Western campus is shrouded in colored lights. The arrival of the dark curtain also makes the lights appear more dazzling. Chun, in fact, I'm not very used to such occasions like I said before. I am not suitable for this world. On the road, Chen Tian and Clark walked in front of the school gate in the direction of the West Campus. Clark on the side looked at the students coming and going, all with smiles on their faces, and felt that this scene was very lively. But this also made him feel out of place and uncomfortable. Clark, for you to make a change, you need to remember at all times that you are not a freak, that you are smarter and stronger than anyone else. 5. Chen Tian was a little speechless in his heart. It seems that the super character of this period is really far from what he imagined. He is completely a big boy with a restrained and shy personality, and even some social fear. You know, Clark's eyes darkened a little, and he looked at the faces of all kinds of people passing by around him. Although Chen Tian's appearance began to ease his repressed heart. But years of habit still make Clark feel that these passers-by will rush up in the next second, pointing at their noses and scolding freaks. Okay, take your time. A lot of changes can't be achieved overnight. As long as you can have a heart that starts a change, it's a good thing. 5. After Chen Tian had the psychic ability, he found that even if he did not activate the ability, he could begin to detect other people's mood swings. Sensing Clark's emotional changes, he did not force a verbal offensive and repeatedly emphasized the importance of change. Instead, it is a relaxed choice of understanding and appeasement. Thank you. Clark once again threw a grateful look at his new friend, but he also became much more relaxed. Chen Tian smiled. He felt he was slowly becoming a master of psychology. Then, a figure in the back came up and patted them on the back. Hey, what a coincidence. If you can come to this party, then I can guarantee that you will not be disappointed. It was Bob, who passionately hooked up on the shoulders of the two. Bob, they your friends? Bob's accompanying female companion looked at Chen Tian and Clark and seemed to be quite satisfied with them. Erica, they're new. Don't beat their minds. Bob noticed the emotions under his female companion's eyes and reminded a little speechlessly. Chen Tian is not averse to enthusiastic seniors, and even finds it a little interesting. Perhaps experiencing college life in America for the first time, he found that the people in this country are really open. Just bitter Clark. It was indeed the first time he faced such a battle, and he was smiling awkwardly the whole time, and he was at a loss for what to say. It was only when he finally arrived at the restaurant that he was relieved. The students in the student union have converted this place into a temporary venue. Don't look at the restaurant. In fact, this place is really not bad at all. Bob walked in the front and habitually introduced the two. Between talks, several people had already entered the restaurant, and the moment they opened the door, the endless light inside shone out, and the brilliant lights on the ceiling reflected in the face. Music with strong drums churns through the field, and countless carefully dressed men and women are soaked in it, and their bodies sway rhythmically. This place is just perfect. The corners of Bob's mouth rose and couldn't help but sigh. It happens every year, but the elderly can also participate. 99. Chen Tian found that many people with mature faces can be judged by their words and deeds. Apparently, there will be a lot of old students coming to join in tonight. The spacious restaurant that used to come during the day is now filled with people, and the crowds are gathered together. Clark, don't be so restrained. Chen Tian noticed the tall Clark beside him. His expression was a little restrained, and the light on his face obviously made him a little uncomfortable. I'm just not used to it. 35. Clarify said with a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Don't be nervous. There's still many links in a while. 35. Bob spoke. At this time, there was a burst of joy around Roar, and I saw that on the makeshift stage in the center of the hall, tonight's host finally appeared, walked to the center, and beckoned to everyone below. Countless people cheered Roar loudly in an enthusiastic atmosphere. Wait until the party is over, and everyone will vote to choose the best king and queen on the field. It's been an old part of the years, and I think it's interesting. Bob on the side seemed to be unable to stop. Still patiently explained to Chen Tian and the two the most important part before they end later. Clark, I think you'll have to find a female companion. Chen Tian bowed his head and teased. Actually, I'm not very good at dancing. Clark shrugged his shoulders a little helplessly, his eyes unconsciously searching for Lana's figure in the crowd. Soon he found the familiar shadow. Lana, who had been facing away from him, seemed to notice the hot gaze, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at it. When he found out it was Clark who smiled at the latter. Only then Clark received a warning from the eyes of Whitney next to him, and the guy seemed to have forgotten the morning's events, and his eyes were eager to smash Clark to pieces. You'd better teach Whitney a lesson. This guy doesn't look like he's growing in the slightest. Chen Tian also noticed this scene and said back, Forget it. I don't want Lana to be sad. Clark said in a deep voice. He didn't think he was a good man or would be a great saint. I just think that he shouldn't arbitrarily destroy other people's feelings. Chen Tian looked at the big boy in front of him a little helplessly and knew without thinking that the other party might have misunderstood, not letting him rob someone. Just let him teach Whitney a lesson. But it seems normal for Clark to think so. Just thinking. Chen Tian's expression suddenly froze, and then his brows furrowed as if he felt a trace of strangeness. It was after gaining the ability of the professor's mind, his perception of danger, before he was able to smell some unusual atmosphere in advance. Now, however, that feeling is getting stronger. The sense of crisis is getting stronger. It was a strong reaction from ahead. 1. What would be the danger? It's a Met University, and it's still partying. Chen Tian's eyes look at every corner as far as he can reach. And at the same time, he also releases mental fluctuations, like a huge amount of web intertwined and covering the vicinity, detecting the hearts of everyone nearby. For him, anyone with evil thoughts will be perceived wrong. It seems like someone is approaching, and Clark, who was standing next to him, also noticed something strange and squinted slightly to look around. Then everything in front of him began to change, and through the bodies of the people around him, he directly saw through everything in the entire hall. All the sights fell into his eyes. There is no, then only outside. Clark's eyes narrowed slightly again. The obstacles in front of him became more transparent, and the scene in front of him became outside the restaurant. Moment. He saw a suspicious target, and a figure was standing sneakily outside the gate. The figure looks extremely thin, but it gives people a strange feeling. Battle detected. Get supervision, Superman. Side. Chen Tian's mind also sounded the voice of being rewarded, and after hearing it, he knew that Clark had also found an anomaly. And it is possible that the enemy has already been found. As a matter of fact, Chen Tian had also found the location of the enemy, and when his psychic fluctuations enveloped the vicinity, everyone's thoughts were known to him. Chen, I have something to go out. Clark lowered his voice and didn't say what he was going to do. It's just that his voice has not fallen. Boom! The originally closed door of the restaurant was slammed open, but someone outside the door kicked open with extremely terrifying force. Huge amounts of power directly lifted the door into the air, and even the cracks around the door frame were born. What's even more terrifying is that everyone clearly felt that the entire building where the restaurant was located just now trembled fiercely. Damn, what's going on? Was an earthquake just now? How can it be so terrifying? Time. The men and women who were still immersed in music and drink hormones before were suddenly frightened by this one. Countless pairs of eyes widened in horror and looked towards the door. On stage, the host, who had been stirring up the atmosphere of his passionate speech, was also shaken in place by the sudden movement, and then frowned and cast his gaze towards the gate. Chet, what tricks are these idle scum playing again this year? As one of the initiators of the party, he felt extremely angry and cursed in a low voice. It can be said that almost every year at this time, someone comes to the orientation party to make trouble. After all, people of this age like to find a sense of existence. Except for him. There were also many elderly people who had experienced many orientation parties, and they also thought of this place. Damn, there are always some uninteresting guys who try to show their difference at a time like this. 99. It's more disgusting than flies in the toilet. They also cursed angrily. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. Right this time. In the night outside the entrance of the restaurant, a figure wearing a blue sweatshirt, with his head bowed and most of his face covered by a hood, slowly approached. Is it you guy who wants to ruin my party? The host stared at him coldly. You should know what you did. You are not welcome here. If you're interested, I advise you to apologize and get out. In the middle of his talk, several people in the audience were upset because the party was disturbed, and the boys with strong physique also walked out of the crowd with gloomy faces. Not welcome to me? Ha ha ha, I'm not welcome. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Then, after the figure at the door heard the host's words, he couldn't help but muttered and repeated the other party's words, and then his shoulders trembled and laughed. Everyone couldn't help but frown when they saw his reaction. So a madman? It's really a shame, even if you're disturbed by such people. Get out of here. Don't open your eyes, boy. Some boys with strong blood, after seeing that there was only one person on the other side, couldn't help but try to behave in front of other girls and stepped forward to scold the people at the door. Something is wrong. However, Chen Tian stood in the crowd and couldn't help but squint his eyes when he looked at each other. He felt the murderous aura emanating from the other party, and he was very sensitive to these with telepathy. In the face of so many people, they can exude such a strong, murderous aura. I am afraid that even if the other party is just an ordinary person, launching a frenzy will have a lot of impact. And Chen Tian faintly felt that the person at the door was not ordinary. Clark also noticed something strange and looked worriedly at Lana, who was closer to the door. His body slowly tensed, and his feet moved unconsciously. Be ready to save people at any time. Then, the figure at the door suddenly stopped laughing maniacally, and his tone suddenly roared fiercely. Many years ago, you treated me as a joke. Now, it's time to pay it back. The voice just fell. Bang! The waiting in the venue was instantly dark. What did he do? Maniac! Maniac! A moment of darkness, coupled with the rendering of the crazy tone of the person at the door, everyone present gave birth to a slight panic for a while. I seem to know who this guy is. Meantime, Chen Tian, who had always maintained his composure, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts moved slightly. He had just been trying to find the corresponding role in his mind. Although the characters in this universe will change somewhat, Chen Tian still found the role of the guy at the door. That's Jalomi, a poor worm who has been ostracized everywhere in his college career. Is one of Superman's villains. I remember this guy was a psychic with the power of lightning. 35, Chen Tian thought. Then, at the door, several relatively strong boys had already walked towards Jalomi. Hey, looks like we're just going to let us throw you out. The boys were rubbing their fists, constantly thinking about the images of the female voices worshiping them behind them while talking. The next second, snap, 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 densely wrapped in terrifying energy, like the scorching arc of thousands of white snakes dancing wildly. It suddenly erupted from Jalomi's body, instantly enveloped those few people. No one could throw me out anymore. 35. The electric light was fleeting, and Jalomi spoke in a deep voice, and at the same time walked towards the hall. And the boys around him had turned into several charred corpses lying at his feet, smoking white smoke. Damn, this guy's a monster. It's a monster. Run. Come on. 99. Mom. Mom. Seeing the scene, the men and women in the hall were immediately terrified, watching Jeremy getting closer and closer, only to feel that Death God was coming and panicked and wanted to escape. However, I found that the doors and windows were locked at some point. No. With this discovery, someone suddenly let out a miserable scream. And when Clark saw Jalomi release lightning, the whole person froze in place, incredible to the extreme, because he is still other than himself, so people who are different and have ability. He suddenly felt extremely complicated, excited, surprised, dazed, and both. However, before Clark could think more, his thoughts were pulled back by Lana's startled roar. Looking at Lana, standing in front of the crowd, it was the few people closest to Jalomi. Clark's face became gloomy, and he lowered his voice and said to Chen Tian, I'm going to make a move. Looks like he had to fully release his abilities, even if he revealed his identity, because he couldn't watch Lana and other alumni die. Thinking, Clark's eyes solemnly locked on Jalomi. Just, you people. Jeremy walked forward without hurrying. His eyes swept over the panicked faces one by one, raised his head and hooked a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the blue arc in his eyes jumped. Weren't you happy just now? Crystal. 5 at parties on the dance floor, writhing and dancing, exuding something called youth. Self-confidence, wantonness, freedom. These things seem to belong to you by birth. Between talks, Jeremy raised his hand, and a blue arc danced between his fingers. And I, who was rejected by you at the beginning, can only hide in the corner and cry sadly, and no one cares. 9. But look now. What are you afraid of? You're afraid of me. The voice fell. Z snap. Suddenly, another dense arc of electricity erupted from Jalomi, the body wrapped under the sweater. A blue arc of electricity shone, illuminating his already somewhat distorted face hidden under his hood. 35. At the same time, several extremely painful screams sounded. Poof! In the dull sound of falling to the ground. Jalomi's eyes continued to look at the frightened crowd indifferently, not caring at all that there were a few more flashes of electric current at his feet, and the people who were burned to the ground could not afford it. You used to make me miserable, and today I want to let you taste my taste 100 times over. You said yes, George? The last word came out of his mouth. Snap! A terrifying arc of electricity flashed on Jalomi's body again. And George, the host of the party who felt his gaze, took 2 steps back in horror, but his feet were soft, but he sat directly on the ground. You? Who are you? George felt the hostility rushing towards him. His brain was blank, and the other party seemed to know and hated May 17th himself. But no matter what, he couldn't remember when he had provoked such a monster. Seeing George's reaction like this, Jalomi let out a low laugh in his throat, as if to laugh at himself. You see, you've always been so high, you've forgotten that you rejected those people in the first place. He continued to take a step and approach the crowd. If God hadn't made me awakening my current ability, I'm afraid, in the end, you don't care about the people you've hurt, right? You told you, I'm not qualified to party. So I said, you're not entitled to live. Snap, snap. The blue arc on Jeremy's body beat again, and the blue light emitted illuminated the crowd in front of him who could not retreat and were tightly clustered together. At the same time, it also illuminated the faces of horror and distorted despair. Damn it. The people by the window smashed the sealed window in front of them, and as a result, there was no construction work at all, and the window was sealed to dead. As Jeremy approached, there was less and less room for the crowd to step back. These men and women were all standing around them at the moment, and there was not even room to squat, but all of them felt that they were surrounded by a bottomless abyss. Whitney, what to do? What should we do? In the crowd, Lana grabbed Whitney's arm deadly. Her pretty face was already covered with tears of fear, her body trembled, and the 6 gods were masterless. However, Whitney himself could not say a word. His face was pale and his eyes were wooden, and he was terrified. They did not expect that such a thing would happen on the first day of school, or at a grand orientation party. Where do I run? Where do I run? Whitney is usually arrogant and hardly puts anyone in his eyes, but now he is afraid of it. Desperately looking left and right, looking for a way out, but there was no way to do anything, and there was darkness all around. Others, almost the same, reacted. Despair, powerlessness, panic. It seems that at this moment, it condenses into substance and flows among these ordinary students. Jeremy, this guy, because he has suffered school violence before, his mentality is distorted. And then because of the sudden awakening ability, his mentality is distorted. Do you want revenge? Chen Tian's eyes were indifferent, staring at Jeremy, who was gradually going crazy, and judged. And this twisted revenge is not only aimed at those who have bullied him, but also spreads to everyone else who participates in the party. While thinking, Chen Tian's 5 fingers flipped, and a subtle arc also flashed between his fingers. He has copied Jalomi's ability. However, since Clark has decided to do it, let it be left to him. 99. It just so happens that I can copy his ability a little more. Thinking of this, Chen Tian smiled. He also felt that Clark next to him was already on the verge of breaking out at any time, and the latter's eyes were staring at the distance between Jalomi and Lana, getting closer and closer. Then, you guys, it will all be a gift to my new life. 55. Jalomi, who had been giving a speech before, suddenly stopped his steps and raised his arms with a wild smile on his face. Snap! Compared with the terrifying electric energy that was several times more powerful than before, it suddenly condensed into a dense arc and dispersed towards a crowd in front of him. If there is no accident, the people present will be killed by him in an instant. However, rumble. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly felt that all the air currents in the space were violently pulled, turning into a storm that rushed towards the door out of thin air. A sharp explosion sounded in his ears. Saw, in the dark hall, an extremely fast figure burst out, grabbing Jeremy and knocking him out of the gate before the electricity burst out of his body. Soon the two disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone froze in place, startled. Just now, everything happened between electric light and stone fire. too fast. The ordinary people present couldn't react at all, and they couldn't even understand what had just happened for a while. Who was that person just now? Lana also stood stunned in place, her eyes straightening as she looked at the empty gate. She clearly felt just now that the figure that burst out passed by her. After a while, only then did Whitney and the others come to their senses, looking around and seeing no Jalomi, if it weren't for the scorched black marks on the ground and the broken door. They may even feel like the other has never been there. Shit, why is that guy discharging gone? I just felt Death God kissing me on the cheek. 99. Dead people are injured. Call the police. Call the emergency number. 9. Then, looking at the charred bodies on the ground, these college men and women began to react differently. Some are still immersed in the impact just now, unable to extricate themselves. Others are still afraid. More people began to reassure each other, contact the police and schools, and first responders. Baby, are you all right? 35. Whitney took a deep breath. Her pale face regained a bit of blood and began to hug Lana and whisper comfort. Standing behind the crowd, Chen Tian smiled a little helplessly. Battle detected. Get super speed, Superman. Battle detected. Get mutant lightning, Jalomi. The cold prompt that had just sounded in my head echoed in my ears. There's also an extra ability in the body at this time. That's right. The figure that flashed out just now was Clark. Sure enough, Clark deserves to have an innate righteousness. Even if he takes risks, he wants to save people. 5. Thinking. Chen Tian hurriedly walked to the door of the restaurant, ready to follow out. Chun. Lana recognized Chen Tian and set out to follow him. Because she had just looked around and did not see Clark's figure, she was worried. Baby, where are you going? Seeing this, Whitney pulled her, and her face suddenly looked a little ugly. Go find Clark. Lana was a little displeased, and she casually replied without replying and ran out, leaving a gloomy Whitney staring at her back. However, didn't Chen just go out? How did it disappear so soon? After Lana walked out of the restaurant, she looked left and right, but found that Chen Tian could not be seen anywhere. Wondered, but more of a concern and eagerness for Clark. There was no other way but to look around. Meanwhile, some distance further out of the West Campus cafeteria, there's an undeveloped forest that is unmonitored and sparsely populated. Boom! There was an extremely heavy muffled sound of landing. Jalomi fell to the ground with his back on his back, grinning his teeth. And in front of him, Clark, who was tall and burly, was looking at each other with complicated faces. This was the first time he had seen someone with a different and special ability besides himself. It turns out that he is not the only freak on this planet. Suddenly, the loneliness in Clark's heart inexplicably disappeared, most of it. Damn. Then, on the ground, Jalomi cursed, slightly embarrassed, and got up with his hands on the ground. Even if you want to stop me? He scolded at Clark and clenched his fists as soon as he stood up. Next second, the dense arc of dazzling light suddenly beat wildly on his fist, and the blue electric light dispelled the darkness within several meters of the surroundings. Under the electric light, you can also see Jalomi, his face twisted and fierce, and his eyes are full of anger. He roared and punched. Boom! A punch blasted out. As a result, Clark stretched out a large hand and easily grabbed Jalomi's fist wrapped around a terrifying arc. Snap! Snap! Z-snap! The arc on Jalomi's fist was strong, and the endless electric current suddenly filled Clark's body, spreading along the ground. An endless thunder light filled the entire Space Zero. And Clark endured all this. His eyes still did not change, and he did not even frown a minute. Those arcs that constantly shine on his body do not seem to exist, and they cannot affect him at all. He just twisted his brow and looked at Jalomi. Damn, you're awakening too. What are your powers? Why help them? Jalomi looked at the scene in front of him, and finally returned to the gods from the experience of the gods who had just descended like gods and could control the fate of mortals at will. Only then did he realize that when Clark brought him out of the restaurant, he reacted that the other party was actually a stranger. It's just that Jeremy is too emotional, plus the speed with which Clark brought him out is too fast. So much so that he was a second slower to react. You'd better stop before there are no casualties, or you'll never be able to turn back. If you continue like this, everyone else will reject you, and you won't be able to continue to gain a foothold in the crowd. Clark did not answer the other person's words directly, but opened his mouth to admonish. He finally met an alien like himself and did not want the other party to embark on a road of no return. Showing strength will make others repel, so don't show it. When Jeremy heard Clark's words, he raised his eyebrows, as if he had heard some big joke. You are too real. Don't you realize that the rules of this world are always made by the strong? Can't get a foothold in the crowd? Who cares about that kind of stuff? Who is going to gain a foothold in the crowd? I don't want to stand in a crowd. I'm going to have everyone around me, all afraid of me. Kneel me all. Submit to. Seeing that, Jalomi's voice became louder and louder. His emotions became more and more excited. Clark's brows furrowed gradually, and neither of them noticed that in the forest not far away, Chen Tian had been standing under the tree watching all this. You! Clark listened to Jalomi's crazy words. His face was ugly, and he opened his mouth to continue persuading. You better forget it. Waste. 9. Which thinks. Jerome didn't want to talk to him anymore. His eyes widened in anger, and a dazzling electric light erupted on one leg, and he suddenly raised his leg and kicked at the other party. Electric light is all over the sky. Oh! Seeing this, Clark sighed helplessly. Boom! The big hand suddenly pressed on Jalomi's chest, and all the electric light was blasted away by him at this moment, and the whole person flew out upside down. It crashed directly into a tree more than 10 meters away. The trunk trembled violently, shaking and falling leaves, and Jalomi slid down the trunk to the ground. Your ability? Much better than me. He stood up with difficulty against the trunk of the tree. His face was pale, and he only felt that just now he seemed to be loaded on the head by the truck, and his whole body hurt. You'd better kill me, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. However, Jeremy still raised his head, stared at Clark's slightly tangled face, and said with a smile. From the conversation just now, he expected that the big man opposite him was simply a giant beast that shackled himself 3.0, and he didn't know the value of his strength. This kind of guy can't kill him. Clark, just while talking. With a roar call, Chen Tian's figure came out of the forest and walked just to the side of Jeremy. Chen. Seeing this, Clark's pupils shrank sharply and his heart hummed. Jalomi couldn't do anything about him at all. But facing Chen Tian was different. Stay away from him. Danger. Clark visibly panicked. After all, he knew that the other party had followed him because he was worried about him, or he was one of the few people who could be called friends. So he immediately shouted a reminder towards Chen Tian, and at the same time prepared to rush over and take him away. And Jeremy noticed this and immediately threw himself at Chen Tian without hesitation. You know, these ordinary people are no different from ants in our eyes. He shouted roar and threw his fists, and his fists were full of electricity. However, Chen Tian saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth outlined an imperceptible arc. Next second, syllable. A palm with slender fingers and sharp bones had easily pinched Jalomi's neck. Whether it is a body of steel or the same lightning ability, let the arc on the latter's body not hurt Chen Tian in the slightest. Damn, how is it a monster again? Jeremy roared inwardly, and his heart contracted. This reaction fell into Chen Tian's eyes, as funny as Joker. Clark, this is the first lesson. He thought. Start slowly tightening your fingers. Clark, who was originally going to leave to save Chen Tian, was stunned when he saw this scene. Under the moonlight like water, the night breeze rustles through the rolled leaves. Jalomi lifted his feet off the ground, his hideous eyes sticking out, endured the feeling of suffocation, and struggled to break free from the hands around his neck. It's a pity that no matter how much he struggles and exerts his strength, it will not help at all. Chen Tian completely ignored his electric shock power, and the hand around his neck was like an extremely strong iron pincer, and he was not shaken. Clark saw that Chen Tian could easily take the attack of an alien who was full of electric current, and his heart shook. He was a little surprised. Could it be that Chen is also a special existence? But just a step has been taken. Opposite side, Jeremy suddenly noticed that the yellow-skinned boy on the other side looked at him, as if he was looking at dead man, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly his body stiffened, like a cold body in an ice cellar, and he instantly felt the great terror between life and death, swallowing himself. At the same time, Jalomi felt the 5 fingers pinched around his neck, slowly retracting. He immediately gave up the struggle and tried his best to cry out for mercy. No! Click! Who thought I just had time to export a word? Chen Tian's hand suddenly tightened, directly crushing Jalomi's neck and even the tracheal belt's cervical vertebrae. The body of the latter, which was held in Chen Tian's hand, suddenly softened, and his limbs hung down like noodles. It was as if it had lost its life. Chen, what are you doing? Clark was stunned when he saw that Chen Tian actually killed people directly and did not hesitation. In a trance, the beautiful face in my mind that took a day to take shape, giving people warmth and understanding with a smile, gradually blurred. It's not that he hasn't seen the murderer, but Clark never imagined that one day, among his friends, there would be such a person. Bang! Next second, Jalomi's body was thrown to the ground. Clark was pulled back to reality by the muffled sound of his landing. He sought prestige. I saw Jalomi's face bleeding and lifeless, and he was still frozen with the extremely frightened expression before death, and his eyes were wide and full of horror. As for the neck, has been twisted out of shape. Clark looked at the corpse of Jello Zero 3 meters on the ground that began to quickly chill, and his expression suddenly darkened. Why are you doing this? He turned his head and asked Chen Tian in a cold voice. He obviously still has a chance to save it. Chen Tian was not surprised by Clark's words. After all, except for the most evildoers, most of the universe's superpowers would not kill people easily. He looked back at the latter, his eyes calm and unwavering. He just wanted to kill me, and I can only kill him. Besides, when a fox enters the chicken coop, then killing the fox is the best option. After all, it came to speculate this time, then it will definitely be next time, because that is the nature of foxes. Clark was slightly stunned when he heard this. I wanted to refute, but felt that what Chen Tian said was very reasonable, and I didn't know what to say for a while. He clenched his fists and realized another problem. Chen Tian has just shown extraordinary strength. Other words, he also has superpowers, just like Jalomi and himself. Thoughts fall. Clark was just about to open his mouth to question Chen Tian's ability. Why did he hide it from himself before? Then, Clark, where are you? Across from them, in the distance of a forest, Roar shouted. It's Lana's. She couldn't find Chen Tian and Clark, and she became more and more worried, so she found it all the way. This matter is not over. Clark glanced at Chen Tian when he heard this, and took the words back to his mouth. And he didn't want Lana to see Jalomi's body, so he didn't say more, just hurried towards Lana's location with a hazy look in his eyes. The other side, the expression on Chen Tian's face never fluctuated in the slightest. Clark's reaction was all within his control. Thinking, Chen Tian glanced at Jalomi's corpse on the ground. The reason why he chose to kill Jeremy was to stir Clark's emotions. It looks like it's working. Chen Tian smiled lightly, looked at Clark's obviously excited back, and stepped up to keep up. Now that he's got a lot of abilities, he'll get all of them soon. So at this moment, Chen Tian had a bold idea in his mind. To replicate all of his abilities as quickly as possible, instead of waiting for him to trigger the event immediately, I should talk directly to Clark. The efficiency of obtaining ability in this way will be much higher. As he walked, he thought, with the ability I have now, I can fully support me to do this. Thoughtful. Clark in front of him was already in Lana's field of vision. Hey, Clark, how did you get so far? As soon as Lana saw Clark, she immediately stood on tiptoe and waved excitedly, and then trotted towards the ladder. I just thought the party was a little stuffy, so I came out and walked around. Clark looked at the girl who was worried about him. His heart warmed, and he tried to calm his tone. It's okay if it's okay. It's okay if it's okay. Lana had been in a state of tension and worry before, but when she finally saw Clark, She was happy and didn't pay much attention. I just feel that the whole person is suddenly relaxed. What's wrong? Clark asked knowingly. When Lana heard this, she remembered the desperate experience at the party before, and her body couldn't help shaking. At the party, something happened. You could just go over and look at it. After a pause, she then asked, "By the way, what about Chen?" I followed him out, and in a blink of an eye he was gone. When Clark heard the question behind, his face sank, and he didn't want to say more. "I'm here, and I just came to look for Clark." 95. At this time, Chen Tian followed with a smile. "It's okay." Lana smiled even more. Clark's expression became more solemn, and his words became less. Subsequently, the three of them returned to the restaurant where the party was being held. At the moment, the entire building, including the restaurant, remained silent in darkness. According to the staff in charge of rushing to repair the circuit system, it seems that because of the strong electric current, the entire building's circuits have burned out, and if you want to power on again, you have to reinstall all the circuits. The students at the previous party had already walked out of the cafeteria and gathered in front of the building to be chaotic. It seems that many people are still immersed in the previous fears. Cries and screams came one after another. There were also a few people who had suffered electric shocks and were seriously injured, still lying on the ground and fainting at the moment. As for the restaurant where the party was held, it has been sealed, but looking through the doorway, you can still see the broken door and the scorched black floor. Clark looked at the chaotic scene, his face gloomy. What was supposed to be a pleasant party has now turned into a farce tragedy. Do you still think that person is innocent? Seeing this, Chen Tian walked to his side and asked calmly. Clark was lost in thought. Although Jalomi was a victim before, this is not an excuse for him to hurt innocent people. Then, the ambulance, which was called by the emergency phone, also arrived at the scene. Clark looked at the person being carried away by the ambulance, did not know how to answer Chen Tian's question, and fell silent. In the end, the party can only end in tragedy. The people at the scene also returned home one after another after making a record with the police. Next morning, Metropolitan University soccer field. Chen Tian and Clark both came to the football team assembly to report, as previously agreed, with Coach John. But to Chen Tian's amusement, Clark seemed to have left for school an hour early, so as not to meet him when he went out with him. However, in the end, the two came here to meet as promised, and did not avoid it after all. "I'm glad you two can come." Coach John saw that Chen Tian and Clark had complied with the agreement, and his face was full of smiles. His gaze couldn't help but scan back and forth on Clark several times. Definitely, as a popular sport in America, there are many enthusiasts, and the freshmen who choose to join the team after the start of school are not only Chen Tian, but also other new students. "You are welcome to join our rugby team." After Coach John and Chen Tian finished playing Roar, they immediately returned to a serious look. After all, as a coach, it is impossible to be easygoing all the time, and it is difficult to lead a good team if so. He first asked all the players of the team to introduce themselves. He continued, "Now as future teammates, you already know each other's names." 35. But as future members, this understanding is not enough. We need to know how capable your body can be. This way you can train better in the future. Coach John then announced the next physical test. There are 3 events: bench press, round trip, and standing jump. At the same time, new team members and old team members are also arranged to take a physical test together. Chen Tian noticed a slight smile on Coach John's mouth when he said this. The intention of the latter was immediately understood. The first purpose of physical testing is to conduct a physical survey of these new members. Placing new players with old players means that you want the new players to recognize the gap before and after training. Definitely, Coach John's intentions are also obvious. Not only did Chen Tian notice the latter point, but many other new team members also picked up their energy after hearing his words. So let's get started. Coach John took the reaction of the boys under his eyes, smiled lightly, and took them directly to the place of physical testing. Start bench pressing. Coach John got everyone ready and started at the same time, adding weight little by little. At first, the painting style was normal. Most of the new players, as the weight of the bench press increases, although their performance can be said to be far beyond their peers, but they are gradually exhausted before the old players. Then, Coach John suddenly found that in addition to his favorite Clark, the yellow-skinned boy named Chen Tian also persevered to the end. Could it be that I've lost my eyes? He was secretly surprised and couldn't help but start to doubt. Definitely, everything is still within the normal range. Then, with everyone else, including the veterans, reaching the limit when the training session ended, the style of painting began to change abruptly. Are the two of them still continuing? Is it an illusion? How do you feel that Clark, with Chen, seems to be in a competition? Everyone stood aside, looking at Chen Tian and Clark, who were still increasing the weight of the bench press, with strange expressions. Coach John, including Coach, widened their eyes in amazement. Right under the gaze of these people, Chen Tian and Clark added bench press weight to the limit of this age group before stopping. It's incredible. Everyone was secretly terrified. And Coach John, in addition to surprise, is more joyful. He picked up 2 pieces of treasure. Since then, after the first bench press of the physical test, Chen Tian and Clark have already frightened the entire football team. And then the round trip of the second item stunned everyone's jaws. When other people run, whether fast or slow, they're just excellent in the ordinary range. Chen Tian and Clark directly raised their results to the point of being infinitely close to the world record. It's the best in the country. What kind of monster is this? When Clark heard Coach John stammered that his round-trip running result was 0.01 seconds better than the previous day, he was visibly unhappy. He had known to use more force, but he was mainly worried that ability would be exposed. Otherwise, just this switchback run. He can run countless times. Just Chen, it is impossible to keep up with him. This Clark, Chen Tian watched the other party's mood change from the sidelines, and it felt funny to raise his eyebrows. It is reasonable to say that Clark should know in his heart that the performance in the physical test is just a disguise and does not represent their true strength. It is also impossible to directly expose the strength just because of individual testing. But when Chen Tian sensed that the other party was trying to compete with him 5'17", he also came to play and played with the other party. More importantly, Chen Tian needs Clark to be angry with himself in his heart. Next, under all the jaw-dropping gazes, Chen Tian and Clark broke the Mets record in the last test, the standing long jump. Snap! Good! Awesome! Chen and Clark, no matter who is too strong. 35. Under the leadership of Coach John, the other new and old players applauded excitedly. Generally speaking, when people face people who are a little better than themselves, they will be somewhat jealous and unwilling. But when the gap between the two before existence is large enough to be crossable, there is no other emotion except reverence. And at the moment, the rest of the football team, for Chen Tian and Clark, felt that way. Coach John even looked at the physical test results of the two and was amazed. This is the best athlete physical test result I've ever seen as a coach. When he spoke, his voice trembled with excitement. At the same time, I can't help but imagine that with Chen Tian and Clark, their football team will kill all sides in the future college league. However, if he knew that in fact, both of them were deliberately suppressing, it is estimated that the worldview would be subverted. The physical test is over. Everyone recalled the process of physical testing and sighed. When they left, they both greeted Chen Tian and roared warmly. Not for long. Inside the dressing room, only Chen Tian was left to take a shower, change his clothes, and prepare to leave. However, just as he was about to go out, he was suddenly blocked by Clark, who blocked him with a gloomy expression. I know what you're asking. Follow me. Chen Tian glanced at Clark, who had a gloomy expression, and immediately spoke. Clark didn't say anything more and turned sideways. This fledgling boy is still annoyed by yesterday's incident, but he doesn't know how to deal with it. After all, he can't kill Chen Tian to apologize. The mistakes made by the other party are not monstrous crimes. Again, he cherishes this friend and does not want the other party to go astray. So Clark was wondering how to get his friend lost. The two then left Met. Chen Tian took Clark to a more remote place, where there were no houses around and trees everywhere. The silt trails in the forest are overgrown with weeds, and apparently few people come here. What did you take me to do this? Clark looked around at the sparsely inhabited clearing and asked in a deep voice. Chen Tian looked at him and smiled slightly. There are few people here, and it will not hurt the innocent. 5. Hearsay. Clark on the opposite side had a complicated expression and suddenly clenched his fists. There are few people here, and it will not hurt the innocent. When Chen Tian said this, he smiled and spoke in a calm tone, as if he was telling an unimportant thing. It's just inexplicable. When these words blurted out, the surrounding noisy wind and rustling leaves suddenly stopped. As the winter evening approached, the already cold temperature seemed to drop a little more, and it was chilling. The slanting sun stains the clouds of half the sky, the woods, the clearing, two teenagers standing opposite each other. Everything is clearly not changed at all, but it is stained with a sense of slaughter. What do you mean? When Clark heard the other party's words, he squinted slightly, his eyes flashing. What did you come to me for? Chen Tian did not choose to answer directly, and asked rhetorically with a smile on his face. I want you to apologize for yesterday's incident. Clark was wearing glasses, and the look in his eyes behind the black frames was serious. People are dead. Do you want to send me down to apologize to him? The smile on Chen Tian's face was even greater. I have to say that today's Dachau is really young, and his words and deeds reveal a certain simple taste, but it is precisely because of this that he is only sad because of a freak from others. Chen, you don't realize your mistake at all. Obviously, you have extraordinary ability, but you're doing 3 indiscriminate things. It's hard for me to accept such a thing. Clark spoke in a deep voice, looking at the teenager in front of him with a smile, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He has to admit that his new friend has a beautiful face that no one will dislike when he sees it, especially when he brings a smile, which can give people a feeling of trust and trust. It's just that he was such a person last night. But his face did not change when he pinched Jerome to death, as if what he did was not killing at all, but did something as ordinary as shaking off the dust on his clothes. Instead of holding grudges or hatred, or kill people with other strong negative emotions, killing people like Chen Tian's complete indifference, which makes Clark shudder. You still can't see the facts. Some people don't deserve salvation. 39. Chen Tian shook his head, as if he had a headache. Why can't you figure it out? If I don't kill Jalomi, he will definitely kill more people in the future. Maybe what I did at that time was indeed to kill people, but the purpose was to save more people. There's an old saying in our East, killing to save life is just that. 39. Maybe you think you should create a world where no one gets hurt, but that only exists in ideals. You know, this is reality. Clark, there are guys, damn it. After speaking, he glanced up at Clark and found that the other party's expression did not waver in the slightest, and the helplessness under his eyes was even heavier. Yes, this guy is a stunned young man. However, it is precisely because of this character that it will be carried out after choosing to adhere to absolute justice. But the current situation is not a good thing for Chen Tian, who wants to change Dachau as soon as possible. The other side. Clark really took Chen Tian's heartfelt words as fallacies, took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became more and more determined. Chen, I am your friend. I have given you the trust that belongs to me. He looked at Chen Tian seriously. So, I won't let my friends fall. I'm going to take you to the police station to turn yourself in. You're naive, Clark. Chen Tian smiled bitterly when he heard this. How can you be sure that I won't escape again? Speaking of this, he paused, and his tone was ridiculous. As long as you kill me, you can get rid of it once and for all. I can get you in again, Clark said in a deep voice. Hear this. Chen Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He remembered that in many comic works, Dachau generally chose to arrest the villain in prison. After all, for him, the villain escaped and could still be easily caught. Unless, in the face of killing one to save 10,000, Dachau will choose to kill the killer. That's why he chose to let Luther go. In other words, anyone standing in his place will choose to kill Luther. Chen Tian pondered. Clark had already walked up to him. Let's go, I'll take you to the police station. You need to reflect on your mistakes inside, Clark said, already stretching out two big hands to clasp Chen Tian's shoulders, and then exerted force. And then, his eyes flickered, his pupils contracted, and he showed shock. Since he was a child, he has never encountered such a situation. Although sad because he was called a freak and ostracized, Clark also had a certain confidence in his own strength, including for Chen Tian. Even if he knew that Chen Tian was also a stranger with extraordinary strength. But Clark still feels that in terms of strength, the other party will not be his opponent. You're still too weak. Chen Tian saw Clark hesitate, raised his eyes, and said lightly, "It's not that he belittles the Chow, but it is." In front of Chen Tian today, Clark at this time is still half weaker than the former in terms of strength, because his abilities are superimposed on each other. Today, on the basis of having Wolverine's super strength, he has added the power in front of him. That's why Clark couldn't shake Chen Tian. Chen Tian is stronger than him in strength. But Clark currently has a point Chen Tian can't compare for the time being. That is his unique Kryptonian bloodline. Chen Tian could clearly feel that the power that Da Chao exerted on his shoulders was not as strong as his own. But the gap between the two is closing at a subtle pace. In other words, the super strength that Chen Tian has now is yesterday's Clark plus Wolverine. And Clark's power today has grown compared to yesterday. Chen Tian estimates that it will not take long for the other party to have the power to surpass the current self. As long as the sun shines, he can always get stronger. Kryptonian bloodline is really terrifying. Chen Tian noticed this, and finally some fluctuations under his eyes. I don't know if I can copy the bloodline, he thought. One of today's goals is to try. Impossible. Jack looked at Chen Tian, who was exerted by his own strength but was unmoved, and the shock under his eyes became more and more intense. While he whispered, he gradually increased the strength in his hand. Chen Tian remained still. Clark's eyes fluctuated more and more obviously, and the force increased faster and faster. Rumble. Until the force exerted on Chen Tian's shoulders had reached several tons, it was completely enough to crush ordinary people into meat puree. And the ground under the feet of the two people showed slight cracks, and the surrounding land under their feet was affected by the increasing strength. However, Chen Tian was still unmoved, and the whole person was like a sculpture, without the slightest wavering. Nothing is impossible. Chen Tian chuckled softly at Clark's astonished gaze. The voice did not fall. Syllable. His hand was already on Clark's hand, and he suddenly exerted force, and the latter's muscles also tensed and burst into strength. Outcome. Clark's hand was broken up little by Chen Tian without resistance. Rumble. As the two of them increased their strength, the ground was already covered with wisps of cracks, and the deeper the gap became, the denser the number. Countless animals nearby sensed danger and fled from all corners in panic. Clark looked at his hand being held by Chen Tian, and his eyes jumped wide at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, all the muscles on his arm have swelled up, the lines are fierce, and the dense blood vessels are constantly beating under the skin. Clark thought he had used all his strength. But Rao was like this, his hand was so broken by Chen Tian. Even if he struggled, he couldn't press it again. However, just as Clark was horrified, next second, Chen Tian's other hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Syllable. Between the 5 fingers, the air in the palm of the palm was compressed to the extreme and suddenly exploded, creating a terrifying explosion. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tian threw a punch, and the speed was extremely fast. Even the air around him was pulled by this punch, and in an instant, the direction of his punch suddenly flowed. Boom! With a muffled sound, the punch had already landed on Clark's abdomen, and the huge force suddenly passed into his body, frantically tearing his internal organs. Under the severe pain, Clark was directly blasted back several steps by this punch. And those air currents that were pulled by Chen Tian's outing after he hit Clark had just formed a violent wind to sweep up the dust. So, the wind blew violently in the direction where Clark retreated. Damn it! Clark clutched his abdomen, braving the dusty wind, his clothes hunting, barely standing. He felt the pain in his abdomen churning for a long time, since he was a child, and the shock in his eyes could not be dissipated for a long time. Too weak, Clark, 35. Chen Tian looked at him with this shocked look, shook his head slightly, and made sarcastic remarks. He was just going to provoke Clark today and force him to make a move. Damn, old. I won't leave you alone no matter what. Successive shocks, plus taunts. Clark, a good man in the past, finally ignited anger in his heart and gritted his teeth after speaking. He threw himself straight forward and counterattacked with a punch. Rumble. Clark punched out and pulled the air flow again, before the fierce wind that was still whistling at him roar was actually blowing backwards towards Chen Tian with his movements. Clark, are you angry? Seeing this, the corners of Chen Tian's mouth slightly hooked up a smile, and he also chose to swing his fist to meet it. Rumble. The two broke out at the same time, super speed, their bodies burst out, and their fists collided instantly, emitting a terrifying buzz. Messy and powerful air turbulence. In an instant, from the place where the fists of the two collided, it swept out towards the surroundings, directly wrapping all the dust and rubble around the two to form a circle, and roared outward. All the surrounding trees were swept by this circle of airflow, and the leaves swayed violently. Boom! Meanwhile, the dust on the surface was also lifted, and endless dust and fog filled the air, and under the influence of the hissing wind, it rolled up like a rolling dust and fog tide. The clash between two strangers with super strength, and the power that erupted between their gestures is far from what normal people can imagine. Their physical fitness has long surpassed ordinary people, I don't know how many times. This can't be. Feeling the power coming from his arm, Clark muttered again. It's just that he can't tell the bottom of his heart whether it's anger or joy, or both. Because he saw a person exactly like himself. Not enough, far from enough. Clark, you're still too weak now. Seeing this, Chen Tian still shook his head. Come, develop your potential. The voice did not fall. He had already raised his fist and slammed it into the opponent's abdomen. This punch was even more powerful and faster, and even pulled out the afterimage of the Dao Dao in the air. Boom! Clark, who had not yet had much combat experience, was caught off guard and was hit by a punch again. Chen Tian's fist shook with great force, pulling a strong airflow to form a violent wind, blowing towards Clark. Clark's abdomen was hit hard again, and even roars sucked suddenly. Before the severe pain could spread in the body, the whole person had already risen from the ground, bent over, and flew upside down like a cannonball. Rumble. The bushes behind him were washed away, and then Clark flew out of 10 meters by inertia and hit a large tree surrounded by 3 people. Big trees sway, trunks burst, and debris fly. Clark landed on the ground, and after a few rolls, he barely lay on the ground. Damn! Roar! Roar! He stood up embarrassed with both hands, cursing and gasping, because his abdomen had been hit hard, Li Daijiao, continuously, and his eyes were already bloodshot and red, densely covered with blood. Clark felt that when facing Chen Tian, there was a complete feeling of strength and nowhere to go. He knew that although the other party was stronger, the gap between the two sides had not yet reached this point. There's only one reason why he has no backhand. That is, he is too bad in combat experience. Thinking of this, Clark looked up suddenly. Right now, he suddenly noticed a high-speed movement breaking the sky in his ears. And when he looked up, he saw that Chen Tian had already burst in front of him. You're too weak. Chen Tian shook his head and seemed a little disappointed, and the words followed his foot and kicked Clark the chest. Super strength exploded in an instant. The majestic power was frantically poured into the latter's body along this foot. Even Clark's steel-blessed with an unusually dense skeleton is a little shape-shifting. Rumble. There was a bang. Clark was kicked away again by this kick. Between the sharp pain in his chest, he only felt that the scenery around him was turning into afterimages and rapidly retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The whole person was ejected like a missile, and Clark couldn't even count it, and everywhere he went, Countless trees were blasted, and endless wind and neighing feathers were swept out. The dust and fog that covered the sky soon shrouded in front of him, and I only felt that my back was bombarded by gravity. Countless tree fragments fell, and he also hit the ground due to inertia, setting off dust and mist and debris to stop. Time. A long, narrow ditch appears among the trees. Residual sun oblique. The golden sunset sun shines through the trees, divided into scattered beams of light by various branches, projected on the churning dust. At this moment, in this rarely inhabited wood, a narrow ditch emerged, and endless dust and mist rolled over. The ditch is littered with trees that have been hit and burst open. Roar, roar. At the end of the ditch, a figure fell into the pile of broken trees, panting heavily. His chest kept rising and falling, as if from pain, as if out of anger. Chen, Clarify, gritted his teeth and shook his head to his feet. At the moment, his glasses have long disappeared, his clothes are tattered like rags hanging on his body, and the shock in his eyes cannot be dissipated for a long time, constantly tumbling and fermenting. His pupils twitched, marveling at the strength of Chen Tian's power, which was completely beyond his imagination. Even he couldn't stop it. When his thoughts came to this, Clark had a faint sense of resignation in his heart, clenching his fists tightly and wanting to burst out, but his strength was insufficient. He believes that the absolute justice he insists on in his heart is right, but at the moment he is suppressed by a person who admits to being wrong. This made Clark's mood sad and angry, because in the confrontation just now, he not only had a feeling of suppressed strength, but also had the experience of his own mind being denied. He said that the offender would be sent to prison by him, and if he ran out, he would be arrested again. But all this is based on having enough power yourself. The reality, however, is that he doesn't seem to be able to do that at all. No, I can do it. Chun, I'll make you admit your mistake. Clark suddenly clenched his fists, his gaze gradually firming. Clark, this is your strength? You just want to rely on this ridiculous power to create a world where no one is hurt. 35. Then, Chen Tian walked over with a slow step, bathed in dust and mist. Through supervision, Clark looked through the dust and smokescreen in the sky and saw the smile on the other person's mouth. But you can't even keep yourself from getting hurt now, can you? Chen Tian also turned on supervision and looked into each other's eyes, noticing that Clark's eyes were bitter and angry at the moment, but he did not waver. Chen Tian then laughed silently, and he was ready to continue to stimulate the opponent's fighting spirit in order to stimulate the potential of Da Chao, show more abilities, and then use them for himself. As for whether Clark can understand the nature of the world and change his mind, it can only be said that you do your best. Just as Chen Tian's voice fell, Clark has calmed the heavy roar sucking, and some minor injuries in the body have been fully recovered from the impact just now. The remnants of the sun have largely disappeared below the horizon. There is only 517 little sunlight left, with residual temperature shining through the bushes on him. Clark, who is Kryptonian bloodline, is still getting stronger. Roar! He let out a long breath, and his powerful lungs contracted, causing a strong air flow to blow out, forming a strong wind, and instantly blowing away all the dust and fog rolling in the forest. Clark squinted at the yellow-skinned boy who emerged from the dust and mist, narrowing his eyes slightly. Rumble! The dirt under his feet suddenly exploded into a deep pit, and the mud and stones splashed the ground and trembled violently, and he himself had turned into a remnant wrapped in a strong wind, rushing towards Chen Tian, until he proves that he has the ability to uphold the justice he stands for. Clark is not prepared to engage in more meaningless verbal battles. Chun, 35. He roared and raised his fist. The muscles of his body suddenly expanded and tightened, and all the muscle lines were delicate, knotted and vicious, exuding a terrifying sense of power. As he hurried forward, everything around him turned into a blurry afterimage, constantly sweeping back. Only Chen Tian's beautiful and smiling face became clearer. Clark crossed a huge amount of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and came to Chen Tian. Next second, Clark's raised fist slammed into Chen Tian. The fist broke through the air to trigger a violent air flow to enter, and the strong wind surged. Even faintly in the air, a thorn can be heard like the sound of a cloth torn. It was the sound of Clark's fist rubbing the air at high speed. His punch was too fast. Are you going to prove it to me? Chen Tian on the other side looked at this punch. His face did not waver at all, but he raised his hand with a smile. Boom! A roar resounded from heaven and earth. Chen Tian, who received Clark's punch, squinted slightly. He could feel that the former was indeed angry and began to use super strength to show his full strength. But in the face of yourself with the same steel body and super strength, this punch is far from enough. Chen Tian blocked Clark's angry punch. Boom! However, Chen Tian is originally harmless, but unfortunately the ground under his feet cannot withstand such a collision. When the strong wind rushed and agitated, the ground under Chen Tian's feet suddenly burst open countless cobweb-like cracks, spreading in an instant. Two people with super strength are just a little power that spills out during the confrontation, and these ordinary things can't withstand it at all. Then, Clark rapped in a second punch that stirred the wind, but it followed without pause. After learning about Chen Tian's strength, he was already mentally prepared, and there were not many surprises in the face of being blocked by the attack. Roar! In this second punch, Clark still used his fist force, and the fist was rushing forward and it was directly knocked out of a vacuum channel in the air. The endless wind is surging wildly. There is no doubt that if ordinary people are hit by his punch, the end will not be better than being told to the truck. Pity, Clark's fist hadn't fallen yet. Swish! Chen Tian in front of him suddenly moved, and his whole body turned into a blurry afterimage and flickered, disappearing directly in place. Only the strong wind that swept in place was left behind. Clark couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He obviously didn't expect that in addition to super strength, Chen Tian actually had his own super speed. Are you going to prove it to me? Your weakness? Wait until the next second. Before Clark could even react, Chen Tian's voice sounded behind him. Meantime, roar. The sound of breaking the sky with Roar's scream. Clark looked back in surprise. He had no combat experience and was defenseless, and he saw a fist shadow wrapped in a stirring wind, instantly enlarging in his eyes. Boom! There was a terrifying clashing sound. Clark only felt a brutal and powerful force, which hit the center of his eyebrows, and the whole person was instantly pushed skewed by that force. The feet are lifted off the ground by the upper body. Clark was blasted away again. The whole person shot out into the distance, without resistance. Blah blah. Clark's body suddenly turned into a cannonball-like afterimage, and the woods were broken one after another everywhere he passed. The moment countless trees touched his body, they all burst into pieces of paper flying with chips and leaves. The earth trembled, and countless birds fluttered their wings under the remnant sun. Boom boom. After Clark landed, his figure could not stop, and he directly plowed deep ravines on the ground, crushing an unknown number of stones, and then stopped the momentum in front of him. Too weak, the fledgling Clark covered his head and just stood up dizzily. Chen Tian's voice rang in his ears. Then I saw the fist carrying the wind and blasted towards him again. Damn it! This time Clark finally reacted, gritting his teeth and raising his fist to block. Boom! The roar resounded and echoed through the woods. There was even a strong wind bursting out from the place where the fists of the two sides met, sweeping up a circle of dust and mist towards the distance. Now what? Clark's surrounding muscles agitated. Resisting Chen Tian's fist, his eyes flickered and he spoke coldly. He has already taken over Chen Tian's attack. Still not. Chen Tian on the other side just smiled, just as Clark was guessing whether his next attack would be a punch or a kick, and from which angle. But I saw Chen Tian's upper body suddenly leaning forward, and he actually slammed his head directly. Clark did not expect that the other party would actually use this move, and he couldn't react, and his whole face was hit hard and his eyes were golden. The body was even hit to the ground. The ground behind him was smashed and collapsed due to the huge impact of his body, giving birth to countless cracks and scattering of earth and rubble. Clark couldn't help but let out a muffled snort between his dizzy noses, and when he came back to his senses, his body suddenly tensed to the extreme. Chen Tian had already raised his foot and stepped on him, as if he was not going to give him a breather. Rumble. Chen Tian stepped down. The wind is swept and agitated. I am afraid that even steel will be stepped on. Faced with this scene, Clark couldn't care much more and hurriedly used his hands and feet to burst out of super speed. Rumble. Chen Tian's foot stepped into the air, and the ground was directly cracked by his foot, and the deep ravines suddenly spread out. Clark looked at this scene and was afraid in his heart. If you suffer this blow, even if you don't get seriously injured, you will never be easy. Suddenly, he felt scared. Wisps of fear spread in my heart. In the previous few fights, the powerlessness that had repeatedly fallen into the downwind came and swallowed him and suppressed his heart. Perhaps Clark had never really been injured before, but this time is different. Again and again, he was hit hard without resistance and reaction, and all attempts to fight back were in vain. This feeling constantly prompts the timidity in the heart. Previously, Clark chose to avoid trouble, not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to hurt others. But this time he really felt that he had a feeling that he could not face and instinctively wanted to escape. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Chen Tian's strength was above himself. I can't beat him. Clark's expression was complicated, and his heart was shaken slightly, and he took a step back unconsciously. Coward, don't hide. Chen Tian pulled his foot out of the pit and looked up at Clark, sensing that the latter was already timid, and said coldly. What he wanted was to provoke Clark, unleash potential, and replicate ability better. It's not just trying to scare the other party. Next second, rumble. Chen Tian's figure disappeared in place, and the ground on which he stood exploded into a deep pit. He had already triggered super speed and blasted towards Clark. However, Clark actually activated super speed and fled into the distance. Some even ran straight in a panic, choosing a direction, ignoring the interception of trees in front of them, and crashing into a straight line. Boom, 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 half under the golden sunset. In the woods, both figures burst out with a power that exceeded the limit of ordinary people countless times, turning into two afterimages and speeding forward. A figure chased behind, and the other one smashed the trees one by one and fled. In the process of running frantically, the two figures left deep pits where they passed. Like a giant beast crossing the border, endless dust and mist drifted above the woods. At the beginning, the speed of the two sides can be described as almost the same. Pity. Over time, Clark's speed slowed down noticeably. After all, although he has always been very physical, after a long time of catching up, coupled with his own lack of combat experience. But fatigue already appears after a long time. And the other side, Chen Tian, is different from him. The former has been at the bottom for more than a decade, plus Batman's fighting technique. In the process of catching up, he can often predict Clark's next move. On several occasions, Clark was almost overturned by Chen Tian when he found an opportunity. This also speeds up Clark's descent into fatigue. Damn, you can't fight, you can't escape. Clark also noticed that his state began to decline, and Chen Tian behind him seemed to be completely tired. This made the cowardice in his heart even heavier. Even the raised steps felt much heavier. Just when Clark's mind faltered, his speed slowed for a moment. Chen Tian's eyes flashed, and he grasped the opportunity keenly. Rumble. His thigh muscles suddenly swelled and suddenly stepped down, and he could even see a circle of visible ripples of the earth spreading out from the ground. The next moment, Chen Tian's figure flashed, and he actually caught up with Clark's side. Have you already begun to run away? Chen Tian disdained to drink cold. A sudden punch blasted at him. This time Clark didn't have any chance to react. I only felt that the huge force was crashing on my body. He only felt that there was a sharp pain all over his body, and the surrounding scene suddenly turned into a blurry afterimage. A strong sense of weightlessness. Clark heard the stirring wind roaring in his ears. He was bombarded out again. Rumble. This time it flew directly over 100 meters and crashed into a mountain. Countless rock fragments splashed and collapsed directly, burying Clark in it. Billowing smoke and dust rose into the air like thick wolf smoke. Unfortunately, Chen Tian was a little disappointed when he saw this scene. Despite all the attempts, Clark's potential has not been unleashed and other abilities have not been inspired. Perhaps it's time to stop there. Chen Tian looked helpless and shook his head. This kid, Clark, has been suppressed by me to the point that his courage has been gone. If he continues, I am afraid that his personality will be distorted. 5. Thinking, he sighed. Then, the pile of rocks where Clark was buried suddenly burst open and the rubble splattered. Clark crawled out of it, embarrassed, and collapsed to the ground. Roar! He lay on his back and looked at the sky, gasping for breath, and his chest rose and fell violently. Clark was furious. Unprecedented anger. Not simply anger at Chen Tian, but emotions about his own strength. The only sense of powerlessness in this life seemed to suppress all the insistence he had previously placed in his heart at this moment. I'm not the strongest, nor the only one. After thinking, Clark turned over and put his hands on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He wasn't injured. He wasn't physically exhausted. Instead, he lacked a thought in his heart to support him. Stand up. Clark, 35. Are you trash? Chen Tian sensed Clark's emotions. In the midst of dazedness, loneliness, and disappointment, the wrapped emotions are actually all anger. As the person who knows the potential of the other party best, Chen Tian immediately opened his mouth to provoke the other party. The voice fell. Clark on the opposite side was already clenching his fists. Are you a freak or waste? 35. Chen Tian knew that the anger in his heart was getting deeper and deeper, and he spoke again. Stand up for me. Get out of the way from me. Hear, hear. Clark only felt a strong emotion, frantically churning in his heart, throwing his head up and roaring. His eyes suddenly glowed red, his neck burst out, and his fists pressed his fingers deeply into the ground. Next moment, the red light in his eyes became more and more dazzling. The surrounding temperature seems to be rising, and the endless heat wave is boiling and expanding. The madness rages throughout the surrounding space. Rumble. 2 crimson beams of light burst out, straight to the blazing energy of the sky. The red pillar of light was like a pillar of light that rushed straight into the sky, completely supporting the entire heaven and earth, and in a trance seemed to occupy half of the sky. Dye half the sky red. Clark completely exploded. Rumble. Endless terrifying energy power erupts. Terrifying. Clark only felt that the emotions he had suppressed to the extreme in his heart finally found an outlet to vent at this time, and the whole person was like a volcano that had been brewing for years and finally erupted. 2 red beams of light wrapped in terrifying power from his eyes straight into the sky. The red beam of light that runs through the sky is as mighty as a long rainbow, and you can't look at it directly. The sky that appeared red in the evening within a few kilometers was directly reflected in crimson. The sea of clouds was also torn open, the big hole in the avenue, rolling endlessly. Then, Clark's mood finally calmed down a little, and his heart began to a little panicked. This is the first time he has used heat sight, so he is defenseless about what is happening now, But the beam of light bursting out of the eyes is like a suppressed emotion in the heart, like a torrent pouring out. Rounds of invisible, rolling heat waves churned and dispersed in the air, and the 100-meter radius around Clark seemed to turn into an oven at this time, and the air was distorted. Battle detected, rewarded, Superman. Chen Tian also raised his eyebrows when he looked at the prospect, and the voice of receiving a reward immediately sounded in his mind. Another gain, he murmured, raising an eyebrow at Clark. Chen Tian sensed the pain and doubts of the other party, realizing that the latter was using heat sight for the first time. It seems that his actions just now finally worked, not in vain, smoothly helped Clark force out his potential. Phew. Then, the two pillars of red light that connected heaven and earth finally began to slowly weaken and gradually disappear. The terrifying coercion that filled the surrounding space slowly faded. Clark's eyes darkened, but eventually regained calm, and steam drifted from the corners of his eyes with the wind. Heat sight. He lowered his eyes, whispered in a deep voice, and began to come back to his senses to understand that he had inspired another ability. Furthermore, Clark also found that his strength, after the catharsis just now, actually gained a terrifying enhancement again. In the past life, he actually knew that his strength was gradually increasing. But there has never been such an exaggerated leap forward as at the moment. Clark's current state can be described as a step up, and it is not an exaggeration. Meanwhile, he raised his palm and clearly found that at the moment, he could also sense an invisible force between heaven and earth flowing between his fingers. This is magnetic field. Clark's eyes lit up. In addition to the heat sight and the increase in strength, I also felt the presence of the magnetic field. That is, I can now fly by attracting the magnetic field. Perhaps, now that I can, the thought is not lost. He jerked his head up and stared at Chen Tian with a twinkle in his eyes. Next second, rumble. The ground where Clark was originally located exploded into a deep pit. His whole person even carried a strong wind, rushed towards Chen Tian, directly stretched out his big hand to clasp the latter's shoulder, and flew deep into the woods. Where the two figures passed, countless trees were washed away and wood chips flew. Blah blah. During flight, Clark grabbed Chen Tian's shoulder with one hand and frantically punched the latter with the other. Fierce and terrifying currents continued to surge out from where both sides passed, and all the surrounding trees were shaken by the wind, and the leaves were falling. After the enlightenment just now, he was sure that his strength had suddenly risen and jumped above Chen Tian. In addition to developing the heat sight, all the abilities of the whole person have also been strengthening, and have they also learned flight. Chen Tian resisted the surging falling fist and clearly realized this. His expression immediately became excited, and he secretly marveled in his heart. Clark really deserves to be a superb. Just an enlightenment can improve such a great power. This is his unusual Kryptonian bloodline. It is also worthy of being the first naturally born fetus on Krypton in such a long time. Battle detected. Reward. Flight Superman. Battle detected. Rewarded. Creature stance Superman. Just when Chen Tian secretly lamented the horror of Clark's Kryptonian bloodline, the cold prompt sound from copy ability sounded in his mind again. Flight and the bio stand. He felt that he had two more abilities, and his eyes lit up. This ability means that you will be freed from the shackles of the earth and completely increase all the upper limits of combat or action. No doubt, the combination of flight and bio stance is one of the most practical abilities for anyone. Clark, you really surprised me so much. I'll just say that going straight to you is probably the best way to do ability. 99. Boom. Chen Tian thought with a smile as he blocked Clark's two falling punches in succession. However, since I've been fighting for so long, it's my turn to fight back now. Next second, Chen Tian's face froze. Syllable. Both hands clenched Clark's falling fists. Although the current Clark has surpassed Chen Tian in strength, it is far from reaching the level where one hand is stronger than the strength of the latter's two hands. Followed by, seeing that his arm was controlled, Clark's eyes narrowed slightly and frowned. But then his eyes instantly widened, and his handsome face was illuminated with a layer of red light at the same time. How is it possible? He looked at Chen Tian, whose eyes were glowing red in front of him, and he was shocked in his heart. Chen Tian's previous strength was stronger than his own. The new ability he just inspired. How could Chen be? When Clark saw this scene, his pupils shook wildly, and his eyes were full of incomprehension. Rumble. Unfortunately, I didn't wait for Clark to come up with any answer. Two rays of red beams, exuding majestic power, burst out from Chen Tian's eyes. Terrifying heat waves. Those two huge amounts of red energy beams, like torrents of agitation, exuded earth-shattering power, roaring and bombarding Clark's chest. I have to say, Clark, who had just been awakening, became the first person to taste the power of this move. He felt the blazing, terrifying heat pouring bombardment on himself. Huge amounts of pain that made him can't help roar shouted. In addition, the power contained in it is also amazing. Clark was directly hit by this bombardment and froze, losing control and falling to the ground. Rumble. The whole ground shook because of his impact. As if welcoming a meteorite hitting the ground collapsed and smashed a large area of woods. Thick dust and fog rose into the sky like wolf smoke. Why? Clutching his chest, Clark slowly stood up, shook his head full of sand, and looked up at Chen Tian, who was floating in the air. His eyes were full of shock. He reacted with hindsight. Chen Tian is not just simply having super ability, but the other party's ability is exactly the same as his. Whether it's power or heat sight or floating in the terrifying flight ability. It's just like your own replica. Clark looked at Chen Tian, who was stranded in midair and looking down at him, and frowned to ask what was going on. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he didn't have time to speak. Rumble. Just in midair, Chen Tian's figure suddenly blurred. In the endless strong air current, he flashed in front of Clark in an instant. The latter did not have time to react. Has been violently and terrifying by Chen Tian's eruption and hit it fiercely. Rumble. Clark's body was as if he had been bombarded head-on by a 10,000-ton mountain, and he was directly knocked out of the air. Boom! The whole person smashed into the mountain not far away again. I saw it in the blink of an eye. Because of Clark's impact, that mountain instantly spread out dense cracks. Meanwhile, there are countless pieces of earth and rubble collapsing from the mountain, thick dust and fog rising into the sky, constantly rolling around, directly covering the surrounding area of several kilometers. The ground shook violently, as if an extremely terrifying earthquake had occurred, and huge cracks that were deep and invisible spread out. Chun, you tell me, why? Clark, who was trapped deep in a mountain, suddenly flew out and waved his big hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of airflow was pulled by him and flowed to one side, driving the surrounding air to form a violent wind. The huge dust and fog that occupied thousands of miles were easily blown away by this gust of wind, and all the trees in the surrounding woods were blown by the strong wind, shaking continuously. Chen Tian also appeared in front of Clark again. The latter saw that his expression had calmed down, as if everything that happened now was in his plan. Clark's anger grew stronger. He felt that this teenager, whom he only met yesterday, not only did not hesitate to kill the killer when facing the enemy. And there are many secrets to hide from yourself. This kind of concealment between friends made Clark very unhappy. Including him, he also realized that from the beginning, Chen Tian seemed to have some purpose, deliberately provoking himself. However, after fighting him again, he inspired a new ability, and, at the same time, his strength was also increased to a level. Chun, you tell me, who the hell are you? Clark twisted his brows and asked in a loud voice. Then, next second, rumble. Clark suddenly exerted force, and the crumbling mountain under his feet, which was already full of cracks, burst directly. He instantly crossed a distance of thousands of meters and burst in front of Chen Tian. Doubts welled up constantly, as if adding fuel to the fire, pouring the anger in Clark's heart more and more. He is ready to teach Chen Tian, the boy, a good lesson, dig up the other party's secrets, and finally put him in prison to reflect his mistakes. Rumble. Thoughts flashed like lightning. Clark's power also suddenly exploded at this time. The super strength that has evolved is directly stimulated by him to the extreme. When a punch is blasted out, even a round of sound barriers faintly appears on the fist's surface. Because of this, when Clark hit Chen Tian, the latter hadn't even heard tearing air sounds. At the same time, Even if he saw Clark punching clearly, he couldn't react at all. Rumble. Chen Tian was hit hard by a punch, huge amounts of power. Rao he felt roar, suck a stagnation. His body shook. The whole person instantly flew upside down, and in an instant, it slammed into the body of a rising mountain in the distance. Zero. Asking for flowers. Zero. Thundered. Suddenly, a mountain instantly cracked out of dense cracks under the impact of the terrifying power carried by Chen Tian's figure. Lose your shape and collapse with a bang. In a violent shaking sound that was stronger than before, the broken mountain turned into countless rock fragments and smashed down, shaking the mountain. One after another, the impact spread out, rolling up the dust and turning into dust and mist. But in an instant, it devours the surrounding trees. The terrifying cracks of the Dao cracked out on the ground. It's worthy of being superb, just slightly stimulated the potential, and it has grown to such a point. Chen Tian bathed in the thick dust and fog around him, touching the location of the chest hit by Clark, and muttered to himself. The clothes on his upper body exploded directly into pieces when he was hit by Clark. The smooth lines are not exaggerated, and each muscle, which is well-proportioned and full, is exposed to the air. If you can get close, you will find that at the moment Chen Tian has fair skin, but the skin on the chest is slightly red. Even if the Iron Man ability has been copied, there is still a faint pain in the place where it was hit. But think about it. Chen Tian's mind suddenly had the story of Da Chao. He smiled and said to himself, after all, this guy can become an existence that cannot be solved by nuclear weapons in just 20 years. How can not be terrifying? 35. Boom. Then, outside the dust fog, Clark in midair waved his big hand, like unveiling a curtain, directly fanning out a violent wind, and the thick dust curtain in front of him was instantly blown away by the wind. He looked at Chen Tian, who was standing on the ground with a smile, and his brows furrowed slightly. Now can you tell me who you really are? Next second, Clark gently landed not far in front of Chen Tian. His eyes flickered and asked in a deep voice, "Why do you have the same ability as me? I can have anyone's ability as long as I want." Chen Tian understood that he had extraordinary abilities. As long as he used ability, he couldn't hide it, so he just said directly. When Clark heard these words, he immediately understood the ability of the teenager in front of him. His emotional intelligence may be a little low, but his IQ is absolutely superb, and few people in the world can compare to him. Can you copy someone else's ability? Clark immediately thought of this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly in a deep voice, "In that case, Chun, you need to control your power reasonably." After a pause, the expression on his face became more and more complicated. So far, Clark has understood that there are many people with super abilities in this world. Among them, if you want to talk about the strength of ability, then it is the teenager in front of you. After all, no matter what other people's ability is, no matter how strong it is, it can become Chen Tian's power. And, among them, valiant, Clark himself has fully tried. I have deeply experienced the horror of Chen Tian ability. If your friend has been obsessed with ideas, then it will definitely become a threat to this world. The other side, Chen Tian shook his head when he heard Clark's words. "Clark, it seems that you are still living in a fairy tale." He smiled, his tone helpless. "Chun, it seems that you don't plan to change your mind and are ready to go further and further down a wrong path." When Clark on the opposite side heard this, he suddenly clenched his fists, and his face looked extremely serious. "Then I'll help you change it." He frowned and roared. The voice did not fall. Rumble. The entire ground shook suddenly. The air pressure changed greatly. The wind stirred, and the terrifying coercion suddenly filled the heavens and the earth. Clark moved. After his strength has been improved, his strength and speed at the moment have actually surpassed the current Chen Tian. One by one, a sharp sound suddenly sounded in Chen Tian's ears. He knew it was a sonic boom. Clark's burst speed has surpassed the speed of sound. And before the sonic boom sound was transmitted to Chen Tian's ears, Clark's figure had already flashed in front of the former. At the same time, he also raised his fist and blasted at Chen Tian. This punch also exceeded the speed of sound, and a sound barrier appeared on the fist's surface when punching. With Chen Tian's current reaction, he could barely see this punch clearly, but his body's reaction couldn't keep up with it. But he didn't panic at all, and even had a joy under his eyes, because the voice of the reward in my head has already sounded. Battle detected, get. Boom. Clark's fist fell, hit Chen Tian hard. Chen Tian's figure rose from the ground, was hammered off the ground again, and his whole life was smashed into another mountain that was still intact. Dust and fog filled the sky. However, Chen Tian, buried in the rubble of the crash, the joy on his face became stronger. Even the excitement between the corners of the eyebrows and mouths on the entire face is indescribable. Just because the prompt that just sounded in my head was, battle detected, reward, Kryptonian bloodline, Superman. Just, battle detected, reward, Kryptonian bloodline, Superman. Although when the copy ability was activated, the voice that sounded in my head did not have the slightest tone, and it seemed very cold. But when Chen Tian thinks back at the moment, he thinks how that voice is recalled, how pleasant it is. Now, he has actually obtained the Kryptonian bloodline. For a while, looking back, Chen Tian felt a little surprised. But if you think about it, it makes sense. It is estimated to have something to do with Clark's potential to burst out. Chen Tian pondered. Meanwhile, the remnants of the sun in the sky have not completely set, and they still sprinkle their last bit of afterglow into the world. At this moment, although Chen Tian's whole person is shrouded in dust, he can still feel the temperature from the sun. Having already obtained the Krypton bloodline, he immediately felt a great change in his body. Chen Tian is now, just through the dust curtain, facing the remnants of the sun that has become fading West Mountain, and can still feel that his body is constantly strong. All parts of the body, skin, muscles, fascia, bones, internal organs, are frantically absorbing the luster of fixed star and the huge energy contained in it. Everything in Chen Tian's body, all in every corner, is rapidly evolving every minute. Moreover, he can also feel that there is no end to such evolution. As long as there is a fixed star shine on him, this feeling of continuous strength will not stop. This is the wonder and horror of the Krypton bloodline. Can grow infinitely. This is also one of the goals of Chen Tian's trip, although there is only one period in the previous Supermasters that has avenued the existence of the almighty universe. But in this universe, the super ability is currently enough for both the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe. After all, no matter which side of the two sides exists, there will be no cosmic god-level enemies for the time being. On the DC Universe side, Batman is still young, Superman is even a student, and there is still a long way to go before the destruction of the Sunrise 520. Darkseid's arrival is even more distant, and that was all during the Justice League period. As for the Marvel Universe, before Thanos gathered the infinite gems, almost no one was his opponent except for the hidden old monster like Odin Ancient One. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Tian's mouth slowly outlined a satisfied smile and slowly walked out of the dust and fog. At this moment, like Clark under the sun, his strength is constantly growing. The other side, Bird looked at the figure walking out in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze flickered and hesitated slightly. He was keenly aware of the huge amount of change in the other party. After Chen Tian appeared in his field of vision, he was constantly getting stronger every minute. This feeling had only appeared in his own body before. Could it be that? Clark's eyes changed, and a surprising guess suddenly appeared in his heart. That is, Chen Tian copied his ability from the bloodline and can continue to become stronger. When he had this idea in his heart, Clark was taken aback by himself. Think about it. There are only two possibilities for such changes to happen on Chen Tian today. One is that Chen Tian himself is also an existence that can continue to become stronger in a short period of time. Second, the other party copied his own bloodline ability. And in either case, in Clark's opinion, Chen Tian is enough to be called a terrifying existence. In any case, you have to be right. A person with such power must not harbor the idea of hurting others. Otherwise, everything will become a terrible disaster for this world. Clark thought, and the expression on his face began to become more and more gloomy. There is no way. After such a discovery, the pressure Chen Tian gave him was too terrifying. And Chen Tian felt Clark's attention and understood the other party's thoughts to some extent. Reluctantly shook his head and smiled gently. This big super. Sure enough, it's simple. Clark, thinking, Chen Tian stood in front of the billowing smoke screen, moved his hands and feet, twisted his neck. Let me teach you a good lesson. The voice just fell. Chen Tian's feet gradually lifted off the ground, and the whole person floated. Meanwhile, in his eyes, a crimson shimmer suddenly bloomed. The surrounding air suddenly began to heat up rapidly at this time. Wisps like substance suddenly diffused out of Chen Tian's body. Clark looked at this scene and immediately understood that the other party was going to use the ability to copy the past from himself. Heat sight. Although there was no problem in the chest at all, it began to feel an inexplicable dull pain. It seems to remind Clark that his new awakening ability, the first goal, is also his own fact. Then, let you be the first person to use my hot sight. Clark let out a low roar deep in his throat, and his emotions were obviously aroused by the scene in front of him of Chen Tian preparing to use the heat sight. Suddenly, Clark's pair of eyes also began to shine brilliantly red. The momentum on both sides has suddenly increased at this time. Before they even made a move, the two people had already begun to clash, which was a confrontation of momentum. Boom! The temperature of the surrounding air for hundreds of meters suddenly rose at this time. It's clearly late autumn, but the temperature in the air is higher than summer. Rumble. Next second, a crimson beam of light carrying surging power suddenly burst out of Chen Tian's eyes, tearing through the air like two indestructible red spears, bursting out with earth-shattering might, fiercely shooting. Not to be outdone, Clark saw this. Rumble. The eyes burst out with endless red beams. In the air, even rounds of red energy fluctuations can be seen with the naked eye, and the air is trembling. Boom, one by one. The beams on both sides instantly collided, erupting with an earth-shattering roar. All the air around me is shaking suddenly. Where the beams collide, endless heat is instantly generated to sweep and rage, and the power caused by the collision shakes the ground. The two did not give in to each other, and the place where the beams collided was like a splash of water, and a round of crimson energy ripples frantically spilled out towards the surroundings. Those ripples are just a little scattered energy that spills out when the two sides meet. However, it is these energies that are constantly spreading farther and farther, stirring up rounds of strong winds and blowing away into the distance. Chen Tian and Clark just collided like this, causing a strong wind to blow out of thin air within a radius of tens of kilometers. And around the collision point of two comparable red beams, the temperature instantly climbed to an extremely terrifying point. The trees placed in between, after a few seconds of deadlock between the beams on both sides, there were actually many dry leaves and dead branches that were slightly curled and carbonized because the temperature in the air was too high. Clark looked at the heat gaze that was stalemated between the two sides, completely comparable, and his heart shook. Obviously, he could already suppress Chen Tian just now. Where do you think, just after such a while, the other party has actually reached the point where he can be equal with himself? Clark really can't imagine giving Chen Tian some room to grow. So at a terrifying point will the latter grow. And at this time, Chen Tian, who noticed Clark's mood, suddenly snorted coldly, and the beam of light in his eyes suddenly became more turbulent. The situation has suddenly reversed. Boom! The red beam in Chen Tian's eyes suddenly increased several times, and it actually collided with the heat eyes on both sides little by little, suppressing Clark's position. How come? Clark watched the situation suddenly change and felt the pressure from the other party, climbing sharply. He gritted his teeth and almost used all his strength, and he couldn't resist it. Chen Tian's beam of light is still approaching him. Clark, it seems that you still can't do it. Chen Tian looked at the other party struggling, made a verbal provocation, and spoke coldly. At the same time, the body floating in the air is constantly approaching Clark, looking at the latter condescendingly. When Clark on the other side heard these words, he suddenly roared out angrily, trying to burst out with more powerful power. Boom! In the next moment, the red beam shot out of Clark's eyes suddenly became more turbulent, faintly leveling with Chen Tian's beam, or even surpassing. Time. The temperature in the surrounding air has risen sharply to a higher level. Within a few dozen meters next to it, those dried leaves that were originally just uncurled were suddenly directly ignited into flames. Is it still just that? Chen Tian watched Clark erupt and also began to feel a little pressure, and then his eyes froze and suddenly spoke. Rumble. Chen Tian actually broke out into an even more fierce offensive again. The red beams of light shot out of the eyes are more turbulent, and under the skin around the eye sockets, dense blood vessels are highlighted. Those protruding blood vessels glowed red, and it seemed that what flowed inside was not blood, but lava. Rumble. Chen Tian's hot gaze suddenly overwhelmed the other party again, bombard Clark's hot gaze, and approach him at the same time. Ultimately, rumble. Clark lost the power to resist. The red luster in his eyes suddenly dimmed, and the whole person was directly blasted away by the heat sight on the opposite side. The whole person lost control and fell to the rear. His body was like cutting wheat. After washing into pieces of woods, he fell to the ground fiercely, smashing the ground within a radius of 100 meters, and suddenly collapsed, full of cracks. The ground was as if it had been smashed with an extremely terrifying hammer, and it trembled. Smoke and dust. Chen Tian still stayed in place, looking at this scene, but he couldn't help but start to sigh in his heart. This is the ability that Kryptonian blood brings. Or maybe it's the bloodline of Da Chao, a very different lineage from other Kryptonians. Clark is a naturally born baby born by their parents through normal pregnancy. Perhaps the reason why he has unlimited potential is related to this. Other Kryptonians have been genetically edited to define their lives before they are born. What kind of work can be done in the future, completely determined by genes. And Clark has an infinite life. He carries the entire gene pool of Krypton. Thinking of this, Chen Tian couldn't help but start thinking about Zero. After copying ability before, Da Chao and Wolverine's super ability have superimposed. So what kind of concept would it be if the Day of Destruction was added to Da Chao? Truly limitless potential. And you can quickly enhance your ability and achieve the effect of infinite evolution. After this possibility comes to mind, Rao as Chen Tian can't help but be a little moved. And at this time, on the broken ground, shrouded in dust and mist, Clark shook his body and stood up with difficulty, experienced the impact of Chen Tian's hot sight just now, plus the blow of another failure. At this moment, Clark's eyes were bloodshot and red, covered with dense bloodshots. No, it can't be. It's not just the upper limit of my potential. He didn't care about the dust curtain floating around him. Supervision urged. His gaze directly passed through the dust and fog, and he crossed a distance of thousands of meters to lock on Chen Tian, who seemed to be thinking in midair. Roar! Roar! Clark looked at the teenager who had copied his ability. His heart gradually quickened, and Roar sucked heavily. Since his ability comes from me, since he can achieve such a point, his strength can improve so fast. Well, so can I. He first murmured, then his tone gradually became intense. My limit is more than that. Clark's last voice was a roar in a roaring tone. The momentum on his body, accompanied by his words, climbed sharply little by little, until the last word blurted out. Boom! Clark's body suddenly erupted with extremely powerful power. All the air around him rippled out of thin air. His whole figure rose even more suddenly, turning into a residual image that ordinary people could not see clearly with the naked eye, and directly burst out at a speed beyond the speed of sound, rushing towards Chen Tian. Clark stared at Chen Tian, his eyes cracking. Looking at the spotless young man's face, there was only one thought left in his heart. Then I will bring you down. I'm going to prove I'm right. I'm going to prove that I have that ability. Boom, boom, boom. Clark burst in front of Chen Tian in an instant, and the air behind him erupted with bursts of explosions out of thin air, shaking the ground. Chun! Clark roared and slammed into Chen Tian, and then stretched out his hands to hold the ladder and not let go. At this moment, he directly urged his power to the extreme. Rushed in one direction. Clark, are you still clinging to that unnecessary thought? 39. Chen Tian was hugged by him and spoke in a deep voice. The next moment, he saw Clark's grim expression, opening his mouth to growl, but he couldn't hear what the latter was yelling. There was only a sharp explosion after breaking the sound barrier, because at this moment, Chen Tian was held dead by Clark, impacting in one direction, and the speed had completely exceeded the speed of sound. Clark was behind Chen Tian, and the voice could not reach Chen Tian's ears at all, at such a speed that is often indistinguishable to the naked eye of 3.0 people. The two sides turned into a blurry afterimage and instantly crossed the sky over the metropolis. Disappear in the blink of an eye. Above the metropolis, the sea of golden clouds belonging to the evening was suddenly torn in half by life, rolling and lining up on both sides. A sharp sonic boom fell from the sky, causing everyone to look up in confusion. Next second, a gust of wind blows and sweeps to every corner of the metropolitan city. A lot of clothes that were dried outside, as well as other scattered small things, were taken into the air. Half a minute later, an endless desert where the setting sun has just touched the horizon. A poisonous snake lurking under a stone is swallowing its tongue core, staring at the lizard crawling in front of it. Swish! It suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, swallowing the lizard directly into its mouth, piercing its fangs into the latter's body and injecting venom. After a while, the lizard stopped struggling and lost its life. The viper is about to raise its head and swallow its freshly captured prey. Suddenly, it heard a sharp sonic boom sound from high in the sky, and looked up. I saw that high in the sky, the air rippled. Farther away on the desert, there was a terrifying wind, setting off a sandstorm, with a huge momentum swept rapidly. Boom one by one. Next second, high in the sky, two figures fell fiercely towards the desert. These two figures are Chen Tian and Clark. When they fell, they did not slow down at all. Everywhere I passed, the wind was blowing, and there was a sound barrier all around. Seeing the ground getting closer, Clark's eyes froze, and it was actually the rebirth that sped up a little. Rumble. The two smashed into the desert surface at the same time. The surface rock formations were washed away by a terrifying impact, and the gaps spread everywhere, provoking the splash of rock debris. Roar! In the sharp, tearing air sounds, two figures above the sky rapped in speeds beyond the speed of sound and told the flying coming. At an altitude of thousands of meters, a round of sonic booms was triggered, creating a circle of air fluctuations like ripples. The clouds of the entire sky were torn apart from the middle and stirred fiercely. Clark, you should know that things in the world will never be as good as people want. Chen Tian braved the sound barrier generated behind him, and his eyes flickered to look at the resolute face that was close at hand. He felt the fluctuating and tangled mood in the other party's heart, so he spoke up to guide it. After Clark heard Chen Tian's words, his eyes moved, his gaze flickered obviously, and he didn't know what to think again. Then, he frowned and accelerated violently. Directly improve your already extreme speed. Rumble. Suddenly, the two had already told Flight that the speed of moving forward had increased by another level. 3 white sound barriers have been broken through around the body, Chen Tian and Clark, but in a blink of an eye, they have come to the sky over New Mexico. 1. Then when I came to a wilderness, smash it toward the ground. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters was directly smashed and collapsed, and countless surface rocks splashed everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, the ground around him trembled violently, and endless dust and fog lifted the sky. Countless animals on the desert that would only travel at night were so frightened that they crawled out of the shadows and fled into the distance. Boom! Suddenly, in the center of the dusty pit, there was a fierce collision sound. It was even more endless, and the fierce wind blew out from the depths of the dust and fog with powerful power, emptying all the flying dust in an instant. Then, it can be seen that in the depths of the big pit on the ground, there are two figures fighting madly. Between the two figures, they will burst out with an extreme sense of power, and each movement will cause the surrounding airflow to rotate, forming an incomparably strong airflow. Every time the fists clashed, it would create a roar that was enough to resound back and forth between heaven and earth, making the entire land tremble violently. As the two clashed, the ground on which they stood continued to collapse deeper. The smoke and dust around were all around, and with the strong wind of the two of them swinging against each other, they were all eliminated, and the cycle repeated. Boom! The speed of the two figures is getting faster and faster. The punching force is getting heavier and heavier, and the battle is getting more and more intense. At first, it can be said that it is difficult to distinguish between the two sides. It's just that as time passes, the remnants of the sun on the horizon gradually fade, and one of the figures begins to fall into the downwind. Rumble! Another figure grabbed the gap where the other party began to make mistakes and threw out a powerful punch. All the air around him was violently pulled by his punch, forming a violent wind, and another figure that suffered a heavy blow flew out upside down together. The figure lifted his feet off the ground and flew away in the distance like a kite with a broken line, accompanied by the fierce wind and dust around him. Boom! 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 The figure gradually fell, smashed a sand dune, and then bounced on the ground a few times, smashing out several holes full of cracks, and then landed heavily. Am I still inferior? The figure braced his hands on the ground, climbed up embarrassedly, and muttered to himself as if he was unwilling. This figure is Clark. After Chen Tian copied his Kryptonian bloodline, he fell into the downwind again. It can't be like this. He stood up abruptly and muttered. However, the moment Clarify stood up, Chen Tian, who should have been thousands of meters away, had turned into a high-speed, blurry afterimage and burst in front of him. Meanwhile, a white and slender hand with well-defined bones suddenly wrapped in countless wind currents, quickly reached out and pinched Clark's neck. Damn! Clark felt a terrifying force pass from his neck, and his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Chen Tian's expression was calm. He lifted the other party into the air, looked at him, and slowly tightened the force on his fingers. Sudden time. Clark only felt a terrifying suffocation around him. Not only physically, but also mentally. You're still too weak, Chen Tian said coldly. As soon as the words fell, he picked it up and smashed it to the ground. Rumble! The earth-shattering roar spread out between heaven and earth in an instant, and the whole earth trembled, and a thick dust and fog swept up into the sky. After a strong sense of weightlessness, Clark felt that his entire back had smashed to the ground. The terrifying aftermath suddenly transmitted along Clark's body to the ground below him. Sudden time. The land crumbled, and the dense cracks like cobwebs spread out in an instant. The underground rock layer was also at this time unable to withstand the impact of huge amounts of collapsed in an instant flew around and picked up from the ground. Clark, who was pinched by Chen Tian and pressed to the ground, suddenly broke out and wanted to resist, but was shocked to find that he could not use his strength at all under the oppression of the other party. Clark, who noticed this, suddenly became more and more complicated under his eyes. Chen Tian's ability is all copied by himself. However, in this situation, he is actually not Chen Tian's opponent. Thinking of this, in the bottom of Clark's heart, a wisp of shock spread, and his expression changed greatly when he looked at Chen Tian. Clark, no. Then, Chen Tian looked at Clark, whose face changed, narrowed his eyes, and said softly, followed by, the muscles on his body suddenly swelled and tensed, nodding like the roots of an old tree, erupting with terrifying power. Lift Clark in his hand again and throw out fiercely. Rumble. Clark's entire burly and strong body turned into an arrow from the string at this moment, and it was uncontrollably smashed into the mountain made of layers of rocks in the distance. At the moment when his body came into contact with the mountain, it should be an extremely heavy and solid mountain, but at this moment, it is like a bubble that easily cracks and explodes. In a violent tremor of the ground, only endless rock fragments could be seen rolling and collapsing, burying Clark's entire body. Rolling one after another, like wolf smoke, smoke rushed out from the gap between the debris of the mountain to block a large area of the sky. Chen Tian calmly looked at the scene in front of him. Although it can be said that Chen Tian is heavy every time, he is not worried about killing the other party. Or rather, on Earth without kryptonite, there is no way to kill Clark. After all, he is a Superman with a super Kryptonian bloodline, and he has an indestructible body of steel. Definitely. Now on the Earth, he is not the only one with a body of steel. And now, Chen Tian, with the ability to replicate, he is on par with Clark not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of future potential. Even because of the particularity of copying ability, Chen Tian's potential is above the super. After all, he can copy infinitely. It is even possible to integrate bloodlines, such as Doomsday, superimposed on Kryptonian bloodlines. If you can do that, you can't imagine what will happen. At that time, it doesn't matter whether it is the DC Universe or the Marvel Universe. No matter which parallel world, in terms of potential and the upper limit of the future, Chen Tian can become a top existence. Boom! At this moment, the pile of boulders that buried Clark exploded with a bang. Sure enough, although at the moment his body is covered with dust, all his clothes are almost torn, and he looks embarrassed on the outside, but in fact his body has not received much damage. Clark stared at Chen Tian with a complicated expression, an extremely complex luster flowing under his eyes, and he didn't know what to think about in his heart. Do you want to continue? Chen Tian looked at each other with a smile. His eyes were like clear lake water, without many waves. As a matter of fact, he had no hostility towards Clark, and the latter, in the previous battles, can also feel this. Therefore, Clark, who has now almost reached his limit, only reacted at this time, as if the teenager in front of him had been saying words that attacked him. But the actual purpose is to help yourself reach your potential. And, indeed, Chen Tian did it. Now Clark not only has his strength reached a new level, but also awakened several new abilities. He's actually helping me? Thinking back to what he had just experienced, Clark couldn't help but mutter. The eyes that looked at Chen Tian suddenly became more and more complicated, because the picture of this teenager easily pinching Jalomi to death before is still vividly remembered. Until now, although Clark's heart has vaguely felt that Chen Tian's statement also has some truth. But before, Clark had always been insistent on not hurting others. Obviously, it is not easy to directly change the idea that has been maintained for more than 10 years in one day. So, he is now entangled in a trance. Snap! Feeling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, coupled with the exhaustion of his body, Clark sat directly on the ground that was broken because of the battle just now. Then, there was a sound of footsteps in his ears. Clark looked up and saw Chen Tian smiling and coming over to look down at him condescendingly. It's over. Chen Tian smiled lightly and slowly spoke. Clark was silent when he heard this, and his thoughts were so chaotic that he couldn't find the slightest clue. What's right? He couldn't help but think. Then, all the things he had experienced before flashed before his eyes again. Clark's heart became more and more chaotic, and he couldn't find the slightest answer. The expression on his face also became depressed and annoyed. With Superbrain, he rarely has such emotions. because he is very strong in managing his emotions. However, in these 2 short days, what happened turned into a torrent, impacting Clark one after another, and has maintained the 3 views for more than 10 years. This dazed experience made him extremely uncomfortable. Chen Tian felt the other party's emotions, smiled slightly, and suddenly felt that Clark in this period was a little cute. There is no difference at all with the kind of ordinary big boy who grows up, sees more and more things, and then falls into confusion and can't find direction for a short time. In the world, except in the eyes of children, there is so much pure justice and evil. I hope you Clark understood this earlier. Thinking, Chen Tian stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Clark. Clark was stunned, looked up at him, shook his head helplessly, and grabbed the hand and stood up. This matter is not over, he said a little stubbornly. But I can't tell whether what I said refers to the correct definition or simply did not win Chen Tian. I hope you can win me next time. Chen Tian laughed. But subtly, it set the tone for Clark's words. The voice is over. Chen Tian stopped staying, turned around, and stood up. His figure turned into a residual image and flew away in the direction of the metropolis. Clark looked at the sky from a distance, but in a blink of an eye, there was only the back of Chen Tian, who was already a file size, stunned for a moment, and then also bounced up and fled into the sky. A few seconds later, disappeared into the New Mexico sky. Time didn't pass long. The remnants of the sun, which had been mostly submerged into the horizon, had disappeared. Click! Chen Tian opened the door of his apartment and returned to his apartment. Not long after closing the door, he heard the door on the opposite side also open. Apparently Clark is back too. But Chen Tian didn't care, and Clark estimated that he would be alone for a while to digest his gains and losses. Thinking, Chen Tian went to take a shower and washed away the sludge, and he could see that although he had gone through a fierce battle, his body was blessed with a body of steel, and there was no scar. A clean dress. Chen Tian sat on the sofa and thought. People panel, Chen Tian. Ability, innate, small water control, dimensional transmission, ability replication. Batman, high-level martial arts, high-level flying dart skills. Wolverine, super self-healing factor, super strength. Charles, ability. Catwoman, high-level stealing. Jalomi 520, take control of Raiden. Superman, Man of Steel, super strength, super speed, heat sight, flight, creature stance. Bloodline, Krypton Superman bloodline. Chen Tian's eyes scanned back and forth on the panel, and the satisfaction in his eyes grew stronger, especially when he scanned the line of Superman ability. It can be said that now he has almost copied most of the abilities that belong to Superman. Especially the most important thing is to ensure that you have unlimited potential and unlimited Krypton bloodline, combined with other abilities. Now, I only need a little more time. I can have a super average, even beyond the ability of super, and then it will be enough to face most crises. 5. Chen Tian murmured, letting out a long sigh of relief, and his body relaxed slightly. Then, on the television in front of him, the news began to report. Today, the forests of the western metropolis have been inexplicably destroyed, destroying large areas of vegetation. The meteorological station was puzzled by the sudden strong wind blowing in the city, and they did not detect any warning. Behind the screen, the newsman reports on strange events happening in the metropolis today. There were witnesses who photographed the sky, and there were 2 trajectories flying in the air, but the photo was too blurry, and no one knew what the strange phenomenon in the photo was. With the news reporting faraway words, on the TV screen, an extremely blurry photo appeared. When Chen Tian saw this, he immediately knew that the so-called strange phenomenon was the figure of him and Clark. However, it is estimated that ordinary people would never think that it was the 2 of us. When Chen Tian saw this, he shook his head with a smile. Then, he saw Natasha Romanoff's beautiful face. After the woman last contacted me, S.H.I.E.L.D. is expected not to come back in the short term, but I don't know what they will do in the long term. Thinking, Chen Tian stood up. On the DC Universe side, He has almost copied all the super capable abilities to the side, and in a short period of time, it is estimated that nothing big will happen. He was going to go back to Marvel first and deal with the matter over there first. Thoughtful. Chen Tian activated the ability of dimensional teleportation, stretched out his hand forward, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted, waving out many ripples. A dimensional portal immediately appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa, inside the living room, a bald figure is sitting on the killing and watching the news about the devastation in the West. As the screen in front of him emerged, the images of the desert being severely damaged appeared one after another. The corners of the man's mouth were filled with an evil smile. If Chen Tian were here, he would definitely recognize him. It's Lex Luthor, one of DC's villains, maker of Doomsday. At the moment, Lex Luthor looked at the news, his fingers lightly tapped on the arm of the sofa, and an evil idea had already sprung up in his heart. The Marvel Universe and the DC Universe that Chen Tian walked through, although in two different dimensions, do not overlap. But the time flow rate on both sides does reach a certain parallelism. At the moment, the Marvel Universe has just ushered in the night after the sunset has disappeared. Located in the headquarters of the Loose Wing building in Shield, Washington, Nick Fury frowned, sitting slightly anxiously in the office. On the computer in front of you, various materials are constantly scrolling. The light emitted by the screen illuminated his bald head like a black bittern egg. Since learning that Chen Tian and his party entered New York, he has not been in a good mood for 2 consecutive days. Especially after knowing that the other party recognized Natasha Romanoff's disguise and understood that SHIELD had paid attention to them. Nick Fury's restlessness went to a higher level. In his eyes, this mutant represented extreme danger that could threaten the entire United States and even the entire world. Now their position on S.H.I.E.L.D. is still hostile and therefore does not cooperate. This made Nick Fury feel even more nervous. Chen Tian and their continued stay in New York was a ticking time bomb for him that could explode at any moment. Once it explodes, it will cause irreparable consequences, even unbearable for everyone. Chen Tian, what the hell do you mean? 35. Nick Fury's one-eyed eyes flickered, and his already dark face became more and more gloomy, and he muttered in deep thought. Although it is still unclear what Chen Tian is motivated by. But what is certain is that the other side is rejective and antipathetic to official organizations. No one is afraid of obvious hostility, at least it is directly on the surface, and they can decisively choose the measures to deal with it. Nick Fury is now restless, unable to figure out Chen Tian's thoughts. If these mutants were not prepared to take any extreme actions, but S.H.I.E.L.D. took a radical arrest and then angered Chen Tian, then the sinners became themselves. Blah blah. While Nick Freezehang was still meditating, there was a knock on the door. As soon as he looked up, he saw Phil Coulson push open the office door and walk in. Ed, we haven't seen Chen Tian for 2 days. The manor where they lived, our people were always watching, and all the other mutants showed up one after another. 35. But Chen Tian's figure is nowhere to be found. Phil Coulson had just walked in the door and couldn't even wait to walk up to Nick Fury. He was already quick to speak. The expression on his face was very solemn, obviously feeling that something big had happened. In every direction of the manor, we have sent people to keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. It is certain that Chen Tian has not left the manor, and has not even left the door of the villa inside. 5. Phil Coulson put the information he had gathered in the past few days on the desk in front of him and continued. What is that mutant named Chen Tian trying to do? When Nick Fury heard the report, his brows furrowed deeper. Chen Tian and his party entered the center of New York City with such fanfare, and it was impossible for them to imprison themselves. If so, there was no need for him to refuse S.H.I.E.L.D. contact. Thinking of this, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. You take someone into their manor and take a good look. He gave the order in a deep voice. I'm afraid that Chen Tian is engaged in some unknown conspiracy. Yes. Phil Coulson answered the order, then turned and walked away. He had the same suspicions as Nick Fury. He couldn't help but be anxious. Meanwhile, drenched manner. In the villa, inside one of the rooms. In a quiet and dim room, the space suddenly gave birth to sparkling ripples like water waves. A spatial passage opens. Then, Chen Tian walked out of it, down to earth, and the passage disappeared. He looked at the familiar room and took a deep breath. He's back. It's only been 2 days, but I always feel that everything is completely different. 99. Chen Tian looked at his palm and muttered. However, the words that came out of his mouth were not only exclamations, but also facts. This time, Chen Tian only spent 2 days in DC World, but he gained a lot. The whole person can even be described as reborn. Chen Tian, who has copied the bloodline of the great Super Krypton and most of his ability, can already deal with many crises in the current Marvel world and on Earth. In time, Chen Tian will develop his strength to the peak level and march to a higher latitude, which is not worthwhile. After that, Avengers need to assemble to get through the Earth crisis. I am afraid that he alone will be enough to settle it. Knock. Then, there was a knock outside Chen Tian's door. Click. Then the door was opened. I sensed it as soon as you came back. Charles slowly entered in a wheelchair, looking at Chen Tian with a kind smile on his face. Welcome home. When the words fell, he did not continue to ask Chen Tian where he had been in the past 2 days. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Although Charles can read all people's minds, he is the one who respects other people's secrets the most. Or, as someone who has survived for so long and has seen countless mutant, he doesn't care at all whether, as a companion, has some secret to himself. He has the ability of the mind and can sense the emotions of the other person. As long as the heart is still on the side, that's enough. When Chen Tian heard this, he also smiled. Good evening, Charles. Logan, have they been going lately? Everyone stayed in the manor for the past 2 days, and they didn't go anywhere. Charles thought for a moment and smiled slowly. Without you, the little ones don't dare to run around. 5. Logan's words should be drunk in the bar not far from the manor by now. When the two people talk, their tone is gentle, like an ordinary pair of grandchildren pulling home routines. Pedaling. Then, there was another rush of footsteps outside the door. I've only known each other for a few days, and there are 2 little guys who depend on you. Charles sensed the person running towards the room and smiled even more. Words fall. 2 large and small figures appeared at the door. Chun. Wanda held the door frame and saw Chen Tian. Her sapphire-like eyes lit up slightly, and her little face suddenly flushed with excitement. Laura didn't say a word. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Where have you been? Wanda came over and stared up at the ladder. I went out and did some things. Chen Tian responded. 35. Wanda didn't ask much, just nodded. After all, she knew that Chen Tian's identity was special, and she had a lot to do. Laura glanced up at Wanda and glanced at the other's loose pajamas with some dissatisfaction. Take note of this. She frowned impassively and put her small chin on Chen Tian's shoulder again. His eyes were startled. I don't know what I'm thinking. Charles chuckled and continued. Everyone has been staying in the manor for the past 2 days, and they all feel a little stuffy. If you come back and have nothing to do, you can take a few kids out for a walk. Hearing this, Chen Tian put down Laura and nodded. There is no problem. With his current strength, even if he goes out, because not many people can stop him. Wanda reluctantly let go of her hand when she watched Chen Tian's movements, until the back of hearing him behind. Both girls immediately looked happy. Great. I haven't even seen New York yet. Thank you, Chun. Wanda jumped and hugged Chen Tian. Behind, Laura stared at her back, the corners of her mouth that had just been hooked, and she didn't seem so happy. Then, pedaling, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from Chen Tian's ears. The footsteps of the walkers were very light, obviously professionally trained, but Chen Tian, who had Kryptonian blood and keen 5 senses, still captured the sound. At the same time, the ability of the mind that he possesses also perceives a burst of hostility. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly froze, and his body tightened. Someone sneaked into the manor. What's wrong? Wanda noticed Chen Tian's change, and obediently let go of his hand. There are guests coming. Charles next to him also perceived hostility. Bang! Logan's figure ran in through the gate and pushed it open. Guys, get ready. When I entered the manor just now, I saw a SHIELDS car. Damn it, they must have come for us. At first, he thought that Chen Tian had not returned yet, and shouted as soon as he entered the villa hall. Then his nose moved, and he noticed Chen Tian's smell. Logan's eyes lit up. A few steps to the door of Chen Tian's room. Chen, so you're back. He saw that Chen Tian's face had darkened. What are we going to do now? Logan asked in a deep voice. At the moment, he already had some trust in Chen Tian. I wasn't angry that I was being targeted again after coming to New York. It seems that Nick Fury didn't recognize the seriousness of the matter. Chen Tian squinted slightly, his gaze flashing dangerously, and muttered. Then, he looked at the others present and smiled a little relaxedly. Don't worry, just let me solve it. Since I brought you here, I will ensure that you will be safe. Said. Chen Tian set his eyes on Wanda and Laura, and his tone was not hurried. I'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow. 5. He was talking. Charles and Logan were stunned for a moment. Having experienced countless winds and waves, they felt something completely different. Even in such an emergency, it is inexplicably reassuring. It seems that Chen Tian in front of him has completed some kind of sublimation. Chen, what must have happened in the past 2 days of disappearance? Logan wondered sharply in his heart. The other side, Chen Tian finished his words without hurry. Chen. Wanda looked at him, her eyes wide with concern. Laura came over and tugged at his sleeve as well. It's okay, don't worry, Chen Tian said softly. The voice fell. Rise. His figure suddenly flashed, turning into a vague afterimage and disappearing in place, leaving only a strong wind hovering in the room. Half a minute ago, at the western wall of the estate, several figures in black uniforms, cautiously holding daggers, almost time, stepped on almost silent steps, approached Kim and arranged guards by the wall. Several black figures circled around at the same time, and they were instantly embarrassed. Covering his mouth, the dagger flickered with cold light, cut the throat, and made it in one go. Outside the western wall of the manor, all the bodyguards died silently at the same time, and those figures at this time turned into the manor wall. These people are the contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Each one is a top special forces full of various abilities. And while they sneaked into the manor, outside the estate, not far away, in a shiny black SUV, Phil Coulson stared at the picture on the screen in front of him with a serious expression. The footage playing in front of him was captured by the camera on the helmet of those contingent men. He looked at these contingent men, getting closer and closer to Chen Tian's manor. His eyes narrowed slightly. Scatter. Pay attention to each other. This manor is inhabited by the most dangerous mutant. You must be very careful not to alarm them. Phil Coulson's hands clasped together and whispered instructions to the contingent men. Boom! Just as he was looking at the screen intently, one of the perspectives suddenly shakes violently and then heads up towards the dark sky. You can see through the lower edge of the screen that a pillar of blood is squirting into the sky, and then it turns into a rain of blood and falls. Soon the entire camera was dyed red, and the picture became red. Phil Coulson saw this scene, his pupils contracted, and roar sucked. Someone died, and everything happened only in an instant. The dead contingent members, without resistance, died quietly. He even suspected that the task force member had not been able to react at all. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Where is he? Next second, with someone dying. You can see that on the screen, all the first-person view pictures began to rotate frantically, as if looking for the person who just shot. The members of the contingent also began to curse eagerly. One of the images paused at the Sondermandigment, who had just fallen to the ground. When Phil Coulson saw the corpse on the screen, his heart couldn't help but stop. I saw the corpse that fell on its back. All the flesh and blood and trachea at the throat disappeared, and there was a big gap in the neck. The blood under him flowed and stained the ground red. Tear your throat in an instant. This is obviously not killed by the ability of the mind. But apart from the ability of the mind, No one in Chen Tian's group seems to have this kind of ability. Phil Coulson wondered. Meanwhile, another scream. One of the pictures suddenly went black. On the screen, all the shots shake, lees, and turn in unison to the second-place decedent. It can be seen that the second dead contingent member, with his head and helmet, was violently shaped by something. Blood flowed all over the place. See the scene. On the screen in front of Phil Coulson, all the camera on the head of all the task force members, the footage back paused. Hashtag. All the pictures turn in one direction. There stood an Oriental boy with a well-proportioned figure, a beautiful face, blood stains on his hands, and calm eyes. Hit 5. Fark 35. Phil Coulson heard the members of the task force through the screen, and while they roared, everyone raised their guns. However, it has not yet been fired. The next moment, the figure of the Oriental boy in the center of all the pictures suddenly flashed, turning into a blurry afterimage and disappearing in place. Subsequently, one by one, the pictures began to suddenly turn black. Phil Coulson stared at the picture, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't see where the person was starting. I can only watch the picture as a member of the contingent falls every second. More than 10 seconds later, swish! The last remaining contingent member was so frightened that he threw his gun directly, turned around, and ran. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. Poof! On his helmet, the camera shot back suddenly paused. Phil Coulson, who was staring at the screen, jumped out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the camera footage taken outside, I began to slowly turn down the camera of the task forcer. One was photographed from the back of his heart to his chest. That hand was stained all over his chest, pinching a heart that was still beating. Fark! Phil Coulson sat in the car and watched this scene. His face was pale and scolded angrily, and the whole person couldn't stop shaking. Next second, by one, the arm on the screen withdrew from the contingentman's chest. Boom! Muffled sound. Phil Coulson's car shook suddenly. His eyes widened, and he slowly raised his head, his pupils trembling. Something fell on the roof of the car. SHIELD Triboloid Wing Building. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury was also watching the actions of the contingent men who had infiltrated the manor from a remote distance through the screen in front of him. Damn! Phil Coulson, what's going on? Seeing one task force member after another falling, he immediately asked Phil Coulson eagerly through the communication device. Nick, Fury's eyes flickered. There's a faint bad premonition in my heart, which is spreading rapidly. The other side, Drench Manor, is not far away. Black SUV inside. I don't know. In Chen Tian's group, there should be no such ability mutant. Phil Coulson looked at the screen in front of him. One after another blacked out of the task force first-person view, and the whole person seemed nervous. So replied, Damn, 99. When he saw the last member of the task force who was about to escape, he turned around and was pierced through the chest from behind. Phil Coulson couldn't help but scold in his throat. Immediately, he took off his headphones and prepared to give the order to the others when he began to evacuate. Boom! On the roof of the car he was riding in, there was a sudden muffled sound, and the entire body shook violently. Shouldn't. Phil Coulson suddenly felt that something was wrong. His pupils contracted, and his heart thumped in his chest. The task force members sitting around him immediately lifted their guns and got out of the car after the body shook. Swiftly raise your gun and aim at something on the roof of the car, with horror written on your face. Really? Phil Coulson saw the look on their faces through the car window and vaguely guessed something. Next second, bang! The roof of the car on his head suddenly bulged and then tore it, and a blood-stained, 5-fingered slender hand penetrated the roof of the car, pinched the back of his neck, and was directly lifted. Everything happened very quickly. Before Phil Coulson could return to his senses, he saw a flower in front of him and bathed in the night breeze. You're Chen Tian. He quickly came back to his senses, staring at the pair of ancient black eyes in front of him, and reacted to what the thing that had just smashed on the roof of the car was. It's Chen Tian. I warned you not to mess with me, or you won't know what will happen. Chen Tian's expression was gloomy, and his voice was cold. It seems that you are not sensible. Smell. Phil Coulson suddenly felt like he was in an ice cellar, and the moment he met Chen Tian's eyes, he seemed to face the demon Satan, and a majestic fear came to drown him alive. You calm down. Calm. It's all a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. He swallowed his spit with difficulty, only feeling that roar could not suck smoothly, and it was difficult to speak. Phil Coulson is terrified. Obviously, before coming, he had already made 520 mentally preparations. But they never expected that Chen Tian would be beyond their imagination. He looked at Chen Tian on the opposite side, his teeth trembling. Chen, don't be impulsive. We will never cross the line again next time. The communicator on Phil Coulson's chest also wore Nick Fury's voice. Chen Tian realized that the latter was also paying attention to the scene. He said coldly, I've already given you a chance, but it's a pity that you don't know how to cherish. The voice just fell. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the temperature around him rose sharply. At night, two red beams of light swept by. All the surrounding SHIELD task force members, the upper body was instantly blasted out of ashes by the beam of powerful energy. All the vehicles listening to the side were also swept over and subjected to the impact of high temperature, instantly producing a violent explosion. Rumble. The fire is everywhere, and the thick smoke of gunpowder is billowing and tumbling. SHIELD Triboloid Wing Building. Boom. Nick. Through the camera clipped to Phil Coulson's glasses, Fury received the tragic picture of the scene in front of his eyes. So angry that he stood up and slammed his desk up. As for the pictures representing other people, they have become snowflakes without a signal source. Damn, this Chen Tian no wonder disappeared for 2 days. He's got a new ability. His already dark face became more and more gloomy at this moment. This mutant is getting stronger and more dangerous. Then, Nick Fury, the one who makes a mistake, deserves to be taught a lesson. Chen Tian's voice came out of the picture in front of him again. Please spare me. There's also Phil Coulson's fearful struggle. Next second, Nick Fury saw the screen, the picture shook, and then Phil Coulson fell to the ground in embarrassment. His glasses have disappeared and have apparently been taken into the hands of Chen Tian. The camera on the glasses was still aimed at Phil Coulson, and then one foot was on his chest, exerting gentle force. A dash. Phil Coulson immediately let out a violent roar, and his whole face was distorted. As long as you release Phil Coulson, I promise I won't have any trouble with you in the future. Nick, seeing this scene, Fury immediately shouted eagerly, Chen Tian, trust me. He looked at Phil Coulson's distressed expression on the screen and added anxiously, Nick. Fury intercedes for Phil Coulson because the latter is his only trusted partner. As the director, he also knows that the fish and dragons in SHIELD are mixed and powerful, and he can't trust others. And Phil Coulson followed Nick. Fury has followed all the way to the position of director for so many years. The two are not only ordinary colleagues, but also close friends. Nick Fury naturally takes it very seriously. Since your SHIELD director is begging for mercy, then I'll think about it. Chen Tian's voice came from behind the camera again. After he said this, he quickly fell into silence. Chen Tian seems to be really caught up in thought. Nick Fury stared solemnly at the screen, never leaving his foot on Phil Coulson. He had a bad premonition in his heart. It feels like the other person doesn't intend to fulfill their promises. Sure enough, next second, sorry, after thinking about it, I still can't let him go. With Chen Tian's indifferent words, he sounded. On the screen, the foot that was stepping on Phil Coulson's chest suddenly burst into force. Click. Poof. 35. Phil Coulson's chest was directly trampled into it, and all the internal organs of his bones were crushed to pieces. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs were bloodshot, as if he had lost his life. Fark Chen Tian. What do you mean? Nick, seeing this scene, Fury's eyes suddenly hurt, and he roared and roared. On the neck and temples, dense blood vessels suddenly appeared. You're provoking me. You'll pay for it. Pay the price. His tone was crazy, his fists clenched, and he smashed on the table in front of him. The roar could be heard from 3 floors. Next second, Nick, the picture on the screen in front of Fury, suddenly turned, and Chen Tian's face appeared. He pointed the camera at himself, his expression calm and indifferent, as if looking directly at Nick across the camera. Fury, it's all your fault. 99. I said don't come and provoke me, or you'll pay the price. Chen Tian's tone was flat, as if he was saying a trivial thing. Unfortunately, you SHILD are too arrogant and don't seem to take my words to heart. Like a fool, I know to regret it when I am hurt, but it's too late. With that, he paused a few times and continued. Nick, Fury, I'm not in the mood to bother with SHILD right now. You'd better be obedient, or tomorrow it will be your entire SHILD organization that will disappear. 35. Chen Tian's tone was very calm from beginning to end, even if the words were threatening. But listening to only the tone of the voice regardless of the content is completely like saying a banal thing. The voice fell. Chen Tian threw the camera in his hand to the ground. You guys quickly send someone to collect the body. There's so many corpses lying in front of the house. It makes people feel strange and uncomfortable. Between talks, Chen Tian pressed his foot against the camera. When the last word was finished, he did not continue to give Nick. Fury had room to reply, and the soles of his feet lightly forced. Click, click. The entire camera was directly trampled into powder by him. Fark! Nick! Fury looked at the picture of the signal loss on the screen in front of him, thinking back to what Chen Tian said, and the anger in his heart was even greater. Another punch. Even smashed the table in front of you, shape-shifting. Damn! He roared, boundless anger flowing under his eyes. That anger could almost be turned into substance and erupted from his eyes. Nick, Fury hasn't been so angry in a long time, especially since the other party is still a mutant, and he dares to threaten himself after killing his best friend. Chen Tian, 35. Nick, Fury gritted his teeth, and the tragic death of Phil Coulson and Chen Tian's uncaring, threatening words appeared in front of him. His fists were clenched, his chest, was heaving violently, and his face was cloudy. After a long time, Nick, Fury barely managed to control his emotions, but there was still a thick gloom in his eyes. Bill, come and see me. He turned to the communicator and called out a name. It didn't take long. A tall woman with short and capable hair stood in front of him. The woman's name was Hill. Her blue eyes are deep. Her facial features are three-dimensional. She looks beautiful and generous, but also exudes a heroic spirit, giving people a sense of being able and decisive. In fact, this woman is not only an excellent agent, but also has strong leadership skills. In later Marvel, even in Nick, Fury then served as the SHIELD officer. Chief, are you looking for me? Hill asked. Phil Coulson had an accident at the Drenched estate in New York. I need you to deal with it. Nick, after a long period of anger, Fury looked unusually tired at the moment, and his voice was much quieter. However, the color of the haze under the eyes did not abate. Received, Hill replied. She could see that the other party's face was a little wrong, but out of a high degree of professionalism, she didn't ask too much. And, Nick, Fury raised his head and took a deep look at Hill. Keep an eye on that mutant named Chen Tian, but don't touch him and don't provoke him. What exactly to do about it? I'll think about it later. I will never let him go. When he said the last word, Nick, Fury showed a faint feeling of gritting his teeth again. Yes. Hill glanced at his chief, saluted, and then retreated. At the same time, he was also curious about the mutant named Chen Tian. Drenched manner. Chen Tian returned to the room after solving the shield man. Chen, you're getting stronger again. Logan saw the scene of Chen Tian's hands in his eyes before, and his expression was very complicated. He probably knew what the other party was going to do the other day. That's a good thing, isn't it? Chen Tian laughed. Chen, you're amazing. 35. As soon as his voice fell, Wanda on the side praised with adoration. Pete, who gathered on the side because of Logan's words just now, shook his body when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything. His fear of Chen Tian deepened another level. It's a good thing indeed. Charles also laughed. Chen, I'm looking forward to the future you say more and more. I'm sure you can do it. Awesome. 35. At this time, Laura silently pulled Chen Tian's sleeve and finally spoke weakly. When Chen Tian heard this, he turned his head and looked at it, suddenly surprised. This was the first time Laura had spoken in so long together. It means that the little one is finally beginning to slowly get rid of the haze of the past. Thinking, Chen Tian touched Laura's head with joy. The latter felt the warmth of his palm, quietly raised his eyes to look at him, and the corners of his mouth rose without leaking a trace. And Chen Tian looked up at the night. It's just night, just enough to take everyone to the playground to play, and later there will be firework in the playground. Good. Wanda burst into enthusiasm when she heard this, and Laura raised her head expectantly. Only Pete didn't dare to speak. He really didn't dare to hang out with Chen Tian. Playground, my words, forget it. I'd rather go to the bar and have another drink. 35. Logan was also a little reluctant to go. Logan, it's hard to get out of the door. It's not good to leave the team alone. Charles admonished with a smile. The two girls also stared at him with big eyes of slight loss and expectation. Let's go together. Everyone wants you together. Chen Tian immediately laughed. Well, I lost. Seeing that everyone else was enthusiastic, Logan suddenly changed his attention. And if you think about it, he really hasn't been to an entertainment venue other than a bar for a long time. Just when everyone else was smiling. Only Pete couldn't speak with a strange face. But since everyone else was preparing to go, he didn't dare to say anything. Subsequently, each prepared for it. The group went out together and set off to the playground. The other side, SHIELD Tribaloid Building Headquarters. In Nick, when Fury roared, the entire SHIELD was guessing what had happened, until the news of Phil Coulson's group being killed spread. The entire building was suddenly enveloped in a deep haze. Phil Coulson is one of the best agents in SHIELD. However, even he encountered an accident during the mission. Thus, how dangerous is the task they are performing? And Nick, Fury after explaining Hill's mission. And I came to the basement alone. His eyes flickered, looking at the rows of drugs in front of him uncertainly, busy scientific researchers one by one, as if they were entangled. Until you close your eyes and see the scene of Phil Coulson's tragic death. Nick, Fury opened his eyes again, and his gaze became firm. Let Phil Coulson participate in the Tahitian program. He spoke slowly. In the basement, the middle-aged man who looked like the person in charge of scientific research paused when he heard this. Are you sure you want to do this? The person in charge asked hesitantly. The Tahitian project is a realization project that can bring people back from the dead. However, the Tahitian plan is very unstable, and there may be many sequelae, and there may even be failure. Well, you go down first to arrange it, and when Hill agent brings him back, it will be executed immediately. Nick, Fury said, yes, the person in charge should be down immediately. And Nick, when Fury walked out of the basement, he took out a red and blue BB machine from his pocket with a gloomy face. This was left to him by Captain Marvel. When there is a major crisis on Earth, Roar can use this thing to call her back to Earth. It's not time yet. Nick, Fury frowned and took it back in. Chen Tian alone is a mutant, although the potential is powerful, but it is not worth wasting the opportunity to recall Captain Marvel at the moment. But don't worry, damn mutant. I will definitely make you pay a terrible price. I swear. Thoughtful. Nick, Fury slowly clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart kept churning. The world's top super agent, at the moment, already has the idea of how to deal with Chen Tian. It is bound to make the other party pay the heaviest price. Let him know that SHIELD and Nick Fury are not easy to mess with. The night gets darker. The playground has just completed tonight's fireworks extravaganza under the gaze of countless visitors. The people who are constantly flowing leave the amusement field like a tide. The car in which Chen Tian and others were riding was also in it. Chen, do you see it? The fireworks just now are really beautiful. Wanda opened the window, smelling gunpowder in the air, her blue eyes shining slightly. It was as if in her eyes, the previous fireworks were still reflected. Good looking. Laura next to him was also at this time, nodding her head again and showing excitement. Even Pete, who seemed a little repulsive before, is now like the other two children, with a rosy face and a smile. All three of them went to the playground for the first time in their lives. Today is definitely a memorial for them. Roar tilde operator. In the last row, the elderly Charles was a little tired and had fallen asleep. The excited Wanda didn't get a response and glanced over to the seat, only to find that Chen Tian was also asleep on his side. No way. Before he returned to the Marvel Universe, he had a fierce battle with Da Chao. Before I could say a few words when I came back, I encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. again. After experiencing such a thing, even if the body with the Kryptonian bloodline is not tired, Chen Tian's spirit is already tired. You guys control your sound and don't wake them up. Logan controls the steering wheel and looks through the rearview mirror at Charles, who is sleeping peacefully, and the three children with smiles on their faces. He glanced sideways at Chen Tian beside him, suddenly whispered to several children like a big parent. Good. Wanda and the others were also very well behaved, and after answering, they lowered their volume. But the smile on a few faces could not be stopped. Logan felt everything that happened at the moment, and for a moment, he felt something. In a trance, he felt the stability and steadiness he had been pursuing from all the details that were happening at the moment. It's as if this life is what Logan has always pursued. No bloody fights, no speed of life and death. Just have fun with everyone and go home safely. So for comparison, those who are worried about the escape experience along the way cannot be called alive at all, let alone compared with life. I don't know how long this life can last. After thinking about it, Logan sighed secretly. He decided he had to cherish the moment. Yet at this time, boom, a violent explosion suddenly came from the front. Not only was the sound tumbling terrifying, but even the entire ground was visibly trembling. Logan felt all this and immediately slowed down his car. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A few kilometers from where they were, they could be seen sputtering with fire, accompanied by thick black smoke. What happened? Logan wondered. Boom, one by one. The next moment, another terrifying explosion sounded. In the distance, in the burning place, there was a residential building several stories high that seemed to be hit hard by some terrifying existence, instantly covered with cracks, and then collapsed in an instant. Countless smoke and dust swirled and covered the sky. Countless people panicked, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Is something going around destroying at this time? Several children, after feeling all these changes, suddenly the smile on their faces suddenly converged. Wanda frowned. Laura withdrew her smile. It's over. It's not going to be the end of the world. 35. Pete was directly frightened into the six gods and masterless, and his face was pale. Ahead, there are indeed two things that I have never seen before, exuding powerful energy. Charles was also awakened by the sound just now, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Fark, it seems that I have to go another way, and this day is really uncomfortable. 35. Logan looked at the chaotic vehicles on the road in front of him, as well as countless pedestrians running around, and cursed secretly, immediately ready to turn around and go another way. As for what might be happening ahead, he didn't care anymore. Logan stopped. Then, Chen Tian also slowly opened his eyes, and there didn't seem to be any surprise in his eyes. This is New York, after all. New York in the world of Marvel is a place where big events can happen at any time. Countless characters gather here. It is not uncommon for events to occur at any time. For Chen Tian, the person who can cause the incident must represent his ability to copy, which is useful. So he asked Logan to park. Chen. Logan first stopped the car, looked at Chen Tian, who opened the door and walked down, stunned for a moment, and then understood Chen Tian's thoughts. Since you need it, I can't just let you go over. Said. Logan was ready to open the door and get out of the car. And at this time, Chen Tian was about to say something. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar and explosion sounded, which reverberated out, Sound waves like substance exploded towards the position of several people, and everyone's bodies vibrated with it. Those passers-by who were already on the road, running and screaming wildly, became more and more crazy. For a time, the entire road looked over, and it was such a group of demons dancing, as if it had turned into a purgatory on earth. Chen, Logan was just about to say something. In the next second, another shaking mountain came with a bang, and the building complex in front of the road once again showed large-scale destruction. Tall buildings cracked, collapsed, smoke and fire. Roar. The place where the explosion occurred was more and more pounded from Chen Tian's location, but it was only more than 1,000 meters away. And in addition to the explosion, they finally heard other sounds. Roar. Not like the roar of a man, but the roar of a monster. Under the skyrocketing fire and endless smoke, there were two humanoid monster figures several meters high, fighting each other. They all have hideous and terrifying huge muscles, and they can burst out with terrifying power at will, creating extremely exaggerated destruction. Pavements, tall buildings, vehicles, everything around them began to quickly turn into pieces and ruins. What the F***K are these two heads? The moment Logan saw the two-headed monster appear, he was stunned and his face was dull. The power displayed by those two-headed monsters is also too terrifying. Such a powerful physical strength. Is it really something that creatures can have? Even if Logan had super strength himself, he couldn't compare to them. It's the Hulk and the Abomination. Chen Tian recognized the identities of the two huge figures. Immediately, I couldn't help but light up my eyes. I didn't expect him to encounter the Hulk story event. And it's also a scene where he and Abhor, two genetic monsters created by gamma rays, fighting each other to the death. Two powerful abilities, warring scenes. Isn't that when I replicate ability? Chen Tian was immediately a little excited in his heart. This will be my best chance to replicate ability in the near future. The Hulk still has abomination powers. His eyes lit up. After all, his copy ability can be superimposed on each other. Both the Hulk and the Abomination ability can be obtained at the same time, and then attached to Chen Tian alone. Meantime, Chen Tian has another expectation in his heart. I don't know if it can be copied to the bloodline ability that the more angry the Hulk is, the stronger the power. This is also a very buggy ability in the Marvel Universe. As long as the Hulk has more anger in his heart, the stronger he can become. And this becoming stronger is also the same as the great super Krypton bloodline. And it becomes stronger without an upper limit. Now that I already have a bloodline that can become infinitely stronger, I don't know if I can add another tonight. Chen Tian's deep sense of anticipation is getting stronger and stronger. After thinking about it, he turned back to Logan and said, "Logan, you take Charles and the other children back first. You don't have to worry, I'm completely fine alone." Words fall. Chen Tian could not resist the anticipation in his heart and walked in the direction where the Hulk and the Abomination were. It's just that he just took 2 steps. Suddenly, a figure above his head flew through the air and turned back. Then I saw a golden and red, flowing metallic luster, sparks spraying from hands and feet, and a high-tech figure exuding a high-tech meaning up and down, slowly falling in front of Chen Tian. Blocked his retreat. This is Iron Man. Inside the car, Logan in the cab, or everyone else, looked up at each other. Tony Stark, as the limelight of the whole of America. Even Logan and others have heard of him. Hey, I don't know what you think. Maybe you're a reporter trying to grab a big story or something. But now that I'm here, you go back and save your life, understand? Tony under the mask. Stark was a little impatient. He was just at a party. He didn't expect that there would be 2 big guys doing things on the street. Now he's here to solve this trouble. And on the road in the past, I saw a passerby who wanted to give someone away, so I stopped him easily. Tony, I'm fine. Please give way. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, but did not expect Tony. Stark will appear at this time. Definitely, he didn't care. At this moment, Chen Tian just wants to hurry over and copy ability. Are you Chun? Tony, Stark also recognized Chen Tian, a partner brought by Mr. Wilson at the banquet 2 days earlier. He was actually not relieved at the time. After all, there were too many guests to remember them all. It wasn't until he saw each other again, now, that he had a little impression. Anyway, you stay here first. The two big guys in front are not something you can provoke. Tony. Stark didn't dwell too much, whether he knew him or not. It wasn't worth spending too much time on himself. 0. Asking for flowers. Then, after an explanation, the thrusters on his hands and feet suddenly erupted with more powerful firelight thrust, accelerating towards the two big guys who were still fighting and fighting the sky. Roar. Right in the city at night. The roads, buildings, and vehicles within a few kilometers of the surrounding area have all been reduced to ruins in the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Fire, fog, dense cracks, repeated terrifying power impacts. Even heaven and earth must follow the trembling roar together. Wherever the two big guys appear, wherever they appear, they will become hell-like existence under their aftermath. Moreover, with the war, the Hulk and Abomination are still on the move, constantly increasing the range of destruction. Hey, two big guys, you have to stop me. And if you fight again, the whole of New York will have to be demolished by you. Tony. Stark, as a steel battle suit, floated in midair and shouted warning at the two big guys below. The voice did not fall. The battle suit on his body, on his back, shoulders, and arms suddenly opened the dense organ grid. Next second, boom boom, countless missiles dragged their tail flames from the lattice on their bodies, marked out different trajectories, and bombarded towards the two big guys in front of them. Hundreds of missile groups, like meteors in the sky, and dense raindrops like torrential rain, crashed down. Boom! A series of explosions spread out in the air one after another. Countless missile explosions caused explosions to gather together, connecting into a mighty sea of fire. It was clear that it was night, but everything around was illuminated as bright as day. 0. Meanwhile, with so many missiles exploding at the same time, even the entire ground is constantly trembling. The already cracked road, under this bombardment, I am afraid it will be directly unrecognizable. Sudden protrusion. At this time, the military helicopter, which had just been hovering high in the air, rotated its propeller and slowly headed towards Tony. Stark came closer. On the helicopter, General Ross, dressed in military uniform, looked at the missiles that covered the two big guys at the same time and suddenly felt a little anxious. Tony. Stark. Don't hit that green guy, that's your own man. 99. He shouted anxiously, roar. Tony. Stark heard this, watching the gradually dissipating explosion on the ground and the smoke that took its place. You didn't say it earlier? I'm afraid they're both slag now. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His face was strange, and he raised his head and said to General Ross. However, it was in Tony. The moment Stark looked up, rumble. The ground below shook violently and emitted a roar. A huge figure directly tore through the thick black smoke screen, wrapped in a strong airflow, and rushed towards Iron Man. The figure had lizard-like gray skin, hideous and terrifying muscles, and every corner of his body was covered with dense bone spurs. Its Abomination, after being bombarded by heavy missiles, it was unharmed and even jumped directly towards Tony. Stark strikes back. Tony Stark, 35. Although the Abomination may seem very hideous now, it has not lost all its sanity. Its behemoth leapt up towards Tony. Stark also hissed out the other party's name as he kept getting closer. Next second, rumble. His huge body rose rapidly, wrapped in extremely strong air currents, and it was already like a cannonball, hitting the latter fiercely. The impact of terror even directly puts Tony. Stark flung out, "Damn, Tony!" Stark frowned and cursed secretly. Although there was a layer of steel battle suit, he could still feel the terrifying impact on his body. Wrapped in the Iron Man battle suit, he suddenly turned into a golden and red afterimage and flew all the way back. Boom, boom, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the sound of collision is incessant. and the ground is shaking one after another. Instead, the Iron Man flew upside down and crashed through several buildings in an uncontrolled row. Every building was left with a big hole filled with dust and fog, and it was full of cracks. And Tony, when Stark smashed into the building not far from Chen Tian, he was able to stop being knocked out in the smoke and dust around him. Tony, when Stark stood up again in the steel battlesuit, the place where his chest was hit by Abomination was already slightly shape-shifting. Even the surface of the steel battlesuit has many places because of the successive collisions just now, and many places have been rubbed off the painted paint. Looks quite embarrassing. Even if it's anti-Hulk armor in the back, Iron Man can't help the Hulk, let alone now. If you just let him face it, and the abomination of the Hulk at this stage, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. 35. Chen Tian shook his head repeatedly as he watched this scene, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then his eyes lit up, and he lifted his steps and walked towards the place where the fire was filled with fire and rolling fog in the distance. Leave it to me. 9. Chen Tian looked at the two huge voices, and his eyes lit up slightly. Boom! The night is getting darker, but New York at the moment is silent at all. The abomination that jumped into the air before, after crashing into the Iron Man, hit the ground again. More than several tons of bowed heads smashed on the ground, directly smashing the already cracked ground, and then smashed a big hole deeply. The ground shook violently, thick smoke and dust billowed up, the surrounding firelight burst out, and countless distorted light and shadows swayed on the ground. Hulk! 99. As soon as the abomination fell, he suddenly stood up straight and hissed at the Hulk. The rolling sound wave tore a hole in the endless fire and dust in front of him, and his eyes suddenly locked on Hulk, and all the bone spikes on his body became sharper and sharper at this moment. Both of them are the products of human gamma rays. Both are genetically mutated monsters, and they are old enemies of fate. Roar! 99. Hulk is several meters tall, under the green skin, all the exaggerated muscles like rocks, and the whole body is full of combat power, and there is a terrifying sense of oppression emanating from it. After the constant battle, the anger in his heart became more and more vigorous. His strength became stronger and stronger, and his reason gradually decreased at this time. He just wants to fight. Knock knock. Rumble. After receiving the provocation from the other party, Hulk directly took a big stride and stomped the ground trembling, then suddenly exerted force. The whole person turned into a huge amount of green afterimage, heading towards the abomination and killing. Boom! The two huge amounts of their bodies collided together again. The terrifying wind suddenly spread away from the place where they collided, blowing countless gravel smoke. The ground was even more overwhelmed, crawling out more dense cracks. This is a clash between two fierce beasts on Earth. The other side, with the Hulk and the abomination, there are several locations where the big hole was pierced. Half of the building collapsed into rubble. Rumble. A golden red steel arm with a lot of its surface coating scraped off sticks out from the rubble. 5-2-0. Then that hand, press on the pile of stones, Tony. Stark suddenly came out of the inside and climbed out. On the steel battle suit, the two eyes emit white light, shining two pillars of light in the dust in front of them. Damn, these two big guys can be so tricky. Tony, Stark cursed. Even through the mask, I could feel the gloomy mood of his mood at the moment. Just as he got up, ready to continue dealing with the Hulk and the two big guys. Tony, Stark suddenly found that the eastern face that he had seen once at the dinner party before was still walking towards the place where the Hulk and Hulk were fighting. Hey, your name is Chen, right? He suddenly shouted in the direction where Chen Tian was, and the mask amplified his voice while rendering it a mechanical sound. I don't know what you think right now, but the place in front is very dangerous. For the sake of your little life, you better get out of here quickly. In any case, the King and disguised Wilson have a long-term cooperation with the Stark Group. And Chen Tian is also the other party's partner. So, Tony, Stark made his own reminder a second time. However, Chen Tian Tony, Stark's successive prompts, familiar and unmoved. Still keeping his pace, he walked in the direction of the Hulk and the Abomination. As for Logan behind him, he took a car to people to a place farther away that would not be affected for the time being, looking at Chen Tian's back. Then, military helicopters at high altitude also lowered their altitude closer to Tony Stark. General Ross, on the plane, also noticed this guy who was advancing alone while everyone else was fleeing for his life. Who is this guy? He couldn't help but ask his subordinates beside him. Hearing his question, everyone in the helicopter looked at Chen Tian and were speechless. Apparently no one knew each other. Meanwhile, SHIELD headquarters, director's office. Nick, on the screen in front of Fury, the scene of the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination was also captured through the camera on the street. He naturally noticed Chen Tian's figure, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Chen Tian. Nick. The moment fury appeared in his eyes suddenly sharpened, and his face became more gloomy. A pair of fists clenched directly. You guy, you really haunted. Just killed so many of my people, and now it's here again. He muttered, what are you trying to do when you go up now? Copy ability? However, Hulk and Abomination, who are mad now, are not easy guys to mess with. And if you walk over, I am afraid that you will only be affected. I want to see what you are capable of. Dare to walk up. Nick, as Fury thought about it, his eyes became sharper. He has decided not to die with Chen Tian and will definitely face each other head-on in the future. And before dealing with a person, the most important thing is to know him as well as possible. However, the other party's ability has not been completely revealed in front of S.H.I.E.L.D., in addition to sending people to inquire. Now is the best time to observe Chen Tian's ability and combat power level. After all, what he was about to face now was the Hulk and the two terrifying monsters who hated it. Thinking, Nick, Fury's expression suddenly became serious, staring at Chen Tian's back on the screen. Meanwhile, on the street near Times Square in New York, it should have been one of the busiest areas in the city. However, looking at the past at this moment, it is a mess everywhere, and fireworks are everywhere. Broken cars, collapsed buildings, shattered streets. Looking across the street, you can't even come up with a single intact shop. Boom! A huge gray fist intent suddenly broke through the air, triggering a huge amount of airflow around it, forming a violent wind. Pedal and pedal. Hulk's face was punched in Abomination, and suddenly the huge amount of his body lost his balance and took a few steps back uncontrollably. Rumble. It was smashed directly into the building behind him, with rubble splashing and dust and mist churning. Hulk, seeing this, the hatred did not hesitate and roared with a raging battle intent flowing under his eyes. As soon as he lifted his hands, he easily carried the two cars on his side that had been flattened. Rumble, rumble. One after another, he smashed into the hole in the wall that the Hulk crashed into, a violent collision sound coming backwards from it. Hulk, Abomination of doing all this, but still has no intention of stopping, ugly and huge amounts of the head looking left and right, as if looking for what else to smash over. Then, it noticed that not far away, a small figure that only reached its crotch was slowly walking towards it. Initially, Abomination does not want to pay attention to this weak being, but just when he was about to turn around, he noticed the contempt and disdain in the other party's eyes. Roar! The Abomination was immediately furious and roared out. All the spikes on the body are shaking wildly with this action. It has been pursuing great power all its life, and now the hatred, looking at the surrounding environment, feeling the immense power in the body, is naturally proud. However, it actually felt contempt for itself in the eyes of this Oriental teenager in front of him, who is not well-proportioned. This Abomination cannot be endured. Find death. 5. After it roared, it immediately picked up a waste car with a flaming hood beside it and smashed it towards the little guy in his eyes. Roar. Tons of scrap cars roared by, with the weight of horror. If it is an ordinary person, if it is hit by this, it will definitely be crushed into meat puree. Distance. Tony, who is rushing towards this side. Stark raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It's over. I don't know what this Chen thinks. He actually dares to run directly in front of such a monster. It seems that Mr. Wilson is changing partners. He shook his head and sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already persuaded Chen Tian twice. The latter does not stop anyway. I can't blame myself for this. However, Tony Stark's thoughts just fell. In the air, two red beams of light, wrapped in terrifying power, suddenly swept through. The waste car that smashed towards Chen Tian was immediately cut directly from the middle, cut into two segments, and the part that cut seemed to be melted by lava with temperature. One left and one right swiped through his body, not touching Chen Tian at all. How is that possible? This guy turned out to be no ordinary person. Tony, when Stark saw this scene, his eyes jumped and his heart was shocked. His eyes looked at the waste car behind Chen Tian in amazement, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. How'd he do it? High in the sky, General Ross on the helicopter was also shocked and complicated when he saw such an expression on his face. On the faces all around, a pair of eyes were constantly flickering, not knowing what they were thinking. The other side, SHIELD headquarters, inside the director's office. Damn, this damn guy used this trick to kill everyone else. Nick, Fury saw Chen Tian use the heat sight again, and suddenly couldn't control his emotions. The picture of those contingent members being killed by the latter's hot sight once again appeared in front of him. This made him feel extremely angry. The expression of the whole person became fierce, and there was a bloodshot in his eyes. Chun, go on. I'd rather take a good look at what other abilities you have besides these. 99. Then, Nick. Fury barely controlled the urge to smash the monitor in front of him. Such a sentence was squeezed out of the mouth. His eyes were even more locked on Chen Tian. Times Square, New York. Hate to see the cut car, stunned, and then the corners of his mouth split, revealing a dense, sharp tooth, showing a hideous smile. He had already become interested in Chen Tian. This little guy also has a special ability, which can be matched as his opponent. Thereupon, roar! The ground trembled violently, and a huge figure drove the surrounding flames and smoke and swept towards Chen Tian. The big guy is going to do something to Chen Tian. Tony, when Stark saw this scene, he was immediately a little nervous, but his steel battle suit affected the power transmission device 0. At the moment is repairing itself and simply cannot fly. Next second, right in Tony, Stark looked anxiously. The hatred of a heavy truck has suddenly rushed to Chen Tian's eyes. A huge fist the size of an ordinary person had already been raised high by him. Smash it down, and then, rumble. The strong wind swept indiscriminately, and all the objects around were swept up. Endless smoke and dust rise and tumble. But I saw an extremely slender small hand that was relatively abhorrent to the fist and easily blocked his punch. Roar! Abomination suddenly became furious, roared, and the muscles in his body suddenly swelled, bursting out with full strength. It's a pity that no matter how hard he exerts, the fist in front of him can't advance by half a point. Abomination, too weak. Chen Tian raised his hand and pressed the fist in front of him, shook his head, and commented indifferently. Battle detected, rewarded, super strength. Then, the cold prompt in my head sounded at this time. Copy ability, successfully copy the other party's super strength. Click, click. Suddenly, in Chen Tian's body, there was a crackling sound and the muscles on his body expanded slightly. After all, he now has a super plus Wolverine's super strength as a base. The abomination of super strength did not bring him a leap forward, but Chen Tian estimated it. This ability copy also brought a third improvement to his overall strength, which is not bad. An opposite, Abomination fell into rage after hearing Chen Tian's words. You said I, weak. It roared wildly, and terrifying sound waves spread out from its throat like substance. With the other hand, he directly held the street lamp on the side and suddenly exerted force, and the entire street lamp was uprooted. Next second, Abomination directly raised the street lamp in his hand, and the hideous muscles of his body suddenly jumped at this time, smashing towards Chen Tian. Then, Chen Tian looked at the street lamp getting closer and closer. His expression was calm, and his eyes were not wavering. I don't seem to feel any pressure. Then, the hand pressed on the abomination, fist pushed forward. Rumble. Abomination didn't even have a chance to react, only felt a huge force from the fist down the arm. That huge force, powerful, turbulent, unable to resist. It was as if I had hit a steel wall that could not be shaken at all. The entire huge body of the behemoth was pushed out of an extremely long distance that could not be controlled at all, washed away huge amounts of houses. For a time, the surrounding ground trembled, endless dust and mist churning and spreading. At this time, one house after another collapsed. Looking at this scene, Tony Stark's shock in his heart was even more incomparable. The expression under the steel mask was already a little uncontrollable, with a bit of a sluggish feeling. What is the origin of this, Chun? What a great power can there be in such a small body? 55. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. Just a seemingly understated push, just directly blast such a big guy away. 3.0 the other side. In the sky, General Ross, who had been in the helicopter and was paying attention to the ground, had even more complicated expressions in his eyes. The whole person fell into silence. The super soldier studied by the military for so long is nothing compared to this teenager. How exactly did he do it? In an SHIELD headquarters. Nick. Fury stared at the screen, his expression even more gloomy. Although he had already predicted in his heart before, the strength of this Chen Tian must have exceeded his previous performance. However, after seeing that the other party can so easily confront and even suppress such a huge genetic monster, Nick, Fury still felt the pressure. It seems that the plan to deal with Chen Tian needs to be further improved. He suddenly fell into deep thought, and his eyes became more and more gloomy. If there's really no other way, then only. Just when everyone saw Chen Tian's performance, they all had their own thoughts. You strong. Hulk, the Hulk who had been smashed into the ruins by Abomination, slowly crawled out of the ruins. Chen Tian's performance just now was also seen by him. So after coming out, Hulk's gaze at Chen Tian was full of excitement. Roar! He roared, an excited smile on his green face. Next second, Hulk roared, and actually took a direct step towards Chen Tian. Two huge amounts of thighs hang hideous, knotted, huge muscles. Every step that falls, a deep pit will be stepped on the already fragmented ground, and the ground will tremble. The Hulk stared at Chen Tian, and a warlike roar came out of his mouth. It's getting faster and faster. Both fists have been raised, aiming and smashing towards the opponent's head. Roar! The moment Hulk burst into a low roar deep in his throat, he had already arrived in front of Chen Tian. All the muscles swelled and bounced, bursting with extraordinary power. A pair of giant fists have been raised high and smashed down again. Between all movements, you can bring a strong roar whistling wind, an endless airflow in all directions, full of oppression. However, Chen Tian stood in place, feeling the strong air pressure coming from the surface. His face did not move. Seeing the Hulk's fist grow bigger and bigger in his own eyes, he was suddenly pleased. Battle detected. Reward. Super speed. Battle detected. Reward. Super strength. When the copy ability took effect, an icy voice echoed back and forth in my head. Meanwhile, Chen Tian felt the power in his body, increasing wildly. The forces that had previously been copied from different sources were superimposed at this moment. There is an additional intangible energy in the depths of the body, rushing towards the internal organs and limbs of the body at a very fast speed and penetrating in. Chen Tian is getting stronger at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the muscles on the body expanded slightly and tightened. He could feel that his strength had been greatly improved on the original basis, and the strength of his whole body was like a vast sea of stars. You can't see the edge at a glance. Chen Tian is confident. Even Clark, who has the bloodline of Krypton, will take a lot of time to catch up with him. Furthermore, Chen Tian also felt the world in his line of sight slow down and become clearer. Thanks to super speed, a copy of the Hulk. His reaction speed, also at this time, has been raised to another level. At the moment, the Hulk's fist was smashing towards him, but Chen Tian can see the details of all the other party's movements in full view. It's just that the Hulk rushed over, and in such a short period of time, he copied the other party's ability, and his strength was promoted again. Roar. Next second, the Hulk roared again, and the fist that had already smashed down accelerated even more. Boom! The air where the fist passed, even because the speed of his shot was too fast, generated bursts of explosions. Rumble. Again in a blink of an eye. The Hulk's behemoth body was on his back and feet off the ground. Leaping up, the open mouth closed heavily, and the uninterrupted roar just now was cut off with the closed mouth. Hulk, it seems that you don't see enough. Chen Tian raised his fist high, looked at the Hulk in front of him who was bombarded by his own punch, and chuckled. Subsequently, he lifted his feet. Rumble. The Hulk had just been punched by Chen Tian and flew up, his feet off the ground. I haven't had time to land yet. He was slammed in the abdomen by Chen Tian. The air flow stirs, and the heaven and earth roar. The Hulk's entire behemoth body directly turned into a green cannonball and flew upside down towards the rear. Rumble. In the end, the Hulk's behemoth body flew backwards for more than 1,000 meters and crashed down a building that was already full of cracks and crumbling, just as it fell to the ground under the collapse of countless collapsed stones. However, Chen Tian estimated that the other party would not be harmed. He was scrupulous to his full strength, and maybe he would kill the Hulk directly, so it only used 1/10 of the force. Sure enough, the endless dust and mist raised on the opposite side were suddenly torn apart by a pair of large hands with green skin. Suddenly, Rage's Hulk appeared in front of Chen Tian's eyes again. Roar. Being beaten one after another made the anger in Hulk's heart churn more and more, and suddenly roared. At this moment, the green muscles on his body suddenly swelled in a circle. A pair of red eyes staring at Chen Tian. The reason why he will do something to Chen Tian is entirely because of his competitive spirit. After all, the current Hulk has an IQ of only a few years old and far from being mature. And now, after being beaten by Chen Tian, the Hulk has developed 10 out of 10 hostile feelings towards the former. Boom. Next second, the Hulk roared with force, and his entire huge body suddenly jumped up. In a few jumps, he had already arrived in front of Chen Tian. In the sky, General Ross on a gunship has been watching everything that happens on the ground. His eyes, which exuded a sense of vicissitudes, were always on Chen Tian's body. General Ross looked at the yellow-skinned boy who looked on the surface, but was completely no different from an ordinary teenager. His eyes suddenly showed a strong interest. Hulk, on the other hand, builds up with anger. 39. If you don't directly bombard him, the battle after that will become more and more difficult. How far can you resist, and how long can you last? He couldn't help but have such curiosity in his heart. Look but at this time. Rumble. The Hulk rushed not far from Chen Tian and burst out his strongest power again. Both feet suddenly stomped on the ground, the thigh muscles suddenly expanded, and it was a bang, and it flew directly to an altitude of nearly 100 meters. Then he raised his fists, his eyes were full of fierceness, and he roared and smashed down towards Chen Tian. The entire behemoth body, at this moment, looked like a terrifying green shooting star. As the Hulk landed, the endless air currents around him were violently pulled by his huge size. A mighty wind has formed. Chen Tian raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hulk, this guy, after being beaten by me, his strength has become stronger again. I'm afraid that if he fights again, he will not be his opponent anymore. This is Hulk's most terrifying bloodline. As the anger deepens, the power can grow indefinitely. This is also the main reason why Chen Tian just retracted his strength to fight him. For fear of killing the other party, you will not be able to copy the other party's ability in the end. Chen Tian pondered. A terrifying air pressure suddenly fell on his head. Hulk! But Hulk, who jumped into the air, had already fallen above his head at this time. Rumble. Next second, the Hulk's behemoth body of more than several tons smashed down with a bang. The terrifying power, like a meteorite hitting the earth, suddenly exploded from the position of the impact. Everything around shook violently with this impact. The already fragmented ground has become even more chaotic. The wind and waves formed by the strong air current, carrying countless gravel and smoke, spread out towards the surroundings. Endless thick dust and fog rise, straight into the clouds, like wolf smoke. Boom! Those buildings that were already full of cracks and crumbling were blown into pieces and collapsed after the wind and waves swept in. Ripples visible to the naked eye are constantly rippling and swaying in the air. Just a collision from the Hulk. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was as if it had been washed by a terrifying bomb, and everything turned into shatter. You can't find the bustling streets of the past again. Tony Stark stood not far away, looking through the mask, looking at the constantly churning dust and fog in front of him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. JRVS, scanning the survival of those involved. 35. He couldn't help but give an order towards the artificial intelligence butler. Tony Stark remembered the scene that had just happened in his mind, and the corners of his eyes kept beating. He tried to imagine if he was standing in Chen Tian's position to meet the Hulk's bombardment. What will be the result for yourself? We'll die. The question just gave birth in his heart, and there was an answer. The Hulk's smashing blow was too terrifying. Tony Stark simply estimated the reaction of all the surrounding environment at the moment. He thought that even if he was wearing a steel battle suit, it would be completely impossible to withstand it. In his opinion, even if the kid named Chen has extraordinary strength, but no matter what, after facing this, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. So, Tony Stark made the move to let the artificial intelligence JRVS scan the casualties on the scene. Sir, no casualties were detected. Then, JRVS's signature emotionless electronic synthesis sound, BY Tony. Stark whispered in his ear and gave the answer. Just now, Chen didn't die. 39. Hasn't even weakened its vitality. Hasn't it been injured? 35. Tony who got the answer. Stark frowned, his eyes flickered, and he was surprised. He looked up at the thick fog that was still billowing and churning, and his heart was at a loss. Chen really survived? If it weren't for Tony, Stark has enough trust in the artificial intelligence JRVS. Otherwise, after getting such an answer, he would even wonder if JRVS had failed. And now, surprised. Tony, in the back of Stark's heart, there is a huge amount of question. How did Chen survive? Then, the thick dust and fog that rose between heaven and earth began to gradually become thinner. He saw the scene inside the dust and fog clearly. Thereunto, the two figures were bathed in dust and mist, standing opposite each other. One of the slender figures just stretched out one hand to catch the two huge fists on the opposite side. Moreover, there's a large depression in the ground under your feet. Caught it. Tony Stark's voice trembled when he saw this, and he almost wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. Take another look. There are no mistakes. Chen Tian, unexpectedly, with only one hand, caught the Hulk's terrifying blow that seemed to destroy the world. Right in Tony Stark was in utter shock. Next second, in the dust and fog, the slender figure slowly raised his hand, and the huge figure on the opposite side was easily pulled with the former's hand. No resistance, feet off the ground. Rumble. Chen Tian held the Hulk's hand, and with only one hand, he easily shook the latter's entire behemoth body. Smashed to the ground again. The ground trembled violently, and it directly collapsed into a large pit with a diameter of several meters. Roar! Hulk smashed to the ground, suddenly screaming in pain, and his hands tried to break free. But he found that Chen Tian's arm that was as slender as his fingers was like the hardest steel, and it was unshakable. Even the muscles of the Hulk's whole body have completely expanded at this time, and the blood on the surface of the body is gushing. exhausted all efforts. Still to no avail. He couldn't get out of Chen Tian's control at all. Ah, yes. Hulk, who felt this, began to roar wildly. The strength in the body, the muscles of the body, are also increasing wildly with the continuous rise of anger. Followed by, Chen Tian shook his entire body again, changed directions, and smashed it on the ground. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and it was once again smashed into a deep and wide hole by the Hulk's behemoth body. You! Hulk roared again, his eyes already dyed crimson with anger. The power in the body is growing wildly again. The muscles are expanding bigger and bigger. Then the next second, rumble. Chen Tian picked up the other party's huge body and began to smash it into the ground in different directions. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently without stopping. Roar. Countless strong winds are constantly sweeping and raging because of the Hulk's huge body and the constantly movement. Yes. The Hulk endured one impact after another. The anger in his heart became heavier and heavier, and his strength grew wildly. Rao is so, but he didn't feel the slightest chance that he had a chance to break free from Chen Tian's hands. The Hulk was so played by Chen Tian without any backhand. I don't know how many times it hit. The ground around Chen Tian has been smashed by himself for several meters. That's when the Hulk was thrown out. Boom, boom. The Hulk flew all the way out, destroying a building again, maiming and splashing. Roar! However, the Hulk, who was hit hard, did not flinch, but became more and more angry in his heart, making him stronger and stronger. He quickly got up, roared and rushed towards Chen Tian again. In the sky, General Ross saw this scene and said in a deep voice, "It seems that this yellow-skinned young man, although he can suppress Hulk for a short time, there is no way to kill him." Speaking, he shook his head. In this way, this young man also takes this green monster. There is nothing he can do. After all, the more Hulk fights, the more angry and powerful he becomes. The voice just fell. Bang! On the ground. The Hulk has already picked up a boulder and threw it at Chen Tian. Chen Tian watched the boulder break through the air, his face expressionless, his eyes shining red. Boom! The crimson beam swept over, and the boulder suddenly exploded into powder. Then, battle detected, get reward. Hulk bloodline, Hulk. After successive stimuli, Chen Tian finally successfully copied to the other party's bloodline. It's not easy. He beamed and muttered. Roar. 5. Unfortunately, he didn't wait for him to feel the wonders of the Hulk's bloodline. Not far away, Abomination also crawled out of the ruins, his eyes locked on Chen Tian, as if he regarded the latter as a target for killing. Roar. Boy, wait to die. 35. Roar. Time. The two big guys rushed towards Chen Tian at the same time. Since I have copied to bloodline ability, then I will not be polite. Chen Tian didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh. Next second, boom, two big guys just rushed in front of him, and Chen Tian blasted out in 2 circles. The ground trembled, and the wind swelled. The Hulk and the Abomination were actually blasted out without any resistance at the same time. Damn! Tony Stark watched the Hulk fly towards him. His face changed, and he cursed secretly. Sir, the restoration is complete. Fortunately, the voice of JRVS sounded at the right time, indicating that the battle suit power transmission was repaired. Tony Stark immediately didn't hesitate, prompting the engine to fly into the air, narrowly avoiding the smash. Rumble. The Hulk crashed to the ground and smashed into the air, only to fall on the ruins, stirring up smoke and dust. Tony Stark looked at this scene and was shocked under his eyes. Meanwhile, SHIELD headquarters. Nick. Fury looked at this scene. His eyes were cloudy and complicated. Both the Hulk and the Abomination made him feel jealous. And Chen Tian can actually abuse the two of them with only one person. The other side, New York Square. Damn! The Abomination that was smashed into the distance by the bombardment roared and was the first to get up and launched another offensive with a fierce expression, rather unconvinced. The ground shook suddenly. The abomination rushed to Chen Tian's eyes in an instant. Chen Tian looked at each other, his eyes indifferent. In this way, the desired ability has been copied almost the same. He had no extra mind and continued to play. You damn it, Chen Tian whispered, reaching out to easily catch the huge arm that swung towards him in abomination. Boom! 5 fingers to power. Like pinching a deadwood branch, it easily bursts a hated forearm. The membrane ruptured, and countless red muscles and white tendons all popped out. There was also a huge amount of sticky and fishy blood gushing out. Severe pain came. The gigantic abomination felt the intense pain and threw his head back with a deafening roar. The huge sound wave generated by the roar rippled outwards and spread throughout North New York City. Roar. 35. The abomination mixed with the roar of extreme pain reverberated back and forth in the night sky of New York City after nightfall. Even if you just listen to the sound, you can feel the pain he is experiencing now. Damn it! Gritting his teeth in disgust, he raised his eyes and looked at Chen Tian in front of him. He originally wanted to explode, but the moment he met the other party's eyes, his entire behemoth body trembled unconsciously. What kind of eyes are they? Indifferent, overlook, high above. Rao no longer has much reason. All thoughts are occupied by war intent and anger and hatred. When facing this pair of eyes, there is a great fear in his heart, rushing up, instantly occupying all thoughts. You damn it! He recalled what Chen Tian had just said. Once again, the previous hatred only felt that the other party was just provoking himself. Looking back now, I don't feel that there are any emotional fluctuations in it. It sounds like it's just a calm statement of a fact. Spare me. Hate to open the mouth, in the hideous mouth parts covered with dense fangs. This time actually spat out words begging for mercy. Pity. It's a pity. Chen Tian shook his head lightly when he heard this. A few simple words fell into the ears of abomination, but like a few sharp spikes, they were inserted into the heart. Burst. More than Chen Tian's words. After he said those words, the young man with indifferent eyes had already stretched out his hands and easily inserted them into the chest that hated the abomination that could not even be penetrated by bullets. No. The hatred body shook, felt a huge amount of pain spread throughout his body instantly, and wanted to continue to beg for mercy. Pity. The words are not finished. Tear pull. Chen Tian's hands inserted into the opponent's chest suddenly split to the sides. Hate the body covered with spikes, which was deeply torn in half. All the membranes, muscles, and bones that should have been extremely tough could not resist Chen Tian's movements. Sticky and fishy blood, mixed with countless strangely shaped internal organs, rushed out and splashed to the ground. Chen Tian casually threw the 2 halves of the behemoth body in his hand to the ground. His expression was still calm and did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if he had just torn open an insignificant piece of white paper. He was standing there. Because of his biological position, all the blood and slime did not contaminate him. On both sides of the body were the hateful corpses that had been torn in half. Blood soaked the internal organs all over the ground, mixed with other colorful, unknown liquids, emitting a strong stench into the air. Now, at this time, it has completely fallen into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes looking at Chen Tian were full of shock and disbelief. Sir, it has been detected that the living form abomination has died. 35. Tony. Stark stood stunned in place, listening to the sound of JRVS in his ears, and his expression under the mask had long since fallen into sluggishness. Although I have not experienced it myself, I can draw at least one conclusion from all the manifestations of the surrounding environment. The power that Chen Tian just erupted is unpredictable, far from the power that Superman can withstand. Even before, none of the known life forms on Earth could possess such power. This guy is simply a walking nuclear weapon. Tony. Stark's thoughts progressed here, and he couldn't help but be startled and muttered. Stopped in a car on the side of the road in the distance. Chen, this freak. Logan was in the driver's seat, watching this scene from afar, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Others may not know, But as the person who is most familiar with Chen Tian, Logan knows how long it took for the former to reach this point. Chen, it's scary. Peter the latter was so frightened that he curled up with his head in his hands, shivering. Wanda and Laura, on the other hand, both huddled in front of the car window, looking at Chen Tian with bright eyes, feeling safe. Chen's variant ability is the strongest I have ever seen. Charles on the side also looked a little surprised and couldn't help but sigh. After 2 days away, has the variant ability been strengthened to this point? Except for them. General Ross in a helicopter, and Nick in Shield Fury was even more shocked when he saw Chen Tian's performance. As government personnel, they naturally know how terrifying the abomination of body density is. That's an existence that can't even be penetrated by armor-piercing shells. Actually torn by hand, just like that? How terrifying is Chen Tian's power? Moreover, just now he obviously has not reached his limit, and the whole process seems relaxed. And what is his limit? It's just certain that ordinary thermal weapons are far from threatening him. How exactly is this monster made? General Ross was in the sky. Looking at Chen Tian from a distance, his eyes were full of frenzy. Although the mutant in the world today has been reduced to experimental subjects, for General Ross, those mutant experimental subjects are too weak. After seeing the Hulk's terrifying power, he wants to get stronger. And at the moment, a stronger presence than the Hulk is just around the corner. The other side, Nick in the office of the director within Shield Fury, already couldn't help but stand up, eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. His mood was very different from Ross's. Nick Fury has listed Chen Tian as a danger that must be dealt with. It's just that after seeing the strength of Chen Tian's true strength at the moment, he suddenly realized that if he wanted to deal with the other party, he had to think long-term. With the strength that Chen Tian is showing now, conventional means will definitely not work for him. Come to think of it, Nick Fury couldn't help but clench his fists. Then, in footage captured from other cameras, he accidentally saw Charles in the car. Look at this mutant, which is listed as the same threat as nuclear weapons. A dark light flashed under Nick Fury's eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Roar, 39. Then, the Hulk's angry roar suddenly came from the screen, drawing his attention back to the main screen. I saw Hulk stand up from the ruins again, shaking dust, and his hands pounding his chest with great momentum. Roar, 99. He yelled and wanted to keep fighting. But when his gaze swept over the shredded abomination, he was directly stunned in place. Before hating, it was inseparable from him. How did it become such a ghost in the blink of an eye? Just as Hulk's movements gradually slowed down, he noticed Chen Tian, who was standing on the abomination of flesh and blood, and slowly raised his head. A calm and indifferent gaze was projected towards himself. In those deep black eyes, there is clearly no extreme emotion, but it is extremely intimidating. Being targeted by it completely gives people a sense of crushing from the dimension of life. Just looking at it made the Hulk feel creepy. The Hulk's roar stopped abruptly. The raised hand softened. The ferocity in his eyes also gradually collapsed. He felt a certain fear deep in his marrow, as if a weak little animal saw the fear of an invincible predator and engulfed him in an instant. Roar. Subsequently, after the Hulk actually let out a low roar, he turned around and ran without hesitation, fast as the wind. A pair of big feet trembled when they stepped on the ground at a very fast frequency. The behemoth body disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Is that instigated? Chen Tian looked at the direction in which the other party disappeared and shook his head speechlessly. I didn't expect to be convinced by Hulk so easily, but now that the ability that should be copied has almost been copied, he didn't bother to chase, and suddenly raised his footsteps and walked towards Logan's parking spot. On a gunship, General Ross was stunned when he saw this scene, and his eyes widened in shock. This is running? Invincible, the extremely violent Hulk. When facing the enemy, he didn't even have the courage to continue to shoot, turn around and run. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Before, they captured Hulk, but they don't know how many men they paid and sacrificed a lot of soldiers. However, the other party has always maintained an invincible posture and does not pay attention to the army led by Ross at all. And now, such a Hulk is actually directly scared away. General, do you want to chase? The subordinates on the side also came back to their senses after a brief sluggishness. General Ross looked at the pleading in the eyes of his daughter Betty next to him, sighed, and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to chase. Let's land first. I have something to say to the young man, he said immediately. The voice is over. The helicopter gunship he was riding in immediately leaned over to Logan's parking position and landed slowly. And Tony Stark also controlled the steel battlesuit at this time and flew towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked down at the helicopter, General Ross, who came with a smile, and asked in a deep voice, although I don't know what the other party really wants, he has the confidence to face everything that may happen in front of him at this moment. Can I know who you really are? This friend. Although Ross wanted Chen Tian to come straight to his research, thinking of the other party's terrible strength, he had to try to make him seem friendly. Next to Tony, Stark was also curious about it. After just now, he had understood that Chen Tian was not just Mr. Wilson's partner. Rose, I know what you're thinking, but I warn you, this guy is Chen Tian, an extremely dangerous mutant and hostile to officials. At this time, Nick Fury's voice suddenly sounded from Ross's headphones. The latter's face instantly changed when he heard these words, and his gaze looking at Chen Tian suddenly became a little shocked. Standing on the opposite side, Chen Tian, his five senses naturally heard Nick Fury's voice. So he smiled and said, he's right, I'm mutant. Your military had better not provoke me at will. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that something will happen. 5. Next to Tony. When Stark heard this, his brows raised slightly. I didn't expect to meet Mutant again. The tone of his voice was not the slightest repulsion, just a little surprised. After all, for so many years, the government has been saying that Mutant has gradually disappeared from the world, and today it can actually meet one. Tony, stay away from him. General Ross looked solemn, unconsciously took a step back, and at the same time glanced at Tony, who was still approaching. Stark, remind out loud. I'm not an expert in sociology, and I don't think Chen is hostile. Tony. Stark spread out his hands, and the battle suit mask opened at the same time, revealing a handsome face with a beard. He looked at Chen Tian and said with a smile on his face, to be honest, Chen, I am very interested in having an in-depth exchange with you. I always thought you would be a funny friend. Tony of this period. Stark hasn't experienced much yet, and Ren is a playful playboy in the face of a lot of things. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this. As the person who knows the other person best, he knows that he is telling the truth, and if conditions permit, Chen Tian is also willing to make friends with Iron Man. But right now, it's obviously not a good time. We can talk when we have time, but for now, I'm going back to rest. With that, Chen Tian nodded in greeting, then turned around and prepared to leave. Chen Tian, you stand for me. Seeing this, General Ross looked anxious and took 2 steps forward to stop someone. Whether the other party is mutant or something else, the terrifying power of his body is real. It's also something he's after, obviously being so close to him, but letting the other party leave directly did make General Ross a little difficult to accept. Ross, I warn you that it's best not to do anything with Chen Tian. But before he finished speaking, Nick came from the headphones again. Fury's somber voice. Hearing this reminder, Ross woke up like a dream and remembered the scene where Chen Tian had just shown his strength. Damn, what'd I almost do? Ross came to his senses, looked at his daughter and other comrades on the gunship behind him, and suddenly felt that his body was a little stiff and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Chen Tian is a capable and abhorrent existence. If they really provoke him, the other party wants to destroy all the military people present, but it is only a matter of raising their hands. Luckily, Nick Fury pulled himself in time as he walked to the edge of the cliff. Kind of think of it. A trace of bitterness and helplessness suddenly appeared on Ross's face, and he could only stand in place, watching Chen Tian, who made his heart move and gradually moved away after getting in the car. A long time later, General Ross blew the night breeze and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Nick, Fury, you just said that this Chen Tian is hostile to the official people. 35. Then you SHILD are not going to leave him alone? He opened his mouth to Nick on the other end of the headphones. Fury asked, SHILD, as a special unit specializing in dealing with various strange events, as mutants, Chen Tian is naturally within their scope of handling. But before Nick, Fury replied. General Ross shook his head to himself. But I think it is also, according to the strength that this Chen Tian has just shown, I am afraid that if he does not use heavy weapons, he will not be able to deal with him at all. Even if Lee's heavy weapons are dispatched, they are not necessarily his opponents. It should be tricky for you, SHILD, right? The voice is over. Nick over there in the headphones. Fury was silent for a while before replying. We had already been in contact with him before, and also paid a heavy price. But I won't let him go. When General Ross heard this, he said in a heavy tone, apart from nuclear weapons, can there really be something to deal with him? The price to pay for the use of nuclear weapons is too great, and it is clearly not worth dealing with a mutant. Finished talking. He waited a long time, and he didn't wait for Nick. Fury's answer. General Ross cares about everything. After all, he himself knows this question, and it is difficult to answer. After forgetting the direction in which Chen Tian had left, he returned to the gunship. Let someone come and collect the abomination corpse, and then let's go back, General Ross said to his subordinates. Subsequently, the gunship started again and lifted off to leave. The other side, SHILD Triboloid Wing Building. Inside the director's office, Nick, Fury looked at the file and an old photo in his hand and fell into a long silence. The photo is an old Xavier Academy photo. It was also Charles who bought a photo with the first X-Men. His gaze was on Charles's smiling face, and he paused for a moment. Nick, Fury opened the back of the photo, which had the words brainwave strengthening written on it, and the photo was found in the archive room last night. SHIELD, as the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, has been in contact with Mutant X-Men Xavier Academy, and to control their every move is to better control this race. Therefore, he also knows the secrets that Charles hides in the basement of the college. Can only nuclear weapons be used against Chen Tian? Nick Fury touched the handwriting and muttered, other methods, don't try how to know if it works. Night falls. On the sky without clouds and moons, it is difficult to find shining stars. Because New York City is one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Every night, the light pollution caused by the bright lights makes people on the ground look up into the deep space, but it is difficult to find the stars. Chun. Logan grasped the steering wheel, and Yu Guang paid attention to the teenager on the side, wanted to stop talking. Logan, just say whatever you want. Chen Tian tilted his head and smiled. He wanted to say that it would get better and better in the future, and I felt that way. Charles in the back row laughed. Chen, you are so strong. I feel that as long as I have you by my side now, I don't have to worry about anything. Wanda also had a smile on her face, like a porcelain doll's delicate little face, with a blush that appeared from excitement. I think so too. Laura pursed her small mouth, her words changing more and more. Only Pete seemed to have been immersed in the image of Chen Tian's hand tearing abomination, unable to extricate himself and dare not look up. Let's hope it's not an illusion. Logan listened to their words, and his laughter was a little complicated. Relax. I promised that everything would only get better. Chen Tian heard the worry hidden in the conversation, knew that Wolverine had been through many good times, and then watched everything shatter. So he said in relief, and he is so convinced. With Chen Tian's current strength, he can already do a lot of things. That's it. While talking, the group soon returned to Drenched Manor. The others were too tired to go back and eat something simply, and then went back to rest. Chen Tian leaned on telepathy and found that everyone fell asleep quickly after returning to their rooms. Maybe I'm too tired tonight. Chen Tian smiled. Speaking of which, he has experienced too many things within today. Even when he just came out of the playground, he was so tired that he fell asleep. It's just that now he is extremely spiritual, and he doesn't have much sleep. I'm getting stronger again. 5. Chen Tian muttered with a smile. Then the mind moved, and the panel was summoned. There are a lot of abilities on the panel at the moment. These include 2 super strengths, Hulk the Hulk and Abomination. There's also super speed. Definitely. One of the most important gains is the Hulk bloodline. This bloodline also has a bloodline that can increase his power indefinitely, which makes Chen Tian feel very satisfied. After a little feeling, 520 should be. Chen Tian also accidentally found that the Hulk bloodline and Kryptonian bloodline he got, 2 different bloodlines, did not conflict with each other. Moreover, like other abilities, they're the same bloodline, and there is a superposition effect between them. The improvement brought by the 2 bloodlines is carried out at the same time. And when the Hulk's bloodline brings anger, the drawback of losing his mind due to the battle spirit is also gone. Maybe it's because of the Krypton bloodline. Only the good part of the bloodline is preserved. Chen Tian looked at the palm of his hand and sighed in surprise. He can clearly perceive that his body is getting bigger and bigger. Not only now, but presumably from now on, Clark will be crushed by me. Chen Tian suddenly thought of Clark's stubborn face, and suddenly a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Previously, Chen Tian relied on Wolverine and Clark, and the super strength superposition he got had already overwhelmed the big super. And now, he has also gained 2 super strengths. It can be said that the current Da Chao is far inferior to Chen Tian in terms of strength, and about the potential of the future, although it also has an infinite evolutionary bloodline with no upper limit. However, Da Chao Clark only has Krypton bloodline, a separate bloodline, and I, on the other hand, have both Kryptonian bloodline and Hulk bloodline. In terms of the speed of strength growth, there are 2 bloodlines of blessing, which are also faster than Da Chao. Unless something unexpected happens in the future, the gap between me and Da Chao will become bigger and bigger. Chen Tian muttered, the light in his eyes brightening brighter. Then, the sound of vehicle engines was heard outside the manor. At night, a black extended Lincoln slowly drove into the manor and soon came to a stop at the door of the villa. A tall and burly figure dressed in a white suit got out of the car, walked to the door, and knocked on it. Chen, I'm Jean G. I have something to talk to you about. 35. Jean said in a deep voice. Come in. Chen Tian had already arrived in the hall when he sensed the vehicle coming. He watched him walk in the door with an expressionless face, and did Jean next to him. His eyes narrowed unconsciously. Chen Tian could sense that the other party's mood seemed to be somewhat unstable, with all the gloom and irritability. What's the matter with coming here so late? He asked directly. When Jean heard this, his expression became more gloomy, and his slightly closed eyes flashed with displeasure. I've sent someone to bring back those, he said. 39. It's just that it cost a lot. When he said this, Ada turned his head to stare into Chen Tian's eyes, his brows furrowed slightly. Chen, you didn't tell me that those people are mutant. Their resistance led to the death of several of my people, and coupled with the border police pursuit, it almost made me show my stuffing. Jean said a lot in one breath. His words were fierce, and the dissatisfaction in his heart was obvious. Whatever the reason, he was willing to trust Chen Tian. But I didn't expect that when the latter let himself do things, he would hide such an important matter from Mutant. This distrust, coupled with the fact that interests are indeed threatened, makes him very sad. So after the completion of what Chen Tian confessed, he immediately went to the other party and explained the situation. As long as you do what I say, there will be no problems with our cooperation. Chen Tian looked at Jean Zheng and said without hurry. He noticed that the latter had once again developed a little hostility towards himself because of this incident. Then he added, Do you think that the lives of a few of your subordinates cannot be exchanged for your family? 35. Kim fell silent when he heard this. I feel that Chen Tian's words are very reasonable. As long as you can get back your family, these costs are nothing now. Besides, that's what he thought. That's why I complained when I brought back the group of little mutants and fulfilled Chen Tian's instructions. Although Jin Yuan was a little dissatisfied in his heart, he had no doubt that Chen Tian could resurrect his family. I still need you to do the next thing for me, Chen Tian continued. Jin on the opposite side heard this, just nodded but felt inexplicably resistant. Chen Tian glanced at him, and his heart was activated, erasing the other party's feelings about himself because of the affairs of the little mutants. Next second, Jin nodded without hesitation, and his face was even a little excited. Yes, I have no problem if you need anything. As long as you get my family back. Say, what do you want me to do next? Chen Tian then said, I need you to go to the south coast, find some people who live at the bottom of the sea, and then tell me the clues. 35. South coast, people who live under the sea? Jin was a little puzzled when he heard Chen Tian's request, but didn't say much. Even realized that the person he asked him to find this time was also not a simple human being. But he still nodded without hesitation. Okay, I know, you can wait for my good news. Then Jin continued, what about those little mutants who just came back? You first arrange a place for them to live without contact with other people, and then I will go to them. Chen Tian said, okay, listen to you. 35. Kim nodded in response. Then they didn't stop too long and left the villa where Chen Tian was staying. This mental ability is really perverted. Chen Tian looked at the other parties departing back and smiled. It is so simple to make a person obey his words. Mumbled. He later realized that his spiritual ability seemed to be much stronger, and there was a tendency to become stronger. Maybe it's related to the Krypton bloodline. Mind ability plus the superbrain that comes with Krypton's bloodline is naturally a big bonus. It's all good anyway. Thinking, Chen Tian stood up, stretched, and turned into the room, ready to rest. Although his body does not feel tired, after experiencing so many things one after another, his spirit needs to be slowed down. The other side, this Chen still don't believe me. Still don't tell me what his purpose is in doing these things. Jin returned to the car, constantly venting his dissatisfaction with Chen Tian. Tell yourself nothing. Where is this like treating him as a partner? It's all about using servants. However, although Jin was complaining in his mouth, he had already begun to think in his mind at the same time what Chen Tian gave him next, and what preparations he should make in order to do it for him. Boss, I think you'll want to see this. Then, the assistant on the side turned his head and handed over a tablet. When Jin heard this, he looked over, and his face suddenly changed. What is displayed on the tablet is the image of Chen Tian's forehand tearing abomination. This Chen actually has such ability. Jin was surprised and happy for a while, and his expression was extremely complicated. He was shocked by Chen Tian's strength, and at the same time he was afraid that he had just done nothing to offend the latter. Otherwise, I will fall into the same way as that monster and be torn by my hands. Furthermore, Kim also had some anticipation and joy. I feel that after doing everything with all my heart, Chen Tian will definitely keep his promise. Time passes slowly. The night was getting darker and darker. The whole of Washington fell silent, except for a few buildings that shimmered. And the SHIELD Triboloid building is still brightly lit. All up and down are always running. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury sat solemnly in his chair and looked at the TV hanging in front of him. It is broadcasting the horror that happened in the back of New York City at 8 o'clock tonight. Two large men fought fiercely in the street. In the end, the mysterious man intervened, and everything was stopped. However, the official name of the man was not disclosed. Then, knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Hill Agent, who is short-cut, hair and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who has bumpy lines, and Clint, who has a bumpy line. Barton walked in one after another. Everything is starting to get worse and worse. 1. Nick Fury turned off the TV with a slight atmosphere. Tonight, Chen Tian shot in public, and it won't be long before someone knows that there is a dangerous mutant in New York City. 99. Hill Agent took a deep breath, his blue eyes shining with seriousness. By that time, the whole of New York City will be in a panic. Natasha Romanoff on the side tilted her head, Chen Tian said that as long as you don't mess with him easily, you will be fine. But Phil Coulson died at the hands of that damned mutant. Nick. Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff and narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff sighed against the other party's gaze and said helplessly, "So his task, who gave the order? Anyway, now we SHILD have been forced to stand on the opposite side of Chen Tian. Originally, no one wanted to see such a thing happen." She spread her hands, and what she said clearly meant something. Boom. Nick. Fury stood up, slammed his hands on the tabletop, his eyelids twitching as if suppressing anger, and stared at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff stared at each other's gaze and picked her fair chin, unconcerned. It's just that the atmosphere in the office is beginning to look tense. Hill agent look at Nick. Fury, looking at Natasha Romanoff again, wanted to say something but didn't know how. Long. Nick. Fury took a deep breath and sat back in his chair. Chen Tian's affairs. I'll deal with it. 35. After the voice fell, Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything more. As for the other two, facing the director, they didn't know what to say. The office suddenly fell silent again. After a while, Nick. Fury took another deep breath and said with a serious expression, "Hill and Barton, I need you to take someone to Xavier Academy next." 39. Find out the brainwave strengthening machine that Professor X hid in the basement before. When Hill and Hawkeye heard this, they immediately reacted. Nick. Fury was going to use that machine against Mutant. Chen Tian, the dangerous mutant, shows too strong strength. This idea of yours is a good way. Hawkeye thought about it and nodded and said, however, this machine needs a mutant like Charles to use. Now we don't have such people in S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Charles, Chen Tian's people are on his side. They won't come to help us. Agent Hill was quick to voice his concerns. I have to say that it was precisely because of her meticulous thinking that she was able to successfully take over the position of SHILD speaker. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Nick. Fury heard the other party's concerns and said firmly, it's just that he doesn't plan to explain what he will do next. Seeing this, Hill and Hawkeye couldn't keep asking. Just said in unison, received. So, what is my mission? 35. Natasha Romanoff asked after listening to the other two's tasks. All three of them were all made by Nick. Fury called over. Everyone naturally has a task. Nick. Fury glanced at her, took a document from under the table, and placed it on it. There's a line of words written on the document. Project Avengers. I met Captain Marvel many years ago, and she's a special person who has been through a lot. 35. Nick. Fury said slowly. And it was from then on that I realized that we humans must have a crisis that is strong enough to deal with the extraterrestrial race. With that, he raised his eyes and looked at the three people in front of him. Obviously, now that the crisis has come, I have to do something in advance. Subsequently, Nick. Fury set his sights on Natasha Romanoff. Tomorrow you and I will go to Tony Stark. Let him join the Avengers program. 5. Project Avenger? When Natasha Romanoff heard this, she couldn't help but mutter, Nick. Fury nodded. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow before I leave. Subsequently, Nick, who has completed all the tasks. Fury asked a few people to leave first. The office fell silent again. Nick. Fury sat down in his chair, took out the red and blue BB machine with the Captain Marvel logo, and fell silent. The fingers rubbed on the BB machine for a long time, and then slowly put it away. He would never use it unless he had to. Captain Marvel is the last whole card in his hand when he reaches a desperate situation and cannot retreat. Fast forward to the night. Next, when heaven and earth converge and the first rays of morning sunlight appear, Chen Tian is already up. He stood on the balcony, closed his eyes, and spread his arms, feeling the sunlight shining. The early morning sun carries almost no temperature, but shining on Chen Tian, for a while, he had the feeling of soaking in a hot spring with a suitable temperature. The cells all over his body seemed to be excited at this moment and constantly became active. You don't even have to do anything deliberately, just stand in the sun. his body will automatically begin to absorb the energy in the sunlight. It's a wonderful feeling. After Chen Tian received the Kryptonian bloodline, the sun was given a new meaning to him. That's where the power comes from. At this moment, he is bathed in sunlight, and all the cells in his body are constantly absorbing the energy from the fixed star, dividing and growing constantly at a very fast speed. The fixed star energy transmitted through sunlight is stored in the muscles. Not only can he never catch up with hunger, but it is also changing his body. It's a good feeling of increasing power. Chen Tian raised his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel his own strength, and every minute was getting stronger. He can clearly feel the changes in the body's epithelium, muscles, bones, and internal organs. As the cells divided, his body density tightened constantly, and the frenzied arrangement and reorganization was a vast evolution from the basis of life. At the same time, the amount of solar energy absorbed into the body begins to become purer with the transformation of the body, and becomes more and more intense under the refining and compression. Instead of saying that absorbing fixed star energy is the cornerstone of Kryptonian evolution, it is better to say that fixed star energy is the catalyst for the entire evolutionary process. Chen Tian noticed the direction of physical energy and suddenly felt this way. In fact, becoming stronger originally comes from the potential of the Krypton bloodline, and the sun's illumination merely provides kinetic energy, speeding up the process. And the ability absorbed into the body will be increased. That is, the previous obtained refinement is more refined. Just a wisp of fixed star energy into the body will be immediately stimulated strengthening. And this increases as the body strengthens, and the effect is constantly. This is an important reason why Superman can surpass the universe originally. Chen Tian sighed. Looking up, I found that the sun at the skyline had completely jumped above the ground level, and the hole was exposed there. The projected sunlight gradually blazed. The faster Chen Tian bathes his body, the faster he absorbs the sun's rays, the faster he becomes stronger. Be aware of this. He suddenly lifted his feet off the ground and flew towards the rising sun. I'm getting stronger, Chen Tian muttered as he closed his eyes and opened his arms, allowing his body to receive as much sunlight as possible. The fixed star light that crossed the universe passed through the atmosphere and shone on his body. The energy contained in it was quickly absorbed by his body. Penetrates between cells. All the cells were more excited, energy absorbing, crazy strengthening Chen Tian's body. Epithelium, muscles, bones, internal organs. Everything is at this time step towards strength. The aura of the whole person has become more and more powerful. At this time, Chen Tian emitted a wave of energy all over his body, enveloping his whole body, which was a body of steel and a biological stance. He has a beautiful face, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure, which is the best aesthetic master, and he can't find a single flaw. He stood in the air under a round of the great sun, and a round of gold was outlined around him, exuding bursts of divine majesty. Looking at the past from afar, it looks like a god rather than a man. Chen Tian himself enjoys this feeling. After a while, knock knock, Chen Tian heard a knock on his door. Chen, are you up? A timid and soft girl sounded cautiously. It's Wanda. Chen Tian heard her voice, came back to his senses, and smiled, then fell back to the balcony and went over to open the door. Good morning, Wanda. He looked at the girl in front of him, whose face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with a light blush on her cheeks, and smiled and greeted Roar. Good morning, Chen. Wanda met the gentle gaze of the other person. Her slender eyelashes twitched, and her sapphire-like eyes sparkled even more. I made breakfast, and hope you will try it. The girl spoke slowly, and there was a sense of expectation and nervousness in her words. Well, since Wanda did it, I definitely can't miss it. Chen Tian smiled and touched the girl's head. This Wanda has been very well behaved since the day she saw it. And now, after stabilizing, she actually makes a special breakfast, which is indeed surprising. I followed downstairs, all the way to the restaurant. I saw that everyone had already gotten up early and sat down at the table. On the dining table, a steaming huxiao breakfast is freshly prepared. Soy milk, fried sticks, and buns. You did all this? Chen Tian looked at these foods that had been kept in his memory, but had not been eaten for a long time, and raised his eyebrows slightly unexpectedly. I learned it online. I don't know if it can match your taste. Wanda playfully stuck out her tongue and looked at Chen Tian nervously. The latter noticed her gaze, smiled, and sat down to take a bun and take a bite, and then said, "Originally, I wanted to say that as long as you do it with your heart, but now I find that my idea is reckless." 55. You made it exactly like what I wanted to eat. Wanda's face suddenly became happy when she heard this. It's great that you like that. I loved it. Chen Tian smiled and ate all the buns in his hand. Wanda sat down full of joy. Chen, this guy, coaxing girls, really has a hand. Logan smiled ambiguously when he saw this. And when Laura saw this scene, she immediately felt that the fritters in her hand were not fragrant, and her little face fell. Chen Tian noticed this and looked up at her. "Laura, I've asked someone to bring all your friends over. There's time to take you to see them." Laura immediately smiled on her face and couldn't wait. "I'll go after breakfast. Is it okay?" 99. Chen Tian thought for a while, and then said apologetically, "Sorry, I still have things to do next, and I don't have time for the time being." 5. If you can't wait, Logan can take you. Logan also knows that Laura's friends are new mutant and are equally interested in them. He hadn't seen any other mutant in a long time. "I'm okay." So, the food in Logan's mouth right now said so. "Okay." Laura was visibly displeased, but didn't say much and glanced at Logan. "Then let's go." 99. Although Chen Tian could not go with her, she was a little disappointed, but she still wanted to see her friends, but chose to agree. Neither Charles nor Pete spoke. The former has been silent, his eyes flickering, and he doesn't know what he is thinking. The latter did not dare to speak because of Chen Tian's appearance. Finished breakfast quickly. Chen Tian lay down on a chair by the manor's pool and basked in the sun. It's not that he salts fish. This move is entirely to study the Kryptonian bloodline plus the Hulk bloodline. What will be the difference when it is promoted? Although Chen Tian had already roughly felt it before, the two bloodlines were superimposed on each other in terms of improving the effect. But the specific situation still needs to be carefully understood. This is important. After all, he will get more bloodlines in the future. If all the bloodlines are in conflict with each other, there will be no conflict. Chen Tian felt the sunlight shining and suddenly had an idea. Then I will be strong enough to gather the Superman and Hulk of various universes and set up a breeding farm. Then let the Silver Super versus the Immortal Hulk so that I can brush my ability and bloodline infinitely. Thinking of this, Chen Tian couldn't help but smile and look forward to it slightly. However, he also knew that this idea was just a whim, and it was still too far away. According to the current situation, the safest thing is to go back and forth between the two universes currently determined. After all, he has not been discovered by the existence of high latitudes now, and he will not be accidentally affected. Chen Tian kept thinking. It's been in the sun for hours. During this process, he has been feeling the changes in his body, and at first it is no different from the beginning. All the cells are under the action of the Krypton bloodline, constantly absorbing sunlight and becoming stronger. At the same time, the Hulk bloodline is also working, accelerating this effect. It wasn't until later that he discovered a terrible problem. That is, the cells in the body are becoming more and more active. There would be such an effect, and he could feel it not because of the Krypton bloodline. It's from the Hulk bloodline. It seems that under the influence of the Krypton bloodline, the Hulk bloodline has undergone some kind of abnormality. 35. My life force began to become more and more tenacious at a very fast speed. 5. Chen Tian sensed everything happening and sat up straight. My Hulk bloodline seems a little strange. It seems to be evolving in the direction of some mutation. Chen Tian muttered. He could clearly feel that this abnormality was subtly changed under the influence of Krypton's bloodline and constantly stimulated every inch of his body. Seem. Active cells gradually have tenacious life. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. They are becoming tenacious and active. Come to think of it, in Chen Tian's thoughts, a name flashed. Immortal Hulk. He seems a little inclined to that way. Immortal and imperishable. Although the great super bloodline may not be injured in the later stage, no one can guarantee that if it can develop the Hulk bloodline indefinitely until it reaches the level of Immortal Hulk. That's a good thing, too. There seem to be signs of that. Chen Tian continued to pay attention to the changes in the cells in his body for a while, and felt that he had a great chance of approaching the Immortal Hulk. The Kryptonian bloodline is worthy of being an existence with unlimited potential, and it can develop my Hulk bloodline to such a point. His heart was ecstatic. Immortal Hulk. That is the ultimate existence of immortality. Moreover, what also makes Chen Tian happy is that the two bloodlines he holds now not only do not affect each other, but can even promote each other's evolution. This made him look forward to it even more. After me, I will definitely get more blood. 35. If that's the case, the bloodline obtained in the future can even evolve on the original basis. As Chen Tian's thoughts progressed, the joy on his face became more and more obvious. He could even imagine the scene when he would harvest the bloodline later. Your bloodline is very good. Now I have it. Moreover, the bloodline is in my body, and it can be evolved. Stronger than yours. It's really good. After Chen Tian imagined the scene at that time, the smile on his face became even bigger, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. Point 0. And in the process, the two bloodlines in his body are still constantly absorbing sunlight, as well as changing their cell activity and enhancing vitality. All parts of the body, every corner, every second are metamorphosis. Clark can't catch up with me at all. Chen Tian thought confidently. At my current speed, I probably don't have to wait for Thanos to snap his fingers. It won't take long for me to go straight to him and stir them all in the pot, so to speak. Now he's getting stronger, even roar. Moreover, this strengthening does not need to be deliberately controlled by him, and all the cells of the body will automatically run and absorb the sun's energy on their own. Chen Tian can become stronger, by the way, when doing other things. With two bloodlines, he is so terrifying now. Then, Chen Tian's ears moved. Then he collected his thoughts and looked into the house. Inside the house, Charles was lying on a recliner, quietly watching TV. Next second, boom! A fierce wind swept in, shaking the furniture in the entire house. Chen, you don't have to be in such a hurry if you want to watch TV. You have to take care of the elderly who are not in good spirits and are easily frightened. Charles was taken aback by Chen Tian, who suddenly flashed in front of the TV and couldn't help sighing, frowning, and complaining. And Chen Tian did not reply to his complaints, widened his eyes, and looked at the news that was playing on the TV. Last night, New Mexico suffered the fall of an extraterrestrial satellite, and thousands of meters around it were smashed. Fortunately, the meteorite fell in no man's land, and there were no casualties. The female announcer in charge of broadcasting is dressed in a dignified and atmospheric manner and broadcasts the news in a rounded manner. That's the picture taken on site. Then, as the picture begins, the announcer raises her hand. A photo suddenly appeared on TV. When Chen Tian saw this photo, his eyes couldn't help but light up, coming, seeing that the scene that emerged in that photo was a plane hit by a meteorite. The surrounding ground was impacted, and a deep pit was blasted out, and the black soil was turned over. And in the center of that deep pit stands a silver hammer full of patterns. Mjolnir. Chen Tian naturally recognized the hammer, and a strong expectation suddenly appeared in his eyes. Thor is coming to Earth. He thought of the bloodline that belongs to Thor, but is also the deity's bloodline, which can grow infinitely in power over time. The expectation in my heart is more and more uncontrollable. At the moment, he already has two bloodlines that can increase his strength indefinitely. If you get your hands on Thor's Asgard bloodline, that's the Kryptonian bloodline, plus the Hulk bloodline, plus the Asgard bloodline. Suckdash. Thinking of this possibility, Chen Tian had to take a deep breath to calm down his expectant mood. If the three bloodlines are all gathered in me, what kind of effect will it have? He muttered. Is it super doubled? Just.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.